Section 1 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ex-Slave James Bolton by WPA, USA. Recording by Marion Gleason. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century, by various authors. Section 1. Testimony from Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 4. Georgia Narratives, Part 1, 1936 to 1938. By the Works Progress Administration. Ex-Slave Interview, James Bolton, Athens, Georgia. Written by Mrs. Sarah H. Hall, Federal Writers Project, Residency 4, Athens, Georgia. Edited by Miss Maud Berrigan, Residency 13, Augusta, Georgia. It never was the same on our plantation, arter we done laid Mistis away, said James Bolton, 85-year-old mulatto ex-slave. I ain't never forget what Mistis did. She had been so good to every nigger in our plantation. When we got sick, Mistis allus had us tended to. The niggers on our plantation all walked to church to hear her funeral sermon, and then walked to the graveyard to the buryin'. James, shriveled and wrinkled, with his bright eyes taking in everything on one of his rare visits to town, seemed glad of the chance to talk about slavery days. He spoke of his owner as my employer, and hastily corrected himself by saying, I means my marster. My employer, I means my marster, and my mistis, they was sure all right white folksies, he continued. They lived in a big house. Hit was all painted brown. I heard tell there was more 900 acres in our plantation, and lots of folkses lived on it. The biggest portion was woods. My pa, he was named Whitfield Bolton, and Liza Bolton was my ma. Charlie, Edmund, Thomas, and James Bolton was my brothers, and I had one sister. She was Rosa. We belonged to Marse Whitfield Bolton, and we lived on his plantation in Oglethorpe County, near Lexington, not far from the Wilkes County line. We stayed in a one-room log cabin with a dirt floor. A frame made out'n pine poles was fastened to the wall to hold up the mattresses. Our mattresses was made out'n cotton bagging stuffed with wheat straw. Our kivers was quilts made out'n old clothes. Slave omens too old to work in the fields made the quilts. Ma, she went up to the big house onct a week to get the 'lowance or victuals. They 'lowanced us a week's rations at a time. Hit were generally hog meat, cornmeal, and sometimes a little flour. Ma, she done our cookin' on the coals in the fireplace at our cabin. We had plenty of possums and rabbits and fishes, and sometimes we had wild turkeys and partridges. Slaves warn't s'posen to go huntin' at night, and everybody know you can't catch no possums, 'ceptin' at night. Just the same, we had plenty of possums, and nobody acts how we cotch 'em. James laughed and nodded. Now, 'bout them rabbits. Slaves warn't 'lowed to have no guns and no dogs of they own. All the dogs on our plantation belonged to my employer, I means, to my marster, and he 'lowed us to use his dogs to run down the rabbits. Niggermens and boys 'ud go in crowds, sometimes as many as 12 at one time, and a rabbit ain't got no chance 'gainst a lot of niggers and dogs when they light out for to run 'em down. What wild critters we wanted to eat and couldn't run down, we was right smart 'bout ketchin' in traps. We cotched a lot of wild turkeys and partridges in traps and nets. Long Crick run through our plantation, and the river warn't no fur piece off. We sure did catch the fishes, mostly cats, and perch and heaps of suckers. We cotch our fishes mosten generally with hook and line, But the carpenters on our plantation knowed how to make basket traps that sure enough did lay in the fishes. God only knows how long it's been since this old nigger pulled a big shad out of the river. Ain't no shads been cotch on the river round here in so long, I disremembers when. We didn't have no gardens of our own round our cabins. My employer, I means my marster, had one big garden for the whole plantation, and all his niggers had to work in it whensomever he wanted 'em to. Then he give 'em all plenty good garden sass for thyselves. They was collards and cabbage and turnips and beets and English peas and beans and onions, and there was allus some garlic for ailments. Garlic was mostly to cure worms. They roasted garlic in the hot ashes and squeezed the juice out'n it, and made the chilluns take it. Sometimes they made poultices out'n garlic for the pneumonie. We saved a heap of bark from wild cherry and poplar and black haw and slippery ellum trees, and we dried out mullein leaves. They was all mixed and brewed to make bitters. Whensomever a nigger got sick, them bitters was good for, well, ma'am, they was good for what ailed 'em. We tuck 'em for rheumatiz, for fever, and for the misery in the stomach, and for most all sorts of sickness. Red oak bark tea was good for sore throat. I never seed no store-bought clothes tweel long atter freedom done come. One slave woman done all the weavin' in a separate room called the loom house. The cloth was dyed with homemade colorin'. They used indigo for blue, red oak bark for brown, green husks offen walnuts for black, and sumacs for red, and they'd mix these colors to make other colors. Other slave omens larned to sew, and they made all the clothes. And durin' the summertime we just wore shirts and pants made out of plain cotton cloth. They wove wool in with the cotton to make cloth for our winter clothes. The wool was raised right thar on our plantation. We had our own shoemaker man. He was a slave named Buck Bolton, and he made all the shoes the niggers on our plantation wore. I weren't nothin' but chillun when freedom come. In slavery time, chilluns warn't 'lowed to do no wuck, 'cause'n the marsters wanted they niggers to grow up big and strong, and didn't want 'em stunted none. Tha's how come I didn't git no more beatin's than I did. My employer, I means my marster, never did give me but one lickin'. He had done told me to watch the cows and keep 'em in the pasture. I cotched lots of grasshoppers and started fishin' in the crick runnin' through the pasture, and fust thing I knowed, the overseer was roundin' up all the other niggers to get the cows out in the cornfields. I knowed then my time had done come. James was enjoying the spotlight now, and his audience did not have to prompt him. Plantation recollections crowded together in his old mind. We had one overseer at a time, he says, and he allus lived at the big 'ouse. The overseers weren't quality white folkses, like our marster and mistus, but we never heard nothin' 'bout poor white trash in them days, and effen we had heard somethin' like that, we'd ha' known better'n to let marster hear us make such talk. Marsters made us call his overseer Mister. We had one overseer named Mr. Andrew Smith, and another time we had an overseer named Mr. Pope Short. Overseers was just there on the business of gettin' the work done. They seed atter everybody doin' his wuck, 'cordin' to order. My employer, I means my marster, never 'lowed no overseer to whoop none of his niggers. Marster done all the whoopin' on the plantation hisself. He never did make no big bruises, and he never drawed no blood, but he sure could burn 'em up with the lash. Niggers on our plantation was whooped for laziness mostly. Next to that, whoopin's was for stealin' eggs and chickens. They fed us good, and plenty but a nigger's just bound to pick up chickens and eggs effen he kin, no matter how much he done eat. He just can't help it. Effen a nigger ain't busy, he gwine to git into mischief. Now and then slaves would run away and go in the woods and dig dens and live in 'em. Sometimes they runned away on 'count of cruel treatment, but most of the time they runned away 'case'n they just didn't want to walk and wanted to laze around for a spell. The marsters allus put the dogs atter 'em and git 'em back. They had black and brown dogs called nigger hounds that weren't used for nothin' but to track down niggers. There warn't no such place as a jail whar we was. Ef a nigger done sompty disorderly, they just naturally took a lash to him. I ain't never seed no nigger in chains twel long after freedom done come when I seed 'em in the chain gangs. The overseer woke us up at sunrise. Leas'n they call it sunrise. We would finish our vittles and be in the fields ready for work before we seed any sun. We laid off work at sunset, and they didn't drive us hard. Leastwise, they didn't on our plantation. I done heard they was mouty hard on 'em on other plantations. My master never did 'low his niggers to work after sundown. My employer, I means my master, didn't have no bell. He had 'em blow bugles to wake up his hands and to call 'em from the fields. Sometimes the overseer blowed it. Mistis done larned the cook to count the clock, but none of the rest of our niggers could count the clock. I never knowed master to sell but one slave, and he had just bought her from the market at New Orleans. She say it lonesome off on the plantation, and asked master for to sell her to folkses livin' in town. Atter he done sold her, every time he got to town she beg him to buy her back, but he didn't pay her no more attention. When they had sales of slaves on the plantations, they let everybody know what time the sale gwine to be. When the crowd get together, they put the niggers on the block and sell 'em. Leastwise, they call it puttin' on the block. They just fotch 'em out and show 'em and sell 'em. There warn't no church for niggers on our plantation, and we went to white folks' church and listened to the white preachers. We set behind a partition. Sometimes on a plantation, a nigger claim he done been called to preach, and effen he can git his master's consent, he can preach round under trees and in cabins when 'tain't work time. These nigger preachers in slavery times was called chairbackers. They warn't no chairbackers 'lowed to baptize none of marster's niggers. White preachers done our baptism in Long Crick. When we went to be baptized, they allus sang, "Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound." The old negro's quavery voice rose in the familiar song. For a moment he sat thinking of those long ago Sundays. His eyes brightened again, and he went on. We never done no walk on Sundays on our plantation. The church was 'bout 9 miles from the plantation, and we all walked there. Anybody too old and feeble to walk the 9 miles just stayed home, 'cause the master didn't 'low his mules used none on Sunday. All along the way, niggers from other plantations 'ud jine us, and sometimes before we get to the church house, they'd be 40 or 50 slaves comin' along the road in a crowd. Preachin' generally lasted twel 'bout 3 o'clock. In summertime we had dinner on the ground at the church. Howsomever, we didn't have no barbecue like they does now. Everybody cooked enough on Saturday and fotched it in baskets. I was 30 years old when I jined the church. Nobody ought to jine no church, twelst he is truly born to God, and effen he is truly born to God, he gwine know it. Effen you want a restin' place atter you leaves this old world, you ought to git ready for it now. When folkses on our plantation died, Marster allus let many of us as wanted to go lay offen work twel atter the buryin'. Sometimes it were 2 or 3 months atter the buryin' before the funeral sermon was preached. Right now, I can't recollect no song we sung at funerals, 'cep'n "Hark from the tombs a doleful sound." The reedy old voice carried the funeral hymn for a few minutes and then trailed off. James was thinking back into the past again. Spring plowin' and hoein' times we worked all day Saturdays, but most'n generally we laid off work at 12 o'clock Saturday. That was dinner time. Saturday nights we played and danced, sometimes in the cabins, sometimes in the yards. Effen we didn't have a big stack of fat kindling wood lit up to dance by, sometimes the men's and omens would carry torches of kindling wood whilst they danced, and it sure was a sight to see. We danced the turkey trot and buzzard lope, and how we did love to dance the Mary Jane. We would git in a ring, and when the music started, we would begin walkin' our footses while we sang, "You steal my true love, and I steal your'n." Atter supper we used to gather round and knock tin buckets and pans. We beat 'em like drums. Some used they fingers, and some used sticks, for to make the drums sounds, and somebody always blowed on quills. Quills was a roll of whistles made out'n reeds, or sometimes they made 'em out'n bark. Every whistle in the row was a different tone, and you could play any kind of tune you wants, effen you had a good row of quills. They sure did sound sweet. 'Bout the most fun we had was at corn shuckin's, whar they put the corn in long piles, and called in the folkses from the plantation nigh round to shuck it. Sometimes 400 or 500 head of niggers would be shuckin' corn at one time. When the corn all done been shucked, they'd drink the liquor the marsters gave 'em, and then frolic and dance from sundown to sunup. We started shuckin' corn 'bout dinner time, and tried to finish by sundown so we could have the whole night for frolic. Some years we'd go to 10 or 12 corn shuckin's in one year. We would sing and pray Easter Sunday, and on Easter Monday we frolicked and danced all day long. Christmas we allus had plenty good somethin' to eat, and we all got together and had lots of fun. We runned up to the big 'ouse early Christmas morning and holler out, "Mornin', Christmas gif'." Then they'd give us plenty of Sandy Claus, and we would go back to our cabins to have fun twel New Year's Day. We knowed Christmas was over and gone when New Year's Day came, 'cazen we got back to wuck that day atter frolickin' all Christmas week. We didn't know nothin' 'bout games to play. We played with the white folkses' chilluns and watched atter 'em, but most of the time we played in the crick that runned up through the pasture. Nigger chilluns was always skeered to go into the woods atter dark. Folkses done told us Rawhead and Bloody Bones lived in the woods, and get little chilluns and eat 'em up effen they go out in the woods atter dark. "Rock-a-bye Baby in the Treetops" was the onliest song I heard my ma sing to get her babies to sleep. Slave folkses sung most all the time, but we didn't think of what we sang much. We just got happy and started singin'. Sometimes we'd sing effen we felt sad and low down, but soon as we could, we'd go off where we could go to sleep and forget all about trouble. James nodded his gray head with a wise look in his bright eyes. When you hear a nigger singin' sad songs, his just 'cazen he can't stop what he is doin' long enough to go to sleep. The laughter that greeted this sally brought an answering grin to the wrinkled old face. Asked about marriage customs, James said, "Folkses didn't make no big to-do over weddings like they do now. When slaves got married, they just laid down the broom on the floor and the couple jined hands and jumped backwards over the broomstick. I done seen 'em married that way many a time. Sometimes my master would fetch mistus down to the slave quarters to see a weddin'. Ef the slaves gettin' married was house servants, sometimes they married on the back porch or in the back yard at the big house. But plantation niggers what was field hands married in they own cabins. The bride and groom just wore plain clothes 'cazen they didn't have no more. When the young marsters and mistesses at the big house got married, they 'lowed the slaves to gather on the porch and peep through the windows at the weddin'. Mos' and generally they'd give the young couple a slave or two to take with 'em to they new home. My marster's chilluns was too young to git married before the war was over. There was 7 of them chilluns. 4 of 'em was gals. What sort of tales did they tell 'mongst the slaves 'bout the North before the war? To tell the truth, they didn't talk much like they does now 'bout them sort of things. None of our niggers ever runned away, and we didn't know nothin' 'bout no North twel long atter freedom come. We visited round each other's cabins at night. I did hear tell 'bout the patter rollers. Folkses say effen they cotched niggers out at night, they'd give 'em what Paddy gave the drum. Just before freedom come, 'bout 50 Yankee sojers come through our plantation and told us that the bullwhips and cowhides was all dead and buried. Them sojers just passed on in a hurry and didn't stop for a meal or vittles or nuffin'. We didn't talk much 'bout Mr. Abraham Lincoln endurin' slavery time, 'cazen we were skeered of him after the war got started. I don't know nothin' 'bout Mr. Jefferson Davis. I don't remember ever hearin' 'bout him. I has heard about Mr. Booker Washington, and they do say he runned a morty good school for niggers. One morning Master blowed the bugle his own self and called us all up to the big house yard. He told us, "You all just as free as I is. You are free from under the taskmaster, but you ain't free from labor. You gotter labor and work hard effen you aims to live and eat and have clothes to wear. You can stay here and work for me, or you can go wheresoever you please. He said he'd pay us what was right, and lady, hit's the truth. They don't nary a nigger on our plantation leave our marster then. I worked on with marster for 40 years out of the war. James had no fear of Ku Klux. Right soon out of the war we saw plenty of Ku Kluxers, but they never bothered nobody on our plantation. They allus seemed to be havin' heaps of fun. Course, they did have to straighten out some of them brash nigger bucks on some of the other farms round about. Most of the niggers the Ku Kluxers got at her was on no farm, but was just roamin' round talkin' too much and makin' trouble. They had to take 'em in hand 2 or 3 times before some of them fool-free niggers could be larned to behave thyselves. But them Ku Kluxers kep on atter 'em, twilst they larned they just got to be good effen they 'spect to stay around here. Hit was about 40 years out of the war before many niggers gun to own their own land. They didn't know nothin' about tendin' to money business when the war done ended, and it take 'em a long time to larn how to buy and sell and take care of what they makes. James shook his head sadly. Ma'am, heaps of niggers ain't ne'er learned nothin' 'bout them things yit. A long time out of the war, I married Lizzie Yerby. I didn't give Liza no chanct for to dress up. Just went and took her right outer the white folks' kitchen and married her at the church in her workin' clothes. We had 13 chilluns, but they ain't but 2 of 'em livin' now. Most our chilluns died babies. And durin' slavery Mistis took care of all the nigger babies borned on our plantation, and looked after their mamies too. But atter freedom come, heap of nigger babies died out. James said he had 2 wives, both widows. I married my second wife 37 years ago. To tell the truth, I don't rightly know how many grandchildren I got, 'case'n I ain't seen some of 'em for 30 years. My chillens is off from here, and I wouldn't know to save my life whar they is or what they does. My sister and brothers, they is done dead out what ain't gone off. I don't know for sure whar none of 'em is now. A sigh punctuated James's monologue, and his old face was shadowed by a look of fear. Now I gwine tell you the truth. Now that it's all over, I don't find life so good in my old age as it was in slavery time when I was chillin' down on the marster's plantation. Then I didn't have to worry about whar my clothes and my somethin' to eat was comin' from, or whar I was gwine to sleep. Marster took keer of all that. Now I ain't able for to work and make a livin', and it's sure mighty hard on this old nigger. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Reading by Matt Perard.
Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century, by Various. Section 2.
The Death of Charles, by Ida B. Wells-Barnett. Friday witnessed the final act in the bloody drama begun by the 3 police officers, Aucoin, Mora, and Cantrell. Betrayed into the hands of the police, Charles, who had already sent 2 of his would-be murderers to their death, made a last stand in a small building, 1210 Saratoga Street, and, still defying his pursuers, fought a mob of 20,000 people, single-handed and alone, killing 3 more men, mortally wounding 2 more, and seriously wounding 9 others. Unable to get to him in his stronghold, the besiegers set fire to his house of refuge. While the building was burning, Charles was shooting, and every crack of his death-dealing rifle added another victim to the price which he had placed upon his own life. Finally, when fire and smoke became too much for flesh and blood to stand, the long sought-for fugitive appeared in the door, rifle in hand, to charge the countless guns that were drawn upon him. With a courage which was indescribable, he raised his gun to fire again, but this time it failed, for 100 shots riddled his body, and he fell dead, face fronting to the mob. This last scene in the terrible drama is thus described in the Times Democrat of July 26. Early yesterday afternoon, at 3 o'clock or thereabouts, Police Sergeant Gabriel Porteous was instructed by Chief Gaster to go to a house at number 1210 Saratoga Street and search it for the fugitive murderer, Robert Charles. A private tip had been received at the headquarters that the fiend was hiding somewhere on the premises. Sergeant Porteous took with him Corporal John R. Lally and Officers Ziegel and Essie. The house to which they were directed is a small double-frame cottage, standing flush with Saratoga Street, near the corner of Clio. It has 2 street entrances and 2 rooms on each side, one in front and one in the rear. It belongs to the type of cheap little dwellings commonly tenanted by Negroes. Sergeant Porteous left Ziegel and Essie to guard the outside and went with Corporal Lally to the rear house, where he found Jackson and his wife in the large room on the left. What immediately ensued is only known by the Negroes. They say the sergeant began to question them about their lodgers, and finally asked them whether they knew anything about Robert Charles. They strenuously denied all knowledge of his whereabouts. The Negroes lied. At that very moment the hunted and desperate murderer lay concealed not a dozen feet away. Near the rear, left-hand corner of the room is a closet or pantry about 3 feet deep, and perhaps 8 feet long. The door was open, and Charles was crouching, Winchester in hand, in the dark further end. Near the closet door was a bucket of water, and Jackson says that Sergeant Porteous walked toward it to get a drink. At the next moment a shot rang out, and the brave officer fell dead. Lally was shot directly afterward. Exactly how and where will never be known, but the probabilities are that the black fiend sent a bullet into him before he recovered from his surprise at the sudden onslaught. Then the murderer dashed out of the back door and disappeared. The neighborhood was already agog with the tragic events of the 2 preceding days, and the sound of the shots was a signal for wild and instant excitement. In a few moments a crowd had gathered and people were pouring in by the hundred from every point of the compass. Jackson and his wife had fled, and at first nobody knew what had happened, but the surmise that Charles had recommenced his bloody work was on every tongue, and soon some of the bolder found their way to the house in the rear. There the bleeding forms of the 2 policemen told the story. Lally was still breathing, and a priest was sent for to administer the last rites. Father Fitzgerald responded, and while he was bending over the dying man, the outside throng was rushing wildly through the surrounding yards and passageways, searching for the murderer. "Where is he? What has become of him?" were the questions on every lip. Suddenly the answer came in a shot from the room directly overhead. It was fired through a window facing Saratoga Street, and the bullet struck down a young man named Alfred J. Bloomfield, who was standing in the narrow passageway between the 2 houses. He fell on his knees, and a second bullet stretched him dead. When he fled from the closet, Charles took refuge in the upper story of the house. There are 4 windows on that floor, 2 facing toward Saratoga Street and 2 toward Rampart. The murderer kicked several breaches in the frail central partition, so he could rush from side to side, and, like a trapped beast, prepared to make his last stand. Nobody had dreamed that he was still in the house, and when Bloomfield was shot there was a headlong stampede. It was some minutes before the exact situation was understood. Then rifles and pistols began to speak, and a hail of bullets poured against the blind frontage of the old house. Everyone hunted some coign of vantage, and many climbed to adjacent roofs. Soon the glass of the 4 upper windows was shattered by flying lead. The fusillade sounded like a battle, and the excitement upon the streets was indescribable. Throughout all this hideous uproar, Charles seems to have retained a certain diabolical coolness. He kept himself mostly out of sight, but now and then he thrust the gleaming barrel of his rifle through one of the shattered window panes and fired at his besiegers. He worked the weapon with incredible rapidity, discharging from 3 to 5 cartridges each time before leaping back to a place of safety. These replies came from all 4 windows indiscriminately, and showed that he was keeping a close watch in every direction. His wonderful marksmanship never failed him for a moment, and when he missed, it was always by the narrowest margin only. On the Rampart Street side of the house there were several sheds, commanding an excellent range of the upper story. Detective Littleton, Andrew Van Curran of the workhouse force, and several others climbed upon one of these and opened fire on the upper windows, shooting whenever they could catch a glimpse of the assassin. Charles responded with his rifle, and presently Van Curran climbed down to find a better position. He was crossing the end of the shed when he was killed. Another of Charles' bullets found its billet in the body of Frank Evans, an ex-member of the police force. He was on the Rampart Street side, firing whenever he had an opportunity. Officer J.W. Beaufil and A.S. Leclerc were also wounded in the fusillade. While the events thus briefly outlined were transpiring, time was a wing, and the cooler-headed in the crowd began to realize that some quick and desperate expedient must be adopted to ensure the capture of the fiend, and to avert what might be a still greater tragedy than any yet enacted. For nearly 2 hours the desperate monster had held his besiegers at bay. Darkness would soon be at hand, and no one could predict what might occur if he made a dash for liberty in the dark. At this critical juncture it was suggested that the house be fired. The plan came as an inspiration, and was adopted as the only solution of the situation. The wretched old rookery counted for nothing against the possible continued sacrifice of human life, and steps were immediately taken to apply the torch. The fire department had been summoned to the scene soon after the shooting began. Its officers were warned to be ready to prevent a spread of the conflagration, and several men rushed into the lower right-hand room and started a blaze in one corner. They first fired an old mattress, and soon smoke was pouring out in dense volumes. It filled the interior of the ramshackle structure, and it was evident that the upper story would soon become untenable. An interval of tense excitement followed, and all eyes were strained for a glimpse of the murderer when he emerged. Then came the thrilling climax. Smoked out of his den, the desperate fiend descended the stairs and entered the lower room. Some say he dashed into the yard, glaring around vainly for some avenue of escape. But, however that may be, he was soon a few moments later moving about behind the lower windows. A dozen shots were sent through the wall in the hope of reaching him, but he escaped unscathed. Then, suddenly, the door on the right was flung open and he dashed out. With head lowered and rifle raised ready to fire on the instant, Charles dashed straight for the rear door of the front cottage. To reach it, he had to traverse a little walk shaded by a vine-clad arbor. In the back room, with a cocked revolver in his hand, was Dr. C.A. Noire, a young medical student, who was aiding the citizens' posse. As he sprang through the door, Charles fired a shot, and the bullet whizzed past the doctor's head. Before it could be repeated, Noire's pistol cracked, and the murderer reeled, turned half around, and fell on his back. The doctor sent another ball into his body as he struck the floor, and a half-dozen men, swarming into the room from the front, riddled the corpse with bullets. Private Adolph Anderson of the Connell Rifles was the first man to announce the death of the wretch. He rushed to the street door, shouted the news to the crowd, and a moment later the bleeding body was dragged to the pavement and made the target of a score of pistols. It was shot, kicked, and beaten almost out of semblance to humanity. The limp, dead body was dropped at the edge of the sidewalk, and from there dragged to the muddy roadway by 100 hands. There, in the road, more shots were fired into the body. Corporal Trenchard, a brother-in-law of Porteous, led the shooting into the inanimate clay. With each shot there was a cheer for the work that had been done, and curses and imprecations on the inanimate mass of riddled flesh that was once Robert Charles. Cries of "Burn him! Burn him!" were heard from Clio Street all the way to Erato Street, and it was with difficulty that the crowd was restrained from totally destroying the wretched dead body. Some of those who agitated burning even secured a large vessel of kerosene, which had previously been brought to the scene for the purpose of firing Charles's refuge, and for a time it looked as though this vengeance might be wreaked on the body. The officers, however, restrained this move, although they were powerless to prevent the stamping and kicking of the body by the enraged crowd. After the infuriated citizens had vented their spleen on the body of the dead Negro, it was loaded into the patrol wagon. The police raised the body of the heavy black from the ground and literally chucked it into the space on the floor of the wagon between the seats. They threw it with a curse hissed more than uttered, and born of the bitterness which was rankling in their breasts at the thought of Charles having taken so wantonly the lives of 4 of the best of their fellow officers. When the murderer's body landed in the wagon, it fell in such a position that the hideously mutilated head, kicked, stamped, and crushed, hung over the end. As the wagon moved off, the followers, who were protesting against its being carried off, declaring that it should be burned, poked and struck it with sticks, beating it into such a condition that it was utterly impossible to tell what the man ever looked like. As the patrol wagon rushed through the rough street, jerking and swaying from one side of the thoroughfare to the other, the gory, mud-smeared head swayed and swung and jerked about in a sickening manner, the dark blood dripping on the steps and spattering the body of the wagon and the trousers of the policeman standing on the step. End of
Section 2.
Section 3 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klatt. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. Section 3. 50 Years, by James W. Johnson. O brothers mine, today we stand where half a century sweeps our ken, since God, through Lincoln's ready hand, struck off our bonds and made us men. Just 50 years, a winter's day, as runs the history of a race, yet as we look back o'er the way, how distant seems our starting place. Look farther back, 3 centuries, to where a naked shivering score, snatched from their haunts across the seas, stood wild-eyed on Virginia's shore. Far, far the way that we have trod, from heathen kraals and jungle dens, to freedmen, free men, sons of God, Americans and citizens. A part of his unknown design, we've lived within a mighty age, and we have helped to write a line on history's most wondrous page. A few black bondmen strewn along the borders of our eastern coast, now grown a race 10 million strong, an upward, onward marching host. Then let us here erect a stone, to mark the place, to mark the time, a witness to God's mercies shown, a pledge to hold this day sublime. And let that stone an altar be, whereon thanksgivings we may lay, where we in deep humility for faith and strength renewed may pray. With open hearts ask from above new zeal, new courage, and new powers, that we may grow more worthy of this country and this land of ours. For never let the thought arise that we are here on sufferance bare. outcasts asylumed 'neath these skies, and aliens without part or share. This land is ours by right of birth, this land is ours by right of toil. We helped to turn its virgin earth, our sweat is in its fruitful soil. Where once the tangled forest stood, where flourished once rank weed and thorn, behold the path-traced peaceful wood, the cotton white, the yellow corn. To gain these fruits that have been earned, to hold these fields that have been won, our arms have strained, our backs have burned, bent bare beneath a ruthless sun. That banner which is now the type of victory on field and flood, remember its first crimson stripe was dyed by Attucks' willing blood. And never yet has come the cry, when that fair flag has been assailed, for men to do, for men to die, that we have faltered or have failed. We've helped to bear it, rent and torn, through many a hot-breathed battle breeze. Held in our hands it has been borne and planted far across the seas. And never yet, O haughty land, let us at least for this be praised, has one black treason-guided hand ever against that flag been raised. Then should we speak but servile words, or shall we hang our heads in shame? Stand back of new-come foreign hordes, and fear our heritage to claim? No, stand erect and without fear, and for our foes let this suffice. We've bought a rightful sonship here, and we have more than paid the price. And yet, my brothers, well I know the tethered feet, the pinioned wings, the spirit bowed beneath the blow, the heart grown faint from wounds and stings, the staggering force of brutish might that strikes and leaves us stunned and dazed, the long vain waiting through the night to hear some voice for justice raised. Full well I know the hour when hope sinks dead, and round us everywhere hangs stifling darkness, and we grope with hands uplifted in despair. Courage! Look out beyond and see the far horizon's beckoning span. Faith in your God-known destiny, we are a part of some great plan. Because the tongues of Garrison and Phillips now are cold in death, think you their work can be undone, or quenched the fires lit by their breath? Think you that John Brown's spirit stops, that Lovejoy was but idly slain? Or do you think those precious drops from Lincoln's heart were shed in vain? That for which millions prayed and sighed, that for which tens of thousands fought, for which so many freely died, God cannot let it come to naught. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Black Experience in America, Volume 1, 18th through 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Jackson. The Black Experience in America, Volume 1, 18th through 20th Century, by Various. Section 4. Personal Liberty Laws, by Marion Gleason McDougall. From Fugitive Slaves, 1619 through 1865. Section 77. Character of the Personal Liberty Laws. The Personal Liberty Laws were statutes passed in the northern states whose object was to defeat in some measure the national fugitive slave law. Often, their ostensible purpose was to protect the free Negroes from kidnappers, and to this end they secured for the alleged fugitive the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, and the trial by jury. Sometimes, however, they frankly avowed their aim as a deliberate attempt to interfere with the execution of the United States statutes. In the following examination of these laws, they will be considered first chronologically and afterward more minutely according to their subject matter. In previous chapters, we have noticed many instances wherein fugitives have been befriended by individuals or by organizations, like the anti-slavery societies or the Underground Railroad. but the action of the state governments in the personal liberty bills, from the time the Fugitive Slave Act of 1793 began to be executed to the outbreak of the Civil War, showed that the dissatisfaction of the North was fundamental and was not confined merely to the few in the van of the anti-slavery movement. Section 78. Acts passed before the Prigg decision, 1793 to 1842. Although the so-called personal liberty laws were not passed until about 1840, Indiana and Connecticut had before that time provided that on appeal, fugitives might have a trial by jury. The Connecticut law, in contrast to the hostile spirit of later legislation, was entitled, quote, "An Act for the Fulfillment of the Obligation of this State imposed by the Constitution of the United States in regard to persons held to service or labor in one State, escaping into another, and to secure the right of trial by jury in the cases herein mentioned," unquote. Notwithstanding this preamble, the law provided for fining state officials who might take part in fugitive slave cases. The first definite personal liberty laws were passed by Vermont and New York in 1840, and were entitled Acts, quote, "to extend the right of trial by jury," unquote. They not only ensured trial by jury, but also provided attorneys to defend fugitives. This was the only law of the kind New York ever passed, and proved of little value, since it soon fell into disuse and was almost forgotten. Section 79. Acts passed between the Prigg decision and the second Fugitive Slave Law, 1842 to 1850. After the Prigg decision in 1842, wherein it was declared that the law must be executed through national powers only, and that state authorities could not be forced into action, a new class of statutes sprang up. The state legislatures seized the opportunity afforded them by Judge Story's opinion to forbid state officers from performing the duties required of them by the law of 1793, and prohibited the use of state jails in fugitive slave cases. Such laws were passed in Massachusetts, Vermont, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. In 1844, Connecticut repealed her Act of 1838 as being then unconstitutional, but retained the portion forbidding state officers to participate in the execution of the law. Section 80. Acts occasioned by the law of 1850, 1850 to 1860. The provisions of the law of 1850 roused yet more opposition in the North, and before 1856 many of the states had passed personal liberty bills. The new national law avoided the employment of state officers. This change in the statute brought about a corresponding alteration in the state legislation, and we therefore find the acts of this period differing somewhat from those of earlier years. They almost invariably prohibited the use of state jails. They often forbade state judges and officers to issue writs or to give assistance to the claimant, and punished severely the seizure of a free person with the intent to reduce him to slavery. Should an alleged fugitive be arrested, the Personal Liberty Acts were intended to secure him a trial surrounded by the usual legal safeguards. The identity of the person claimed was to be proved by 2 witnesses, or they gave him the right to a writ of habeas corpus, or they enjoined upon the court to which the writ was returnable a trial by jury. At the trial the prisoner must be defended by an attorney, frequently the state or county attorney, and a penalty was provided for false testimony. Any violation of these clauses by state officers was punished by penalties varying from $500 and 6 months in jail, as in Pennsylvania, to the maximum punishment in Vermont of $2,000 fine and 10 years in prison. Such acts were passed in Vermont, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, in Massachusetts, Michigan, and Maine. Later, laws were also enacted in Wisconsin, Kansas, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Of the other northern states, 2 only, New Jersey and California, gave any official sanction to the rendition of fugitives. In New Hampshire, New York, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, and Minnesota, however, no full personal liberty laws were passed. Section 81. Massachusetts Acts. Let us now examine the purport of these acts in the various states. The general tenor and effect are best seen in Massachusetts, which may be selected as a typical state. In 1837, Massachusetts passed a law, quote, to restore the trial by jury on questions of personal freedom, unquote. This secured to the prisoner a writ of personal replevin, which was to be issued from and returnable to the Court of Common Pleas for the county in which the plaintiff was confined, and was to be issued 14 days at least before the return day. If the prisoner were secreted, the court might send out a capias to take the body of the defendant. This act allowed an appeal to the Supreme Judicial Court. In 1842, the Latimer case occurred. This so aroused public sentiment that a great petition, signed by 65,000 people, was sent to the legislature, asking for a new personal liberty law. On the basis of the Prigg decision, a law was enacted which forbade state magistrates to issue certificates or take cognizance of the law of 1793, and withheld the use of state jails for the imprisonment of fugitives. In 1851, in the Shadrach case, there was opportunity for testing the value of this law. The fugitive was not indeed confined in any jail, but there was little difficulty in providing a place of detention, and the courthouse was secured. In this year, acting upon a clause in the governor's message, which treated the new fugitive slave law of 1850, a committee in the legislature made a report, accompanied by resolutions and a bill further to protect personal liberty, but no law was passed, and there the matter rested until 1855. After the Sims and Burns cases, in which the courthouses were again used in the place of jails, the heat of public indignation led to petitions to the legislature asking for a more stringent personal liberty law. A joint committee prepared a bill which was passed, but was vetoed by Governor Gardner, who had been advised by the Attorney General that some of the clauses were unconstitutional. But so strong was the influence in his favor that it was passed over the veto by a two-thirds vote. The feeling that it was probably unconstitutional, however, must have strengthened in the next 3 years. For in 1858 we find another act which amended the Act of 1855. This limited some provisions and repealed the following sections. The 10th, which required that any person who should give a certificate that a person claimed as a fugitive was a slave should forfeit any state office he might hold. The 11th, which forbade any person acting as attorney for a claimant to appear as counsel or attorney in the state courts. The 12th, which made a violation of the preceding section sufficient ground for the impeachment of any officer of the Commonwealth. The 13th, which forbade any United States officer empowered to give certificate or issue warrants from holding a state office. And the 14th, which made liable to removal any person holding a state judicial office who should also hold the office of commissioner. Section 82, Review of the Acts by States. Of the other New England states, Maine had no personal liberty law until 1855. 2 years after, however, in 1857, a portion of an act declaring free all slaves brought by their masters into that state was devoted to a provision, quote, to punish any attempt to exercise authority over them. In New Hampshire, one of the laws of 1857 enacted that every person holding any person as a slave for any length of time, under any pretense, should be deemed guilty of felony, but provided that this should not apply to the United States officers executing any legal process. Vermont, by an act in 1840, extended to fugitives the right of trial by jury, but after 3 years this was repealed, only to be renewed in 1850. Connecticut, as has been noticed, had no personal liberty law. Rhode Island first passed such an act in 1848. This forbade state officers to take cognizance of fugitive slave cases and the use of state jails. Another statute in 1854 extended these provisions so as to apply to the national law of 1850. The Act of 1840 was the only personal liberty law of New York. Pennsylvania, some 7 years later, forbade the use of jails and punished state officers for participating in fugitive slave cases. It also enacted a regulation of the same character as late as 1860. Ohio made but one provision on the subject, and that lasted but a year. Her jails were closed to suspected slaves in 1857, but in 1858 this law was repealed. Michigan passed an act in 1855 with the usual clauses on the use of jails and jury trial, and imposed a fine on false testimony against the defendant. In 1858, Wisconsin and Kansas also passed similar acts. Section 83. Effect of the Personal Liberty Laws. Since the avowed purpose of these laws was to obstruct the execution of one of the United States statutes, National and state legislation were thus brought into direct conflict. But the fugitive slave law was held constitutional by the Supreme Court, and any attempt to prevent its enforcement by positive means, however righteous from an ethical standpoint, must be considered an infraction of the Constitution and of the common understanding between the states on which the Union was founded. The provisions denying the use of state institutions and officers, though distinctly unfriendly, were not unconstitutional. Many of the abolitionists, however, held the national law to be unconstitutional, and at the same time morally so repugnant that it ought never to be executed. The state laws were brought up by South Carolina in her declaration of the causes of secession as one of the chief grievances against the North, and President Buchanan, in his message of 1860, said they were, quote, the most palpable violations of constitutional duty which had yet been committed, unquote. They must certainly be classed in principle with the nullification ordinance of 1832. Indeed, the legislature of Wisconsin, after the Supreme Court had overridden the decision of the state courts in the case of Abelman v. Booth that the national law was contrary to the national Constitution, passed some resolutions in which a, quote, positive defiance is urged as the rightful remedy, unquote, against such legislation. End of Section 4. Personal Liberty Laws. Recording by Richard Jackson.
Section 5 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Buddha. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century, by Various. Reporting by Henry Ossian Flipper. Excerpt from Henry Ossian Flipper, The Colored Cadet at West Point. Chapter 3. Reporting. May 20th, 1873. Auspicious day. From the deck of the little ferryboat that steamed its way across from Garrison's on that eventful afternoon, I viewed the hills about West Point, her stone structures perched thereon, thus rising still higher, as if providing access to the very pinnacle of fame, and shuddered. With my mind full of horrors of the treatment of all former cadets of color, and the dread of inevitable ostracism, I approached tremblingly, yet confidently. The little vessel having been moored, I stepped ashore and inquired of a soldier there where candidates should report. He very kindly gave me all needed information, wished me much success, for which I thanked him, and set out for the designated place. I soon reached it and walked directly into the adjutant's office. He received me kindly, asked for my certificate of appointment, and receiving that, or assurance that I had it, I do not now remember which, directed me to write in a book there for the purpose, the name, and occupation of my father, the state, congressional district, county, and city of his residence, my own full name, age, state, county, and place of my birth, and my occupation when at home. This done, I was sent in charge of an orderly to cadet barracks, where my plebe quarters were assigned me. The impression made upon me by what I saw while going from the adjutant's office to barracks was certainly not very encouraging. The rear windows were crowded with cadets watching my unpretending passage of the area of barracks with apparently as much astonishment and interest as they would, perhaps, having watched Hannibal crossing the Alps. Their words, jeers, etc., were most insulting. Having reached another office, I was shown in by the orderly. I walked in, hat in hand, nay, rather started in, when 3 cadets, who were seated in the room, simultaneously sprang to their feet and welcomed me somewhat after this fashion. "Well, sir, what do you mean by coming into this office in that manner, sir? Get out of here, sir." I walked out, followed by one of them, who, in a similar strain, ordered me to button my coat, get my hands around. "Fins," he said, heels together and head up. "Now, sir," he said, leaving me, "when you are ready to come in, knock at that door," emphasizing the word knock. The door was open. I knocked. He replied, "Come in." I went in. I took my position in front of and facing him, my heels together, head up, and palms of my hands to the front, and my little fingers on the seams of my pantaloons, in which position we habitually carried them. After correcting my position and making it sufficiently military to suit himself, one of them, in a much milder tone, asked what I desired of them. I told him I had been sent by the adjutant to report there. He arose, and directing me to follow him, conducted me to the bathrooms. Having discharged the necessary duty there, I returned and was again put in charge of the orderly, who carried me to the hospital. There I was subjected to a rigid physical examination, which I stood with the greatest ease. I was given a certificate of ability by the surgeon, and by him sent again to the adjutant, who in turn sent me to the treasurer. From him I returned alone to barracks. The reception given to plebes upon reporting is often very much more severe than that given me. Even members of my own class can testify to this. This reception has, however, I think, been best described in an anonymous work, where it is thus set forth. "How dare you come into the presence of your superior officer in that grossly careless and unmilitary manner? I'll have you imprisoned. Stand attention, sir." Even louder than before. "Heels together and on the same line, toes equally turned out, little fingers on the seams of your pantaloons. Button your coat, draw on your chin, throw out your chest. Cast your eyes 15 paces to the front. Don't let me see you wearing standing collars again. Stand steady, sir. You've evidently mistaken your profession, sir. In any other service or at seat of war, sir, you would have been shot, sir, without trial, sir, for such conduct, sir." The effect of such words can be easily imagined. A plebe will at once recognize the necessity for absolute obedience, even if he does know all this is hazing, and that it is doubtless forbidden. Still, plebes almost invariably tremble while it lasts, and when in their own quarters laugh over it, even practice it upon each other for mutual amusement. On the way to the barracks, I met the squad of beasts marching to dinner. I was ordered to fall in, did so, marched to the mess hall, and ate my first dinner at West Point. After dinner, we were marched again to barracks and dismissed. I hastened to my quarters, and a short while after was turned out to take possession of my baggage. I lugged it to my room, was shown the directions on the back of the door for arrangement of articles, and ordered to obey them within half an hour. The parts of the regulations referred to are the following. Special regulations for barracks. Orderlies of rooms. The particular attention of orderlies is directed to the paragraphs of the regulations for the U.S. Military Academy specifying their duties. Cadets. The hour of recitation of each cadet will be posted on the back of the door of his room. When a room is being washed out by the policeman, on reporting to the officer of the day, and stating to him the number of some room in his own division he wishes to visit, a cadet will be permitted to visit that particular room until his own can be occupied. The uniform coat will be worn from 8 till 10 a.m. At inspection before 10 a.m., the coat will be buttoned throughout. At Sunday morning inspection, gloves and sidearms will also be worn. After 10 a.m., any uniform garment or dressing gown may be worn in their own rooms, but at no time will cadets be in their shirt sleeves unnecessarily. During the call to quarters between inspection call in the morning and tattoo, the following arrangement of furniture, etc., will be required. Accoutrements. Dress cap on gun rack shelf. Cartridge boxes, waist belts, sabers, forage caps, hung on pegs near gun rack shelf. Muskets, in gun rack. Bayonets in the scabbards. Spurs, hung on peg with sabers. Bedsteads and bedding. Bedsteads in alcove against the side wall of the room, the head against the back wall. Bedding, mattress to be folded once. Blankets and comforters, each one to be neatly and separately folded, so that the fold shall be of the width of an ordinary pillow, and piled at the head of the bedstead in the following order, vis-a-vis: mattress, sheets, pillows, blankets, and comforters. The front edge of sheets, pillows, etc., to be vertical. On Sunday afternoons, the beds may be made down and used. Closed press. Books on top of the press, against the wall, and with the backs to the front. Brushes, tooth and hair. Combs, shaving implements, and materials, such small boxes as may be allowed, vials, etc., to be neatly arranged on the upper shelf. Belts, collars, gloves, handkerchiefs, socks, etc., to be neatly arranged on the second shelf from the top. Sheets, pillowcases, shirts, drawers, wet pants, etc., to be neatly arranged on the other shelves. The heaviest articles on the lower shelves. Arrangement: all articles of the same kind are to be carefully and neatly placed in separate piles. The folded edges of these articles to be to the front, and even with the front edge of the shelf. Nothing will be allowed between these piles of clothing and the back of the press, unless the want of room on the front edge renders it necessary. Dirty clothes, to be kept in clothes bags. Shoes and overshoes, to be kept clean, dusted, and arranged in a line where they can be seen by the inspector, either at the foot of the bedstead or at the side near the foot. Woolen clothing, dressing gown, and clothes bag, to be hung on the pegs in alcove in the following general order: from the front of the alcove to the back. Overcoat, dressing gown, uniform coats, jackets, pants, clothes bag. Furniture. Broom, to be kept behind the door. Tin box for cleaning materials, to be kept clean and in the fireplace. Spittoon, to be kept to one side of the hearth, near mantelpiece. Chairs and tables, on no occasion to be in alcoves. The chairs, when not in use, to be against the owner's tables. Looking glass, at the center of the mantelpiece. Washstand, to be kept clean in front and against alcove partition. Wash basin, to be kept clean and inverted on the top of the washstand. Water bucket, to be kept on shelf of washstand. Slop bucket, to be kept near to and on side of washstand, opposite door. Baskets, pictures, clocks, statues, trunks, and large boxes will not be allowed in quarters. Curtains, window curtains, only uniform allowed, and to be kept drawn back during the day. Alcove curtains, only uniform allowed, and to be kept drawn except between tattoo and reveille, and when dressing. Curtains of clothes press, to be kept drawn except when policing room. Floor, to be kept clean and free from grease spots and stains. Walls and woodwork, to be kept free from cobwebs, and not to be injured by nails or otherwise. Heating apparatus, screen and top, to be kept clean and not to be scratched or defaced. These regulations will be strictly obeyed and enforced. By order of Lieutenant Colonel Upton, George L. Turner, Cadet Lieutenant and Adjutant, Headquarters, Corps of Cadets, West Point, New York, September 4th, 1873. At the end of the time specified, every article was arranged and the cadet corporal returned to inspect. He walked deliberately to the clothes press, and informing me that everything was arranged wrong, threw every article upon the floor, repeated his order, and withdrew. And thus 3 times in less than 2 hours did I arrange and he disarrange my effects. I was not troubled again by him until after supper, when he inspected again, merely opening the door, however, and looking in. He told me I could not go to sleep until tattoo. Now, tattoo, as he evidently used it, referred in some manner to time, and with such reference, I had not the remotest idea of what it meant. I had no knowledge whatever of military terms or customs. However, as I was also told that I could do anything, writing, etc., I might wish to do, I found sufficient to keep me awake until he again returned and told me it was then tattoo, that I could retire then or at any time within half an hour, and that at the end of that time the light must be extinguished and I must be in bed. I instantly exhausted it and retired. Thus passed my first half day at West Point, and thus began the military career of the 5th Colored Cadet. The other 4 were Smith of South Carolina, Napier of Tennessee, Howard of Mississippi, and Gibbs of Florida. What I had seen and experienced during my first few hours from arrival till tattoo filled me with fear and apprehension. I expected every moment to be insulted or struck, and was not long in persuading myself that the various reports which I had heard concerning Smith were true. I had not seen him yet, or, if I had not recognized him, and that my life there was to be all torture and anguish. I was uneasy and miserable, ever thinking of the regulations, verbal or written, which had been given to me. How they haunted me! I kept repeating them over and over, fearful lest I might forget and violate them, and be dismissed. If I wanted anything or wished to go anywhere, I must get permission of the cadet officers on duty over us. To get such permission, I must enter their office cleanly and neatly dressed, and taking my place in the center of the room, must salute, report my entrance, make known my wants, salute again, and report my departure. At the instant I heard the sound of a drum, I must turn out at a run and take my place in the ranks, somewhat after this fashion. Candidate Flipper, United States Military Academy, reports his entrance into this office, sir. Well, sir, what do you want in this office? I desire permission, sir, to walk on public lands till retreat. No, sir, you can't walk on public lands till retreat. Get out of my sight. Candidate Flipper, United States Military Academy, reporting his departure from this office, sir. At 5 o'clock the next morning, two unusual sounds greeted my ears, the reveille and a voice in the hall below calling out in a loud martial tone, Candidates, turn out promptly. In an astonishingly short time, I had dressed, turned out, and was in ranks. We stood there as motionless as statues till the fifers and drummers had marched up to barracks. The rolls of the companies had been called, and they themselves dismissed. We were then dismissed. Our roll had been also called. We withdrew at a run to our quarters and got them ready for inspection, which, we were informed, would take place at the expiration of half an hour. At the end of this time, our quarters were inspected by a corporal. In my own room, he upset my bedding, kicked my shoes into the middle of the room, and ordered me to arrange them again and in better order. This order was obeyed immediately, and this upsetting was done in every room, as I learned afterward from the occupants, who, strange to say, manifested no prejudice then. 'Twas not long ere they learned that they were prejudiced, and that they abhorred even the sight of a dead nigger. Just before, or perhaps just after breakfast, our quarters were again inspected. This time I was somewhat surprised to hear the corporal say, Very well, Mr. Flipper. Very well, sir. And this, with other things, showed there was a friendly feeling toward me from the first. After having thus expressed himself, he directed me to print my name on each of 4 pieces of paper, and to tack them up in certain places in the room, which he indicated to me. I did this several times before I could please him, but at last succeeded. Another corporal visited me during the day and declared everything out of order, although I had not touched a single thing after once satisfying the first corporal. Of course, I had to rearrange them to suit him, in which I also finally succeeded. At 11 o'clock the mail came. I received a letter, and to my astonishment its postmark was West Point, New York, May 21st. Of course, I was at a loss to know who the writer was. I turned it over and over, looking at it, studied the postmark, finally opening it and read it. This letter by some means has been replaced, and all efforts to find it or to discover what its exact contents were have failed. However, it was from James Webster Smith, the first and then only cadet of color at West Point. It reassured me very much, telling me not to fear either blows or insults, and advising me to avoid any forward contact if I wished also to avoid certain consequences, which, said the letter, I have learned from sad experience, would be otherwise inevitable. It was a sad letter. I don't think anything has so affected me or so influenced my conduct at West Point as its melancholy tone. That sad experience gave me a world of warning. I looked upon it as implying the confession of some great error made by him at some previous time, and of its sadder consequences. This was another surprise, a welcome surprise, however. I read it over several times. It showed me plainly that Smith had not been dismissed, as had been reported to me at home. I at once formed a better opinion of West Point than I had before had, and from that day my fears gradually wore away. The candidates now reported rapidly, and we, who had reported the day previous, were comparatively undisturbed. At 4 o'clock, I visited Smith at his quarters by permission. My visit was necessarily a short one, as he was then preparing for drill. It sufficed, however, for us to become acquainted, and for me to receive some valuable advice. An hour and place were designated for us to meet next day, and I took my leave of him. The plebes turned out in mass, walked around the grounds, and witnessed the drilling of the battalion. We enjoyed it immensely. They were that day skirmishing and using blank cartridges. We thought the drill superb. I was asked by a fellow plebe, "Think you'll like that?" "Oh, yes," said I, "when I can do it as easily as they do." We had quite a lengthy conversation about the fine appearance of the cadets, their forms, so straight and manly, evoking our greatest admiration. This, alas, was our only conversation on any subject. The gentleman discovered ere long that he too was prejudiced, and thus one by one they cut me, whether for prudential reasons or not, I cannot presume to say. I went into the office one day, and standing uncovered at about the middle of the room in the position of the soldier, saluted, and thus addressed a cadet officer present. "Candidate Flipper, United States Military Academy, reporting his entrance into this office, sir." "Well, what do you want?" was the rather gruff reply. "I desire permission to visit Smith, sir," answered I, thoughtlessly saying Smith instead of Mr. or Cadet Smith. He instantly sprang from his seat into rather close proximity to my person and angrily yelled, "Well, sir, I want to hear you say Mr. Smith. I want you to understand, sir, he is a cadet and you're a plebe. I don't want to see such familiarity on your part again, sir," putting particular emphasis on Mr. Having thus delivered himself, he resumed his seat, leaving me, I imagine, more scared than otherwise. "What do you want?" asked he again, after a pause or a moment or so. "Permission to visit Mr. Smith." Without condescending to notice for the time my request, he gave the interview a rather ludicrous turn, I thought, by questioning me somewhat after this manner. "Can you dance, Mr. Flipper?" Having answered this to his entire satisfaction, he further asked, "Expect to attend the hops this summer?" "Oh, no, sir," replied I, smiling, as he also was, for I had just discovered the drift of his questions. After mischievously studying my countenance for a moment, he returned to the original subject and queried, "Where do you want to go?" I told him. "Well, get out of my sight." I considered the permission granted, and hastily withdrew to take advantage of it. Between breakfast and supper, those of us who had been there at least a day had quite a pleasant time. We were not troubled with incessant inspections or otherwise. We either studied for examination or walked around the grounds. At or near 7 o'clock, the time of retreat parade, we were formed near our barracks and inspected. Our ranks were opened, and the cadet lieutenant inspected our clothing and appearance generally. A not infrequent occurrence on these occasions was, "Well, mister, what did you shave with, a shoehorn?" At this we would smile, when the lieutenant, sergeant, or corporal would jump at us and yell, "Wipe that smile off your face, sir. What do you mean, sir, by laughing in ranks?" If anyone attempted to reply, he was instantly silenced with, "Well, sir, don't reply to me in ranks." The inspection would be continued. Someone, unable to restrain himself, the whole affair was so ridiculous, would laugh right out in ranks. He was a doomed man. "What do you mean, sir, by laughing in ranks, sir?" Having been once directed not to reply in ranks, the poor plebe would stand mute. "Well, sir, don't you intend to answer me?" "Yes, sir." "Well, sir, step it out. What were you grinning at?" "Nothing, sir." "Nothing? Well, sir, you're a pretty thing to be grinning at nothing. Get in ranks." The inspection would, after many such interruptions, be continued. Ranks would at length be closed and the command, "In place, rest," given. The battalion would march in from parade at double time and form in the area to our rear. The delinquencies of the day previous would then be published by the cadet adjutant. What most strikes a plebe is the same publication. He hasn't the remotest idea what it is. Not a word uttered by the adjutant is understood by him. He stands and wonders what it is. A perfect jargon of words, unintelligible and meaningless to him. I remember distinctly how I used to wonder and how I was laughed at when I asked for information concerning it. We plebes used to speak of it often and wonder if it was not French. When we were better acquainted with the rules and customs of the academy, we learned what it was. It was something of this nature, read from the delinquency book. Delinquencies, Tuesday, October 12. Adams, late at reveille, roll call. B.J., sentinel not coming to arms, port, when addressed by the officer of the day. Same, not conversant with orders at same. Barnes, same at same. Same, sentinel, neglect of duty not requiring cadet leaving his post to report his departure and destination. Same, hanging head, 4 p.m. Bulow, dust on mantle at inspection, 9:30 a.m. Same, executing manual of arms with pointer in section room, 9 a.m. Same, using profane expression, 1 p.m. Cullen, out of bed at taps. Downs, light in quarters, 11 p.m. Same, not prepared on 47 Velasquez. For these delinquencies, the cadets are allowed to write explanations. If the offense is absence from quarters or any duty without authority, or is one committed in the academical department, called an academical delinquency, such as not being prepared on some lesson, an explanation is required and must be written. For all other offenses, the cadet can write an explanation or not as he chooses. If the explanation is satisfactory, the offense is removed and he gets no demerits. Otherwise, he does. For form of explanation, see Chapter 10, latter part. On the 26th of May, another colored cadet reported. It is said he made the best show at the preliminary examination. Unfortunately, however, he was found at the following semi-annual examination. He was brought up to my quarters by a corporal, and I was ordered to give him all instruction which had previously been given me. This I did, and his first days at West Point were much more pleasant than mine had been. The candidates had now all reported, and Monday afternoon, May 28th, we were each given by the adjutant in person a slip of paper upon which was written the number of each man's name in an alphabetically arranged roll. This we had special directions to preserve. The next day we were marched up to the drawing academy and examined in grammar, history, and geography. The following day in orthography and reading. On the same day, also, we were required to write out a list of all the textbooks we had used in our previous school days. The day following, we were divided into sections and marched to the library, where the academic board was in readiness to examine us in mathematics. It took quite a while to examine our class of more than 100 members thus orally. I am not positive about the dates of the examination. I know it occurred in the immediate vicinity of those named. Not many days after this, the result of the examination was made known to us. The familiar cry, "Candidates, turn out promptly," made at about noon, informed us that something unusual was about to occur. It was a fearful moment, and yet I was sure I had passed. The only questions I failed on were in geography. I stood motionless while the order was being read until I heard my name among the accepted ones. I felt as if a great burden had been removed from my mind. It was a beginning, and if not a good one, certainly not a bad one. What has been ending? Let the sequel show. Now that the examination was over and the deficient ones gone, we were turned out for drill every morning at 5:30 o'clock and at 4 in the afternoon. We were divided into squads of one each and drilled twice a day in the settings up until about June 20th. After a few drills, however, the squads were consolidated into others of 4, 6, and 8 each. The surplus drill masters were turned in. Their hopes were withered, for it was almost a certainty that those who were turned in would not be made. They expected to be made on their proficiency in drilling, and when it was shown by being turned in that others had been thought better drill masters, they were not a little disappointed. How they boned tactics! What proficiency they manifested! How they yelled out their commands, what eagerness they showed to correct errors, etc., and yet some could not overcome their propensity for hazing, and these were of course turned in. Not always thus, however. Those who were not turned in were not always made corporals. Often those who were so treated got the chevrons after all. Plebe drill, or more familiarly, squad drill. has always been a source of great amusement to citizens, but what a horror to plebes. Those torturous twistings and twirlings, stretching every nerve, straining every sinew, almost twisting the joints out of place and making life one long agonizing effort. Was there ever a plebe or recruit who did not hate, did not shudder at the mere mention of squad drill? I did. Others did. I remember distinctly my first experience of it. I formed an opinion, a morbid dislike of it then, and have not changed it. The benefit, however, of squad drill cannot be overestimated. It makes the most crooked, distorted creature an erect, noble, and manly being, provided, of course, this distortion be a result of habit and not a natural deformity. The result of laziness in one's walking, such as hanging the head, dropping the shoulders, not straightening the legs, and crossing them when walking. Squad drill is one of the painful necessities of military discipline, and no one regrets his experience of it, however displeasing it may have been at the time. It is squad drill and hazing that so successfully mold the coarser characters who come to West Point into officers and gentlemen. They teach him how to govern and be governed. They are more effectual in polishing his asperities of disposition and forming his character than any amount of regulations could be. They tame him, so to speak. Squad drill was at once a punishment, a mode of hazing, and a drill. For the least show of grossness, one was sure to be punished with settings up, second time, settings up, fourth time, continue the motion, settings up, second or fourth time. We would be kept at these motions until we could scarcely move. Of course, all this was contrary to orders. The drill master would be careful not to be hived. If he saw an officer even looking at him, he would add the command, 3, which caused a discontinuance of the motion. He would change, however, to one of the other exercises immediately, and thus keep the plebes continually in motion. When he thought the punishment sufficient, he would discontinue it by the command, 3, and give, place, rest. When the place, rest had been just about sufficient to allow the plebe to get cool and in a measure rested, the drill would be resumed by the command, shun, squad, abbreviated from the attention and pronounced shun. If the plebe was slow, place, rest was again given, and when I give the command, shun, squad, I want to see you spring up with life. Shun, squad. Plebe is slow again. Well, mister, wake up. This is no trifling matter, understand? Yes, sir. Well, sir, don't reply to me in ranks. And many times in terms even more severe than these, now that Williams and myself were admitted, the newspapers made their usual comments on such occurrences. I shall quote a single one from the New National Era and Citizen, published in Washington, D.C., and the political organ of the colored people. The article, however, as I present it, is taken from another paper, having been by it taken from the Era and Citizen. Colored Cadets at West Point. The New National Era and Citizen, which is the national organ of the colored people, contains a sensible article this week on the status of colored cadets at West Point. After referring to the colored young men, plebes, Flipper of Georgia and Williams of Virginia, who have passed the examination requisite for entering the academy, the Era and Citizen says, now that they are in, the stiff and starched protégés of the government make haste to tell the reporters that none of the fellows would hurt them, but every fellow would let them alone. Our reporter seems to think that to be let alone a terrible doom. So it is. If one is sent to Coventry by gentlemen, so it is. If one is neglected by those who, in point of education, thrift, and morality, are our equals or superiors, so it is not, if done by the low-minded, the ignorant, and the snobbish. If it is possible, among the 400 young charity students of the government, that Cadet Smith, for instance, finds no warm friends, and has won no respect after the gallant fight he has made for 4 years, a harder contest than he will ever have in the sterner field, then we despair of the material which West Point is turning out. If this is true, it is training selfish, snobbish martinets, not knightly soldiers, not Havelocks, Hardinges, and Kearneys, but the lowest type of disciplined and educated force and brutality, the Bluchers and Marlboroughs. We scarcely believe this, however, and we know that any young man, whether he be poor or black or both, may enter any first-class college in America and find warm, sympathetic friends, both among students and faculty, if he but prove himself to be possessed of some good qualities. If the Smiths, Flippers, and Williamses in their honorable schoolboy careers cannot meet social as well as intellectual recognition while at West Point, let them study on and acquit themselves like men, for they will meet, out in the world, a worthy reception among men of worth, who have put by the prejudices of race and the shackles of ignorance. Emerson says somewhere that solitude, the nurse of genius, is the foe of mediocrity. If our young men of ability have the stuff in them to make men out of, they need not fear to be let alone for a while. They will ultimately come to the surface and attain worthy recognition. This is plain, practical talk. We like it. It has the ring of the true metal. It shows that the writer has faith in the ultimate triumph of manhood. It is another form for expressing a firm belief that real worth will find a reward. Never has any bond people emerged from slavery into a condition full of such grand opportunities and splendid possibilities as those which are within the reach of the colored people of the United States. But if those opportunities are to be made available, if those possibilities are to be realized, the colored people must move into the forefront of action and study and work in their own behalf. The colored cadets at West Point, the colored students in the public schools, the colored men in the professions, the trades, and on the plantations cannot be idlers if they are to compete with the white race in the acquisition of knowledge and property. But they have examples of notable achievements in their own ranks, which should convince them that they have not the slightest reason to despair of success. The doors stand wide open, from the plantation to the national capital, and every American citizen can, if he will, attain worthy recognition. And thus, we had entered upon our new duties, where we forewarned of the kind of treatment we should expect. To be sent to Coventry, to be let severely alone, are indeed terrible dooms, but we cared not for them. To be let alone was what we wished, to be left to our own resources for study and improvement, for enjoyment in whatever way we choose to seek it, was what we desired. We cared not for social recognition. We did not expect it, nor were we disappointed in not getting it. We would not seek it. We would not obtrude ourselves upon them. We would not accept recognition unless it was made willingly. We would be of them at least independent. We would mark out for ourselves a uniform course of conduct and follow it rigidly. These were our resolutions. So long as we were in the right, we knew we should be recognized by those whose views were not limited or bound by such narrow confines as prejudice and caste, whether they were at West Point or elsewhere. Confident that right on our own part would secure us just treatment from others, that, if we prove ourselves possessed of some good qualities, we could find friends among both faculty and friends. I came to West Point, notwithstanding I had heard so much about the academy well fit to dishearten and keep one away. And then, too, at the time, I had no object in seeking the appointment other than to gratify an ordinary ambition. Several friends were opposed to my accepting it, and even persuaded me, or rather attempted to persuade me, to give up the idea altogether. I was inexorable. I had set my mind upon West Point, and no amount of persuasion and no number of harrowing narratives of bad treatment could have induced me to relinquish the object I had in view. But I was right. The work I chose, and from which I could not flinch without dishonor, proved far more important than either my friends or myself at first thought it would be. Let me not, however, anticipate. Of this importance, more anon. End of section 5. Recording by Buddha.
Section 6 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ku Klux Klan by Eyre Damer. Recording by Avai in November 2012. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century, by Various. Section 6. The Ku Klux Klan, by Eyre Damer. Before proceeding with the narrative, an explanation of the origin and purposes of the Ku Klux Klan may interest the reader. The facts mentioned were derived from authentic and official sources. The first den was organized in Pulaski, Giles County, Tennessee, in 1866, and Pulaski continued to be the center of the order throughout its existence as an interstate organization. 6 men organized the den for diversion and amusement in a community where life was dull and monotonous. The original name was Ku Kloi, from the Greek word Ku Klos, meaning band or circle. It was changed to Ku Klux, and Klan was added. The Constitution of Tennessee was imposed by a fraction of the people. The legislature passed an act restricting suffrage, which disfranchised 3/4 of the native population of the middle and western parts of the state. This obsequious legislature also passed acts ratifying the illegal edicts of the autocratic and tyrannical Governor Brownlow, the parson. The sedition law was revived and amplified. Freedom of speech and press was overthrown, and a large militia force composed of Negroes was created and made responsible to the governor alone. At an election, enough men had been permitted to register to thwart Brownlow's plans. He threw out the entire vote of 28 counties. Registrars were removed, registrations set aside, the counties placed under martial law, and Negro militia quartered therein. The legislature had become unanimously Republican in both branches. The people began to consider means of counteracting this high-handed tyranny. The Pulaski Ku Klux organization had attracted much attention, and branches of it had been organized in many parts of the state. Leaders of the people quickly saw that it could be utilized for the purpose in view. And this was done. The order, thus perverted, soon spread from Virginia to Texas. The ritual was simple and easily memorized and was never printed, but a copy of the prescript was obtained and used in a trial in Tennessee and reproduced in United States government publications. At a meeting in Nashville of delegates from all dens, this was modified. That convention designated the Southern Territory as the Invisible Empire. It was subdivided into realms, corresponding to states. Realms were divided into dominions, congressional districts, dominions into provinces, counties, provinces into dens. Officers were designated as follows: Grand Wizard of Invisible Empire and his 10 genii, and the Grand Wizard's powers were almost autocratic. Grand Dragon of Realm and his 8 hydras, Grand Titan of Dominion and his 6 furies, Grand Cyclops of Den and his 2 Nighthawks, Grand Monk, Grand Scribe, Grand Exchequer, Grand Turk, Grand Sentinel, the genii, hydras, furies, goblins, and nighthawks were staff officers. It is said that the gradation and distribution of authority were perfect, and that no more perfectly organized order ever existed in the world. The costume consisted of a mask with openings for the nose and eyes, a tall, pointed hat of stiff material, a gown or robe to cover the entire person. Each member was provided with a whistle, and with this, and by means of a code of signals, communicated with his comrades. They used a cipher to fix dates, etc., and published their notices in the newspapers until repressive laws forbade this. Their horses were robed and their hoofs muffled. Meanwhile, other orders formed: White Brotherhood, White League, Pale Faces, Constitutional Union Guards and Knights of White Camellia, but all evidence shows that they were for the most part short-lived, the very name of Ku Klux having caught the fancy of the members. General Forrest is credited with having consolidated all of them into the one grand order. An interview with General Forrest was published in the Cincinnati Commercial in September 1868, in which he was quoted as saying that in Tennessee the Klan embraced a membership of 40,000, and in all the states 550,000. He said to the Congressional Commission that the order was disbanded by him when it had fulfilled its purpose. No doubt he meant that the general organization was disbanded, for certainly detached bodies existed after the date fixed by him as that of the disbandment. Fleming says that the general was initiated by Captain John W. Morton, formerly his chief of artillery, and became Grand Wizard. In his testimony, General Forrest said that the Klan in Tennessee was intended as a defensive organization to offset the Union League, to protect ex-Confederates from extermination by Brownlow's militia, to prevent the burning of gins, mills, and residences. Congress and the radical legislatures resorted to all possible means to break up the clans, but they existed until after white supremacy was restored. Even then, counterfeit bodies perverted the name until they were suppressed by the natural rulers of the land. Congress passed a bill which provided for suspension of civil government in any district in which Ku Klux lawlessness existed, thus depriving all the people of trial by jury and other rights, and placing whole communities under the ban of military power. The Alabama legislative enactment pronounced anyone found in disguise a felon and outlaw. It also provided that if a person was whipped or killed by men in disguise, the county could be sued for a penalty ranging from $1,000 to $5,000, and it made it the duty of the prosecuting attorney of the county to institute suit for and in behalf of the victim or his relatives, in any case where no indictment was found. After the Nashville Convention, the order courted publicity in order to inspire respect for its powers, and the Ku Klux sometimes paraded in daylight. Their appearance in public was sudden and unheralded, and they disappeared as silently and mysteriously. The perfection of their movements in drill revealed the training which the members had received as cavalrymen during the war. Sometimes the parades were at night, and then the mystery of their sudden appearance and the weirdness of the spectacle were heightened. One of the night parades was in Huntsville, and the story of it was circulated throughout the North as evidence that another revolution was imminent. It was in the nature of an acceptance of challenge, and the circumstances connected with it were as follows. On October 30, 1868, C.C. Sheets, a Grant candidate for elector, made a speech in Florence. About 10 o'clock that night, a band of disguised men visited his sleeping apartment. He attempted to escape by way of a gallery, but was caught and taken back to his room. After a short stay, the band retired without having in any way harmed him. Sheets said that they exacted from him a promise that he would desist from making inflammatory speeches. Later in the same month, Sheets delivered a speech in Huntsville. It was reported that in the course of that speech he told his colored audience that he had been interfered with a few nights before in Florence by Ku Klux, and that he had promised them that he would not make the abusive and inflammatory speeches that he had been making. But up there, where there were so many colored people, he wasn't afraid to say what he pleased, and that if the colored people would do what was becoming in them, they would carry with them weapons and shoot down those disguised men wherever they found them, that the reason the Ku Klux paraded the country was because the Negroes were weak-kneed. The speech excited the Negroes. They remained in town all day, and at night a meeting was held in the courthouse, and many Negroes with guns attended. During the day, leading Negroes loudly proclaimed that Ku Klux would never again be permitted to enter the town, that if they attempted to do so, they would be shot on sight. A federal military officer had said it would be lawful to do this. A rumor circulated that Ku Klux were assembling at a point some miles distant, and about dark 2 large posses of Negroes, under command of deputy sheriffs, repaired to points along principal roads to intercept them. While the speaking at the courthouse was in progress, fugitive Negroes from the posses, which had suddenly dissolved at the approach of danger, rushed to the courthouse and announced that Ku Klux were marching on the town. The meeting broke up in confusion and the people hurried into the yard. All the nearby streets and the sidewalks surrounding the square were thronged with people, white and black. Suddenly the cavalcade, numbering about 200, fully uniformed in tall conical hats, long gowns and hoods with eye-holes, some armed with guns and sabres, wheeled into the square, and without sound save the whistle signals, then almost as awe-inspiring as had been the rebel yell, rode in military order completely around the courthouse and then turned into one of the streets. Proceeding along this some distance, the column halted and formed into battle line. After maintaining this formation for a few minutes, the march was resumed and the band disappeared. There was stationed in Huntsville at that time a regiment of regular troops, and their commander, General Kruger, with some of his staff officers, from a hotel veranda viewed the spectacle of the Ku Klux parade. His comment was that it was fine but absurd. There was an unfortunate episode of the event. Just as the Ku Klux withdrew, there was a discharge of firearms in the courtyard. Some witnesses said that the first discharge, an accidental one, due to nervousness, caused the others. Judge Thurlow, a visitor, was mortally wounded, and said a short while before his death that he was shot accidentally by his Republican friends. A Negro seated on the courthouse steps was killed instantly. 2 white men and a Negro were wounded. This tragedy was without design, and the excitement was quickly quieted. A rumor that a few undisguised Ku Klux were posted about the square was supported by the fact that after the departure of the troop, 3 men, having disguises in hand, were arrested by soldiers while in the act of mounting horses in one of the side streets. Later in the night, they were rescued from jail by their comrades and were never officially identified. But their paraphernalia was retained by the officials and often exhibited and photographed. Perhaps none other was ever captured directly from a wearer. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukula. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century, by Various. Section 7. Your Negro Neighbor, from Your Negro Neighbor. Author Benjamin Brawley. Release date February 12, 2011. E-book number 35256. To the people of the United States of America. Citizens and patriots, our country is still in the midst of the greatest war in the history of mankind. Already our sons and brothers have died in Europe. While the sacrifice is great, and each day comes home more closely to us, there must be no ceasing of the conflict until victory is assured. The principles of Christ must prevail, and democracy must be given some chance in the world. Because we believe this, because we love our country, because we wish to see our country truly noble and great, I am once more asking your attention to the vital subject of the place of the Negro in our American life. We feel that we may not unreasonably ask a hearing at this time. In the war now raging, we have fully done our part. If, indeed, any American could venture to say that he has done his part. Whether as officers or stevedores, our men have borne their share of the brunt of battle. Let it not be supposed that many of them did not enter the conflict with misgiving. They could not readily forget that under our country's flag crimes unspeakable had been committed against them. They could not help remembering that even as they went forth to fight, their sisters and their wives did not have the full protection of the law. They still had faith, however, in the great heart of the American people, and they could not believe that when the nation's finest manhood was being given for the principles of democracy and Christianity, deliberate injustice would indefinitely be tolerated. We remember, of course, at this time that public sentiment with reference to the Negro has undergone a great change within 50 years. Immediately after the Civil War there was a spirit, in the North at least, to give him a helping hand, though even here he was not always wanted as a laborer. In a period when feeling ran high, there was a tendency to base his rights on the fundamental principles of the Republic. Recently, however, in the stress of commercialism, the status of the Negro, along with many other grave moral questions, has been much in the background. Suddenly the war burst upon us and gave us a new era of soul questioning. The period of industrialism was formally signalized by one of the most telling speeches ever delivered in this or any other country, all the more effective because the orator was a high-minded, patriotic gentleman. In 1886, Henry W. Grady addressed the New England Club in New York on the New South. The 2 preceding decades had been an era of great scandal in the public life of the United States. Grady spoke to practical men, and he knew his ground. He asked his listeners to bring their full faith in American fairness and frankness to judgment upon what he had to say. He pictured in brilliant language the Confederate soldier, ragged, half-starved, heavy-hearted, who wended his way homeward to find his house in ruins and his farms devastated. He spoke kindly also of the Negro. Whenever he struck a blow for his own liberty, he fought in open battle, and when at last he raised his black and humble hands that the shackles might be struck off, those hands were innocent of wrong against his helpless charges. But Grady also implied that the Negro had already received too much attention and sympathy from the North. Said he, "To liberty and enfranchisement is as far as law can carry the Negro. The rest must be left to conscience and common sense." Hence, he asked that the South be left alone in the handling of its grave problem. The North took him at his word. Result: disfranchisement, segregation, and a lynching record that leaves us very little to say about the Turk in Armenia. Today, the Negro daily suffers such indignities as make the very words liberty and democracy a travesty. If he rides in a trolley car in the South, he is assigned a few rear seats. If his part of the car is crowded and seats near the front are vacant, he must still stand. If he takes a train, he must ride in a dirty half-coach, the other half being the baggage car, and he enters the railway station by a side door. In all the cities, even some of the largest, there is a persistent endeavor to restrict his residence to some unfavorable part of the town. Witness the segregation struggles in Atlanta, St. Louis, and Baltimore. Places of refinement and refreshment, libraries, parks, etc., are regularly closed to him. If Negro children go to school, they stand only a fraction of a chance of getting an education or a seat. In Massachusetts, of the children from 6 to 14 years of age, 93% are in school. In Louisiana, 68.4% of the white children are in school and 37.4% of the Negro children. In Birmingham, there is a public high school to which Negro students have to pay to go. In all Georgia, there is no public high school for Negroes at all. Not long ago, a colored man of excellent character and standing boarded a train between Birmingham and Chattanooga, accompanying his sister. Some white men invaded the coach and proceeded to smoke. The colored man protested to the officials, and forthwith both he and his sister receiving a beating. Such are the incidents that drive the iron into the Negro soul. We submit that they are altogether unjust and entirely at variance with the principles for which we are at war. Not only at home, however, do we have to consider the problem. The war has brought us as never before face to face with the whole foreign policy of the United States, especially as regards the mixed races and colored peoples with whom the national government has to deal. With one country after another, the question is raised whether, under her imperialistic policy and the Monroe Doctrine, the United States has acted with the honor and diplomatic courtesy that the case has demanded. Already, as is well known, in spite of repeated professions of friendship, the whole of South America views the great country at the North with suspicion, and the ultimate reason for the feeling is that in South America the color line is a vanishing quantity, whereas in the United States it is a very definite reality. Chile has not forgotten the gratuitous insults of 1891, nor Brazil our arrogance in 1893. The conscience of the nation is not yet satisfied that we did not, for selfish reasons, in 1898, force war upon a weaker nation, and the treatment of Colombia in the matter of the Panama Canal Zone was so infamous that 10 years afterwards the United States was still wondering just what sum of money would hush the mouths of the Colombian people. In Santo Domingo we have taken away from the people the right to handle their own money, and 2 years ago in Haiti, ostensibly for the suppression of a revolution, the country was seized, American officers installed, and a Southern white man appointed minister to the country, by tradition one especially jealous of its integrity as a nation. More recently we have purchased St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, on which islands, let us remember, the population is made up almost entirely of Negroes. In this connection we recall the Indian, remembering the Osceola was captured under a flag of truce. It is the cold, hard truth that the treatment by the United States of all colored or mixed races has been one marked by arrogance, injustice, and lack of honor. Said L. C. Wilson in writing from Puerto Rico to the American missionary. When the Americans came to the island 16 years ago, there was very little color line, but now it is well established. It has probably been hastened by the presence of many officials from the Southern states. Even the YMCA has been compelled to recognize it, and the fine new building is only for white young men. In the face of such things, we go back to fundamentals. The Declaration of Independence says, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." The 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States says, "The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude." But above even such noble utterances as these stand the words of him whom we profess to follow. "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy strength, and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself." And who is my neighbor? We feel that the United States cannot long remain in the dilemma of fighting for democracy while at the same time she denies the fundamental principles of democracy at home. We cannot much longer pluck the mote from our brother's eye, unmindful at the same time of the beam in our own. Meanwhile, however, the Negro goes quietly about his work. He has picked cotton and pulled fodder, scrubbed floors and washed windows, fired engines and dipped turpentine. He is not quite content, however, to be simply the doormat of American civilization. 12 million people are ceasing to accept slander and insult without a protest. They have heard about freedom, justice, and happiness, though these things seem not for them. They cannot quite see the consistency of fighting for outraged Belgians or Armenians so long as the rights of citizens at home are violated. In the words of Foraker, "They ask no favors because they are Negroes, but only justice because they are men." Yours for Liberty and Democracy, Benjamin Brawley. End of section 7. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.
Section 8 of Black Experience in America, 18th through 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Praline Woman by Alice Dunbar. Recording by Tara Thierry. Black Experience in America, 18th through 20th Century by Alice Dunbar, Section 8. The Praline Woman sits by the side of the Archbishop's quaint little old chapel on Royal Street and slowly waves her latanier fan over the pink and brown wares. "Pralines, pralines! Ah, mademoiselle, you buy? S'il vous plaît, mademoiselle, c'est praline. They be fine, very fresh." "Mais non, maman, you are not sure?" "Sure, child, ma bébé, ma petite, she put these up herself." "His hands so small, mademoiselle, like yours, mais brune. She put these up this morn." "You take none?" "No husband for you, then." "Ah, ma petite, you take?" "Cinq sous, bébé, mais le bon Dieu keep you good." "Mais oui, madame, I know you étranger. You don't look like these New Orleans people. You like those Yankee that come down for the war." Ding-dong, 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 chimes the cathedral bell across Jackson Square, and the Praline Woman crosses herself. "Hail Mary, full of grace." "Praline, madame? You buy like that? 10 sous, madame, and one little piece for lanyard for madame's little bébé. Ah, c'est bon." "Pralines, pralines, so fresh, so fine. Monsieur would like some for his little gal at home?" "Mais non. What's that you say? She's dead? Ah, monsieur, 'tis my little gal what died long year ago. Monsieur, monsieur." "Here come that lazy Indian squaw. What good she for anyhow? She just sit like that in the French market and sell her filet and sleep, sleep, sleep like so in his blanket. Hey there, you, Tonita, how goes your business?" "Pralines, pralines! Holy Father, you give me that blessing, sure. Take one. I know you like that white one. It tastes good. I know bien." "Praline, madame? I like your face. What for you wear black? Your little boy dead? You take one, just see how it tastes. I had one little boy once. He just grow 12, he's big like this. Then one day he take sick and die. Oh, madame, it most broke my poor heart. I burn candle in San Roque. I say my beads. I sprinkle holy water round his bed. He just lay so. His eyes turn up. He say, 'Maman, maman.' Then he die. Madame, you take one. No, no, no l'argent. You take one for my little boy's sake." "Pralines? Pralines, monsieur? Who make these?" "My little gal Dedelle, of course." "No, no, I don't make no more. Poor Tante Marie get too old." "Dedelle? She's one little gal I adopt. I see her one day in the street. He walking so. Hit cold, she shiver, and I say, 'Where you going, little gal?' And he can't tell. He just crip close to me and cry so. Then I take her home with me, and she say he's named Dedelle. You see, they want nobody there. My little gal, she's dead of the yellow fever. My little boy, he's dead. Poor Tante Marie all alone. Dedelle, she grow fine. She keep house and make pralines. Then when night come, she sit with his guitar and sing. Tu l'aimes ces 3 jours. Tu l'aimes ces 3 jours, ma cour à toi, ma cour à toi, tu l'aimes ces 3 jours. Ah, he's fine gal is Dedelle. Praline, praline, that little cloud, it look like rain, I hope no. Here come that lazy Irishman down the street. I don't like Irishmen, me, no, they so funny. One day, one Irishman, he said to me, "Auntie, what for you talk so?" And I just say back, "What for you say, faith, and be jabbers?" No, I don't like Irishman, me. Here come the rain. Now I got for to go. The Dell, she be wait for me. Down it come. It fall in the Mississippi and fill up so clean to the levee. Then we have big crevasse, and poor Tante Marie float away. Bonjour, madame. You come again? Pralines! Pralines! End of section 8. Recording by Tara Thierry, New York City.
Section 9 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. Section 9. Plantation life as viewed by an ex-slave, Minnie Davis, age 78, 237 Billup Street, Athens, Georgia. Written by Mrs. Sadie B. Hornsby, Athens, Georgia. Edited by Mrs. Sarah H. Hall, Athens, Georgia, and John N. Booth, WPA Residencies 6 and 7. August 29, 1938. The bareness of Minnie Davis's yard was relieved by a single rose bush, and her small house might best be described as a tumble-down shack. An unsteady wooden box served as a step to the fragment of porch before the front door. "Good morning, ma'am," was the greeting of a negro man who hastened to answer the visitor's knock at the door. "Yes, ma'am, Miss Minnie's at home." He turned, tapped on the door of one of the 4 rooms adjoining the hall, and called, "Miss Minnie, a white lady wants to see you." Minnie hobbled to the door and invited the visitor to her bedroom, where a suite of handsome walnut furniture reflected the period when marble tops were standard parts of dressers and washstands. A low chair, an old table, and a rusty heater completed the furnishings of the room. Age and ill health have not dealt kindly with Minnie, and her short-cut, kinky hair is almost white, but her eyes and face retain a remarkably youthful appearance. She is a small, thin woman of ginger-cake colour, and despite the sweltering heat, she wore a pink flannel nightgown, faded and dingy, and a pair of high-top black shoes, so badly run over that she hobbled along on the sides of them. Minnie is well educated, and she taught school for so long that her speech is remarkably free of dialect. When the nature of the visit was explained, Minnie said, "A white woman has been here several times before, but I was sick and didn't understand clearly what she wanted me to tell her." She then explained that she did not care to talk for publication at all. She said she was hungry, and had nothing at all in the house to eat. Her nephew Ed, an ex-postman, lived with her, she explained, and he would go for food if there was any money. She might feel like talking a little if she had something to eat. The interviewer provided the cash, and Ed soon returned with a pint of milk and some cinnamon rolls. After her repast, Minnie began to talk, giving the impression that every word was carefully weighed before it was uttered. "I was born in Greene County, near Penfield, Georgia," she said. "Aggie Crawford was my mother, and she was married to Jim Young. My only sister was Mariah, and my 3 brothers were Ned, John, and Jim. Ned was a mulatto. I know who his father was, but of course you won't ask me that. I wouldn't want to expose my own mother, or the man who was Ned's father. I was quite a small child during the war period, and I can tell you very little of that time, except the things my mother told me when I grew old enough to remember. My mother belonged to the Crawford family in Greene County, but when I knew anything we were living in Athens and were the slaves of Master John Crawford. As children we played around the yard. Those of us who were old enough had odd jobs to do. The unceiled house that my father and mother shared with 3 other families was weatherboarded and had a chimney made of sticks and dirt. There was a bed in each corner of the room, and from 1 to 3 children slept in the bed with their parents. The rest of the children slept on the floor. The tall old homemade wooden beds had very much the appearance of beds used now, except that cords were used instead of the metal springs that came into use later. Our Osnaburg mattress ticks were filled with straw. I'm quite sure there were no pillows. There was also a 2-story house on the lot for slaves. She was asked what she called her father and mother during slavery time, and her reply was, "I have always said father and mother because I liked it better, and the Bible teaches us to say that." Grandmother Dilsey and Grandfather Levi Crawford lived in Lexington. I saw my grandmother one time, but I don't know what she did at the white folks' house. Grandfather was a carpenter. I never got any money in slave time. If the slaves ever got any, it was when the Yankees came through here. At that time, the white people gave their money to the slaves for safekeeping, and after the Yankees went on, it was returned to the white owners. My mother was the cook and looked after the house. Oh, yes, indeed, we had good food to eat. Bread, milk, meat, collard greens, turnips, and potatoes. I would say we had just everything that was grown in the garden and on the plantations to eat at that time. The cooking was done in the kitchen in the yard. The fireplace was as wide as the end of this room, and a long iron bar extended from one end to the other. The great cooking pots were suspended over the coals from this bar by means of pot-hooks. Heavy iron skillets with thick lids were much used for baking, and they had ovens of various sizes. I've seen my mother bake beautiful biscuits and cakes in those old skillets, and they were ideal for roasting meats. Mother's batter cakes would just melt in your mouth, and she could bake and fry the most delicious fish. There was no certain thing that I liked to eat more than anything else in those days. I was young and had a keen appetite for all good things. Miss Fanny and Miss Susan often made candy, and it was so good I could have eaten all they made, had they given it to me. My father hired his time out. He made and sold ginger cakes on the railroad. In the summer-time we wore homespun dresses made with a full skirt gathered into a tight-fitting waist. In the winter-time the dresses were made of checked woolen material called linsey cloth. For underwear we wore Balmoral petticoats and Osnaburg drawers. We went barefooted most of the time. I remember one particular time when the ground was frozen and I went about without any shoes, but it didn't bother me. Barefooted children seldom had bad colds in winter. We wore just anything on Sunday, but we had to look nice and clean. Master John Crawford, son of the distinguished William H. Crawford, was my owner. Indeed, he was good to us. I'll tell you after a while about the time he wouldn't let the town marshal whip my mother. They told me his wife was a fine woman, and that she was as good to her slaves as she could be. She died very young in life, and Master John's sisters, Miss Fanny and Miss Susan, kept house for him after that. Master John's 3 children were Miss Fanny, Miss Rosa, and Master Allie. Miss Rosa married Master Tom Golden, and Miss Fanny married a Gurdon. I've forgotten his first name. Master John may have had an overseer on one of his plantations, but I don't remember. I do know he didn't have a carriage driver, for he didn't have a carriage. I don't believe I can describe the peculiar shape of his fine 8-room house. It was on Doherty Street, right back of Scudder's school. The Crawfords were considered very uppity people, and their slaves were uppish too. Master John didn't have many slaves, and they had to get up and get going early every morning. Master John was postmaster of Athens and had to be in his office by 8 o'clock every morning, so he ordered that his breakfast be served regularly at 7:30. No, ma'am, our white folks didn't teach their slaves to read and write, because it was against the law. However, they did read the Bible to us, and the slaves that were smart enough were asked to repeat the verses they had learned from hearing Miss Fanny, Miss Sue, and Master John read. The Crawford children were caught teaching my mother to read and write, but they were made to stop. Mother was quick to learn, and she never gave up. She would steal the newspapers and read up about the war, and she kept the other slaves posted as to how the war was progressing. She knew when the war was over almost as soon as Master John did. I don't recall any certain reason why the slaves were punished. They needed it, I'm sure of that.
Some folks need to be punished now. Miss Sue, as we called her, whipped the slaves for misbehavior. I remember one time there was quite a commotion. The town marshal came to our house to whip my mother. It had been told that she had been writing letters, asking people to buy whiskey from her, but Marster John wouldn't let the marshal touch her. There was a jail, but I don't recall that any of Master John's slaves were ever put there. I was told that his slaves were as a rule well behaved, and that they gave him no trouble. Yes, ma'am, we went to church. That is, those of us who cared to go did. There wasn't any separate church for colored people in Athens, that I can remember. We went to church and Sunday school at the First Presbyterian Church, where the slaves were allowed to sit in the gallery. I recall that Dr. Hoyt used to pray that the Lord would drive the Yankees back. He said that niggers were born to be slaves. My mother said that all the time he was praying out loud like that, she was praying to herself, "Oh, Lord, please send the Yankees on and let them set us free." I wasn't enough of a singer to have a favorite song, and I was too happy playing with the Crawford children to be interested in going to baptizings and funerals. I did go to my father's funeral. When he was taken sick, Dr. Holt attended his case, and it was not long before he told Master John that father would never get well. When he died, Mother hollered and screamed something terrible. Miss Sue told her not to cry because the Lord knows best. "Yes, Miss Sue," answered Mother, "but you have never loved a man to lose." With that they both cried. When anyone died in those days, the people sat up all night and didn't go to bed until the funeral was over. Now no real sympathy is shown. I don't believe any of Master John's slaves ever went to the war. He was good to them, and every one of them loved him. I heard of patrollers chasing slaves and whipping them if they were caught away from home without a pass, and sometimes they locked them up. However, nothing of the kind ever happened to any of Master John's slaves. He was a highly respected citizen, and everyone in Athens knew better than to touch his Negroes. After the work for the day was finished at the big house, the slaves went to their quarters to weave cloth and sew, but when 10 o'clock came and the bell sounded, everything had to be quiet. Slaves on our place worked Saturday afternoons the same as any other day. On Saturday nights the young folks and a few of the older folks danced. Some of them got passes from Master John so they could visit around. They popped corn, pulled candy, or just sat around and talked. Those of us who desired went to Sunday school and church on Sundays. Others stayed at home and did their washing and ironing. There was always plenty of that to be done. Christmas was a grand time at Master John's. We had everything good to eat under the sun at that time, and as my mother was the cook, I was sure of getting my share of the good things. Miss Fanny and Miss Sue played Santa Claus to slave children. I was sorry when Mary got too smart and peeped to see what it was all about, for after that they just came to our house and handed us the things that would have come as Santa Claus. New Year's Day was no different from other days, except that Master John gave the grown folks whiskey to drink that day like he did on Christmas morning. They couldn't risk giving slaves much whiskey, because it made 'em mean, and they would fight the white folks. They had to be mighty careful about things like that in order to keep down uprisings. My mother went to corn shuckings, cotton pickings, and quiltings. They must have had wonderful times to hear her tell it. She said that after the corn was shucked, cotton picked, or quilts quilted, they always gave 'em plenty of good things to eat and drink, and let them loose to enjoy themselves for the balance of the night. Those things took place at harvest time, and everyone looked forward to having a good time at that season. Mother said that Master John was particular with his slaves, and wouldn't let them go just anywhere to these things. About the only game I can remember playing as a child was a doll game. The Crawford children would use me for the doll, and when my turn came to play Mama and claim one of them for my doll, Miss Fanny or Miss Sue would appear, and then I would have to be a doll for them. I didn't mind, for I dearly loved them all. Now about raw head and bloody bones. I'm going to tell you, miss, my master's people were cultured and refined, and they wouldn't allow such things told to their own children or to their slaves' children. They didn't want anything done or said to frighten any little children. And if a nurse or anyone else was caught doing such a thing, that person was punished for it. With the heritage of training like that, I could hardly be expected to believe in such things. Master John was grand to sick slaves. He always sent for Dr. Moore, who would make his examination and write out his prescription. When he left, his parting word was usually, "Give him a sound thrashing and he'll get better." Of course he didn't mean that, it was his little joke. Dr. Holt, Dr. Crawford Long, and Dr. Jones Long were sometimes called in for consultation on particularly serious cases. We didn't like Dr. Moore, and usually begged for one of the other doctors. I don't think my white folks used teas made of herbs, leaves, or roots. They may have, but I don't remember it. However, I do know that we wore little sacks of asafoetida round our necks to keep off diseases, and that the white folks wore it too. On the day we learned of the surrender, the negroes rallied round the Liberty flagpole they set up near where the City Hall is now. All day long they cut up, and there was a song they sung that day that went something like this: "We rally round the flagpole of Liberty, the Union forever, hurrah, boys, hurrah." Next morning, when the negroes got up, the white folks had cut that pole down. We were mortally afraid of the Yankees when they appeared here a short time after the surrender. We were afraid of the Ku Klux Klan riders, too. The negroes did act so bad, there were lots of killings going on for a long time after the war was supposed to be over. Mother was glad and sorry, too, that she was free. Master John had been so good to all his slaves that none of them really wanted to leave him. We stayed on a while, then Mother left and rented a room. She worked hard and bought a house as soon as she could. Others did the same. There were very few slaves that had any money at all to begin on. Immediately following the surrender, Northern people opened Knox Institute. One of my teachers was Miss Dora Brooks, a white woman from the North. The principal was a white man. He was Mr. Sorter. After I graduated from Knox Institute, I went to the Atlanta University 4 years, then came back to Athens and taught school here 40 years. I taught whatever grade they assigned me to each year, never any certain grade from year to year. First and last I've taught from first grade through high school. I would be teaching now if it were not for my bad health. I receive a teacher's pension, but have never applied for an old age pension. My husband was Samuel B. Davis, publisher of the Athens Clipper. I published this newspaper myself for a short while after his death, then sold it. We didn't have a big wedding, just a very simple one at my mother's house. I was married in a nice white dress, but it was nothing fancy. Our 2 children were born dead. Once I had a nice home, beautifully furnished. All I have left of it is this old house and my good bedroom suite. The rest of my possessions have gotten away from me during my continued illness. I often think of Abraham Lincoln. He did a good deed for my race. Jeff Davis was a good man, and no doubt he thought he was doing the right thing. Booker T. Washington was a man of brilliant mind, but he was radically wrong in many of his views pertaining to education of the black race. He lectured here once, but I didn't bother to hear him speak. Yes, ma'am, indeed I had rather be free. Oh, religion is glorious. If God has set you free from the bonds and penalties of sin, I think you ought to live up to your Lord's commands. I dearly love to go to church and hear the preacher tell of God. It gives me strength to live until he is ready for me to go. Now, miss, I hope I have told you what you wanted to know, but I must admit the things that took place way back there are rather vague in my mind. I'm an old woman, and my mind is not as clear as it once was. Next week, if I am strong enough to make the trip, I am going to spend the day with Mary Colbert, and go over the old times you and I have discussed. She remembers them better than I do, because she is older. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Black Experience in America, 18th through 20th century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donald Fitzgill, Jr. Black Experience in America, 18th through 20th century by Various. Where the Negro Lives by Mary White Ovington and Francis Boas. It is 35 years since, in his symphony, Sidney Lanier told of the poor that stand by the inward opening door. Trade's hand doth tighten evermore, and sigh their monstrous foul air sigh for the outside hills of liberty. Were Lanier writing this today, we should wonder whether New York's crowded tenements had not served as inspiration for his figure. The island of Manhattan, about 8 miles long by 2 miles wide, with an additional slender triangle of 5 miles at the north end in 1905, housed 2,112,000 people. These men and women and children were not scattered uniformly throughout the island, but were placed in selected corners, 1,000 to the acre, while a mile or so away large comfortable homes held families of 2 or 3. This was Manhattan's condition in 1905, and with each succeeding year more congestion takes place, and more pressure is felt upon the inward opening door. The Negro, with the rest of the poor in New York, has his part in this excessive overcrowding. The slaver in which he made his entrance to this land provided in floor space 6 feet by 1'4" for a man, 5 feet by 1'4" for a woman, and 4 feet by 1'4" for a child. This outdoes any overcrowding New York can produce, but an ever-increasing cost in food and rent is bringing her interior bedrooms a mass of humanity approximating that of a slaver's ship. These newcomers, however, are not unwilling occupants, since unlike the slaves they may spend their day and much of their night amid an ocean of changing and exciting incidents. If you are young and strong, you care less where you sleep than where you may spend your waking hours. From among the millions of New York's poor, can we pick out the Negroes in their tenements? This is not so difficult a task as it would have proved 50 years ago when the colored were scattered throughout the city. Today we find them confined to fairly definite quarters. A black face on the Lower East Side is viewed with astonishment, while on the Middle West Side it is no more noticeable than it would be in Atlanta or New Orleans. Roughly we may count 5 Negro neighborhoods in Manhattan: Greenwich Village, the Middle West Side, San Juan Hill, the Upper East, and the Upper West Sides. Brooklyn has a large Negro population, but it is more widely distributed and less easily located than that of Manhattan. Of the 5 Manhattan neighborhoods, the oldest is Greenwich Village. According to Janvier, once the most attractive part of New York, where the streets have a tendency to sidle away from each other and to take sudden and unreasonable turns, here one finds such fascinating names as Minetta Lane and Carmine and Cornelia Streets. These and neighboring thoroughfares grow daily and more grimy, however, and no longer merit Janvier's praise for cleanliness, moral and physical. The picturesque, friendly old houses are giving way to factories with high, monotonous fronts, where foreigners work who crowd the ward and destroy its former American aspect. Among the old-time aristocracy bearing Knickerbocker names, there are a few colored people who delight in talking of the fine families and past wealth of old Greenwich Village. Scornful of the gibberish-speaking Italians, they sigh, too, at their own race as they see it. For the ambitious Negro has moved uptown, leaving this section largely to widowed and deserted women and degenerates. The once handsome houses, altered to accommodate many families, are rotten and unwholesome, while the newer tenements of West 3rd Street are darkened by the elevated road and shelter vice that knows no race. Altogether, this is not a neighborhood to attract the newcomer. Here alone in New York, I have found the majority of adults, northern-born men and women who, unsuccessful in their struggle with city life, have been left behind in these old forgotten streets. The second section, north of the first, lies between West 14th and West 59th Streets, and 6th Avenue and the Hudson River. In 1880, this was the center of the Negro population, but business has entered some of the streets and Pennsylvania Railroad has scooped out acres for its terminal, and while the colored houses do not diminish in number, they show no decided increase. No one street is given over to the Negro, but a row of 2 or 3 or 6 or even 8 tenements shelter the black man. The shelter afforded is poorer than that given the white resident whose dwelling touches the black. The rents are a little higher, and the landlord fails to pay attention to ragged paper or to a ceiling which scatters plaster flakes upon the floor. In the 30s, there are rear tenements reached by narrow alleyways. Crimes are committed by black neighbor against black neighbor, and the entrance to the rear yard offers a tempting place for a girl to linger at night. A rear tenement is New York's only approach to the alley of cities farther south. There are startling and happy surprises in all tenement neighborhoods, and I recall turning one afternoon from a dark yard into a large, beautiful room. Muslin curtains concealed the windows. The brass bed was covered with a thick white counterpane, and on either side of the fireplace, where coal burned brightly in an open grate, were 2 rare engravings. It was a workroom, and the mistress of the house, steady, capable, and very black, was at her ironing board. By her sat the colored mammy of the storybook, rocking lazily in her chair. She explained to me that her daughter found her down south 2 years ago and brought her to this northern home, where she had nothing to do, for her daughter could make $50 a month. This home picture was made lastingly memorable by the younger woman's telling me softly as she went with me to the door, "I was sold from my mother down in Georgia when I was 2 years old. I ain't sure she's my mother. She thinks so, but I can't ever be sure." Homes beautiful both in appearance and in spirit can rarely occur where people must dwell in great poverty, but there are many efforts at attractive family life on these streets. A few of the blocks are orderly and quiet. 37th Street, between 8th and 9th Avenues, is largely given over to the colored and is rough and noisy. Here and down by the river at Hell's Kitchen, the rioting in 1900 between the Irish and the Negro took place. Men are ready for a fight today, and the children see much of hard drinking and quick blows. The poorer the family, the lower is the quarter in which it must live, and the more enviable appears the fortune of the anti-social class. A vicious world dwells in these streets and makes notorious this section of New York, for this is a part of the Tenderloin district, and at night, after the children's cries have ceased, and the fathers and mothers who have worked hard during the day have put out their lights, the automobiles rush swiftly past bearing the men of superior race. Temptation is continuous, and the child that grows up pure in thought and deed does so in spite of his surroundings. Before reaching West 59th Street, the beginning of our 3rd district, we come upon a Negro block at West 53rd Street. When years ago the elevated railroad was erected on this fashionable street, white people began to sell out and rent to Negroes, and today you find 3 colored hotels, the Young Colored, Young Men's, and Young Women's Christian Associations, the offices of many colored doctors and lawyers, and 3 large beautiful colored churches. The din of the elevated drowns alike the doctor's voice and his patients, the clients, and the preachers. From 59th Street, walking north on 10th Avenue, we begin to ascend a hill that grows in steepness until we reach 62nd Street. The avenue is lined with small stores kept by Italians and Germans, but to the left the streets, sloping rapidly to the Hudson River, are filled with tenements, huge double-deckers, built to within 10 feet of the rear of the 25-foot lot, accommodating 4 families on each of the 5 floors. We can count 479 homes on one side of the street alone. This is our 3rd district, San Juan Hill, so called by an onlooker who saw the policemen charging up during one of the once common race fights. It is a bit of Africa, as Negroid in aspect as any district you are likely to visit in the South. A large majority of its residents are Southerners and West Indians, and it presents an interesting study of the Negro poor in a large northern city. The block on 60th Street has some white residents, but the blocks on 61st, 62nd, and 63rd are given over entirely to colored. On the square made by the north side of 61st, the south side of 62nd Streets and 10th and West End Avenues, 5.4 acres, the state census of 1905 showed 6,173 inhabitants. All but a few of these must have been Negroes, as the avenue sides of the block occupied by whites are short and with low houses. It is the long line of 5-story tenements running 800 feet down the two streets that brings up the enumeration. The dwellings on the 61st and 62nd Streets are human hives, honeycombed with little rooms thick with human beings. Bedrooms open into air shafts that admit no fresh breezes, only foul air carrying too often the germs of disease. The people on the hill are known for their rough behavior, their readiness to fight, their coarse talk. Vice is abroad, not in insidious form as in the more well-to-do neighborhood farther north, but open and cheap. Boys play at craps, unmolested. Gambling is prevalent, and Negro loafers hang about the street corners and largely support the 10th Avenue saloons. But San Juan Hill has many respectable families, and within the past 5 years it has taken a decided turn for the better. The improvement has been chiefly upon 63rd Street, where 2 model tenements, one holding 100, the other 161 families, have been opened under management of the City and Suburban Homes Company, the larger one having been erected by Mr. Henry Phipps, planning for a 4% return on their investment. These landlords have rented only to respectable families, and the rule has changed the character of the block. Old houses have been remodeled to compete with the newer dwellings, street rows have ceased, and the police captain of the district, we are told, now counts this as one of the peaceful and law-abiding blocks of the city. When its other blocks show a like improvement, San Juan Hill will no longer merit its belligerent name. The Lower East Side of Manhattan, a many-storied mass of tenements and workshops where immigrants labor and sleep in their tiny crowded rooms, was once a fashionable American district. At that time, Negroes dwelt near the whites as barbers, caterers, and coachmen, and laundresses and waiting maids. But with the removal of the people whom they served, the colored men and women left also, and it is difficult to find an African face among the hundreds of thousands of Europeans south of 14th Street. On Pell Street, in the Chinese Quarter, there used to be 2 colored families on friendly terms with their neighbors, who, however, went uptown for their pleasures and their church. It is not until we reach 3rd Avenue and 43rd Street that we have come to the East Side Negro tenement. From this point, such houses run a straggling line chiefly between 2nd and 3rd Avenues to the Bronx, where the more well-to-do among the colored live. At 97th Street and on up to 100th Street, dark faces are numerous. About 650 Negro families live on these 4 streets and around the corner on 3rd Avenue. Occasionally they live in houses occupied by Jews or Italians. Above this section there are a number of Negro tenements in the 130s between Madison and 5th Avenues. Almost a West Side neighborhood since it adjoins the large colored quarter to the west of 5th Avenue. On the whole, the East Side is not often sought by the colored as a place of residence. Their important churches are in another part of the city, and every New Yorker knows the difficulty in making a way across Central Park. Yet, the neighborhood is not uncivil to them, and one rarely reads here of race friction. Doubtless this is part owing to the smallness of the population, all of Manhattan east of Fifth Avenue containing but 14% of the apartments occupied by colored in the city, but it is partly, too, that Jews and Italians prove less belligerent tenement neighbors than Irish. 5 years ago, those of us who were interested in the Negro poor continually heard of their difficulty in securing a place to live. Not only were they unable to rent in neighborhoods suitable for respectable men and women, but dispossession, caused perhaps by the inroad of business, meant a despairing hunt for any home at all. People clung to miserable dwellings where no improvements had been made for years, thankful to have a roof to shelter them. Yet all the time new law tenements were being built, and Gentile and Jew were leaving their former apartments in haste to get into these more attractive dwellings. At length the Negro got his chance, not a very good one, but something better than New York had yet offered him, a chance to follow into the houses left vacant by the white tenants. Owing in part to the energy of Negro real estate agents, in part to rapid building operations, desirable streets near the subway and the elevated railroad were thrown open to the colored. This Negro quarter, the last we have to note and the newest, has been created in the past 8 years. When the Tenement House Department tabulated the 1900 census figures for the borough of Manhattan and showed the nationalities and races on each block, it found only 300 colored families in a neighborhood that today accommodates 4,473 colored families. This large increase is on 6 streets: West 99th between 8th and 9th Avenues, West 100 and 19th between 7th and 8th Avenues, West 133rd on 136th Streets between 5th and 7th Avenues, with a few houses between 7th and 8th and on Lenox Avenues. There are colored tenements north and south of this, and while these figures are correct today, they may be wrong tomorrow. For new tenements are continually given over to the Negro people. Moreover, on all these streets are colored boarding and lodging houses, crowded with humanity. Houses today fall into the hands of the Negro as a child's blocks placed on end tumble when a push is given to the first in the line. The New York Times in August 1905 gives a graphic account of the entrance of the colored tenant on West 99th Street. 2 houses had been opened for a short time to Negroes when the other house owners capitulated and the colored influx came. The street was so choked with vehicles Saturday that some of the drivers had to wait with their teams around the corners for an opportunity to get into it. A constant stream of furniture trucks loaded with the household effects of a new colony of colored people who were invading the choice locality is pouring into the street. Another equally long procession, moving in the other direction, is carrying away the household goods of whites from their homes of years. The movement is not always so swift as this, but it is continuous. This last colored neighborhood perhaps ought not to be spoken of as belonging to the poor, not to Lanier's poor whose door pressed so tighteningly inward. Here are homes where it is possible with sufficient money to live in privacy and with the comforts of steam heat and a private bath. But rents are high, and if money is scarce, the apartment must be crowded and privacy lost. Moreover, vice has made its way into these newly acquired streets. The sporting class will always pay more and demand fewer improvements than the workers. And, unable to protect himself, the respectable tenant finds his children forced to live in close propinquity to viciousness. Each of these new streets has this objectionable element in its population, for while some agents make earnest efforts to keep the property they handle respectable, they find the owner wants money more than respectability. In our walk up and down Manhattan, turning aside and searching for Negro-tenanted streets, we ought to see one thing with clearness, that the majority of the colored population live on a comparatively few blocks. This is a new and important feature of their New York life, and in certain parts of the city, it develops a color problem. For while you seem an inappreciable quantity when you constitute 2% of the population in the borough, you are of importance when you form 100% of the population of your street. This congestion is accompanied by a segregation of the race. The dwellers in these tenements are largely newcomers, men and women from the South and the West Indies, seeking the North for greater freedom and for economic opportunity. Like any other strangers, they are glad to make their home among familiar faces, and they settle in the already crowded places on the West Side. Freedom to live on the East Side next door to a bohemian family may be very well, but sociability is better. The housewife who timidly hangs her clothes on the roof her first Monday morning in New York is pleased to find the next line swinging with the laundry of a Richmond acquaintance who instructs her in the perplexing housekeeping devices of her flat. No chatting foreigner could do that. And while to be welcome in a white church is inspiring, to find the girl you knew at home in the next pew to you is still more delightful when you have arrived, tired and homesick, at the great city of New York. So the colored working people, like the Italians and Jews and other nationalities, have their quarter in which they live very much by themselves, paying little attention to their white neighbors. If the white people of the city have forced this upon them, they have easily accepted it. Should this 2% of the population be compelled to distribute itself mathematically over the city, each ward and street having its correct quota, it would evince dissatisfaction. This is not true of the well-to-do elements, but of the mass of the Negro workers whose homes we have been visiting. Loving sociability, these newcomers to the city, and it is in the most segregated districts that the greater number of Southern and British-born Negroes are found, keep to their own streets and live to themselves. If they occupy all the sidewalk as they talk over important matters in front of their church, the outsider passing should recognize that he is an intruder and to take to the curb. He would leave the sidewalk entirely were he on Hester Street or Mulberry Bend. Newcomers to New York usually segregate, and the Negro is no exception. While congestion and segregation seem important to us as we look at these colored quarters, I suspect that the matter most pertinent to the Negro newcomer is not where he will live nor how he will live, but whether he will be able to live in New York at all. Whether he can meet the landlord's agent the day he comes to the door. For New York rents have mounted upwards, as have her tenements. The Phipps model houses, built especially to benefit the poor, charge $25 a month for 4 tiny rooms and bath. And while this is little more than the dark old rooms would bring, it takes about all of the $25 you make running an elevator to get a flat in New York. What wonder that, once secured, it is overrun with lodgers, or that if privacy is maintained, there is not enough money left to feed and clothe the growing household. The once familiar song of the colored comedian still rings true in New York. Rufus Rostus Johnson Brown, what you gonna do when the rent comes round? End of Where the Negro Lives by Mary White Ovington and Francis Boas. Recording by Donald Fitzgill, Jr.
Section 11 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Laurie Ann Walden. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century, by Various. Nobody's Lookin' But the Owl and the Moon, A Negro Serenade, by James W. Johnson. The river is a-glistenin' in the moonlight, the owl is settin' high up in the tree, the little stars am twinklin' with a soft light, the night seems only just for you and me. Through the trees the breezes am a-sighin', breathin' out a sort o' lover's croon. There's nobody lookin' or a-spyin', nobody but the owl and the moon. Nobody's lookin' but the owl and the moon, and the night is balmy, for the month is June. Come then, honey, won't you? Come to meet me soon, while nobody's lookin' but the owl and the moon. I feel so kind o' lonely all the daytime, it seems I really don't know what to do. I just keep sort o' longin' for the night time, 'cause then I know that I can be with you. And the thought just sets my brain a-swayin' and my heart a-beatin' to a tune. Come, the owl won't tell what we's a-sayin', and 'cause you know we can trust the moon. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Plea for Industrial Opportunity by Fanny Jackson Coppin. Recording by Susan Hollingsworth. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century by Various. Section 12. The great lesson to be taught by this fair is the value of cooperative effort to make our cents dollars and to show us what help there is for ourselves, in ourselves. That the colored people of this country have enough money to materially alter their financial condition was clearly demonstrated by the millions of dollars deposited in the Freedmen's Bank. That they have the good sense and the unanimity to use this power are now proved by this industrial exhibition and fair. It strikes me that much of the recent talk about the Exodus has proceeded upon the high-handed assumption that owing largely to the credit system of the South, the colored people there are forced to the alternative, to curse God and die, or else go west. Not a bit of it. The people of the South, it is true, cannot at this time produce hundreds of dollars, but they have millions of pennies, and millions of pennies make tens of thousands of dollars. By clubbing together and lumping their pennies, a fund might be raised in the cities of the South, that the poorer classes might fall back upon while their crops are growing, or else by the opening of cooperative stores, become their own creditors, and so effectually rid themselves of their merciless extortioners. "Oh, they won't do anything, you can't get them united on anything," is frequently expressed. The best way for a man to prove that he can do a thing is to do it, and that is what we have shown we can do. This fair, participated in by 24 states in the Union, and gotten up for a purpose which is of no pecuniary benefit to those concerned in it, effectually silences all slanders about "we won't" or "we can't" do, and teaches its own instructive and greatly needed lessons of self-help, the best help that any man can have, next to God's. Those in charge who have completed the arrangement of the fair have studiously avoided preceding it with noisy and demonstrative babblings, which are so often the vapid precursors of promises as empty as those who make them. Therefore, in some quarters, our fair has been overlooked. It is not, we think, a presumptuous interpretation of this great movement to say that the voice of God now seems to utter, "Speak to the people, that they go forward." Go forward in what respect? Teach the millions of poor colored laborers of the South how much power they have in themselves by cooperation of effort and by a combination of their small means to change the despairing poverty which now drives them from their homes and makes them a millstone around the neck of any community, South or West. Secondly, that we shall go forward in asking to enter the same employments which other people enter. Within the past 10 years we have made almost no advance in getting our youth into industrial and business occupations. It is just as hard, for instance, to get a boy into a printing office now as it was 10 years ago. It is simply astonishing when we consider how many of the common vocations of life colored people are shut out of. Colored men are not admitted to the printers' trade union, nor, with very rare exceptions, are they employed in any city of the United States in a paid capacity as printers or writers, one of the rare exceptions being the employment of H. Price Williams on the Sunday press of this city. We are not employed as salesmen or pharmacists, or saleswomen, or bank clerks, or merchants' clerks, or tradesmen, or mechanics, or telegraph operators, or to any degree as state or government officials, and I could keep on with the string of ors until tomorrow morning, but the patience of an audience has its limit. Slavery has made us poor, and its gloomy, malicious shadow tends to keep us so. I beg to say, kind hearers, that this is not spoken in a spirit of recrimination. We have no quarrel with our fate, and we leave your Christianity to yourselves. Our faith is firmly fixed in that eternal providence that in its own good time will justify the ways of God to man. But believing that to get the right men into the right places is a consummation most devoutly to be wished, it is a matter of serious concern to us to see our youth with just as decided diversity of talent as any other people, herded together into but 3 or 4 occupations. It is cruel to make a teacher or a preacher of a man who ought to be a printer or a blacksmith, and that is exactly the condition we are now obliged to submit to. The greatest advance that has been made since the war has been effected by political parties, and it is precisely the political positions that we think it least desirable our youth should fill. We have our choice of the professions, it is true, but as we have not been endowed with an overwhelming abundance of brains, it is not probable that we can contribute to the bar a great lawyer except once in a great while. The same may be said of medicine, nor are we able to tide over the starving time between the reception of a diploma and the time that a man's profession becomes a paying one. Being determined to know whether this industrial and business ostracism lay in ourselves or in our stars, we have from time to time knocked, shaken, and kicked at these closed doors of employment. A cold, metallic voice from within replies, "We do not employ colored people." Ours not to make reply, ours not to question why. Thank heaven we are not obliged to do and to die. Having the preference to do or die, we naturally prefer to do. But we cannot help wondering if some ignorant or faithless steward of God's work and God's money hasn't blundered. It seems necessary that we should make known to the good men and women who are so solicitous about our souls and our minds that we haven't quite got rid of our bodies yet, and until we do, we must feed and clothe them. And this attitude of keeping us out of work forces us back upon charity. That distinguished thinker, Mr. Henry C. Carey, in his valuable works on political economy, has shown by the truthful and forceful logic of history that the elevation of all peoples to a higher moral and intellectual plane and to a fuller investiture of their civil rights has always steadily kept pace with the improvement in their physical condition. Therefore we feel that resolutely and in unmistakable language, yet in the dignity of moderation, we should strive to make known to all men the justice of our claims to the same employments as others under the same conditions. We do not ask that any one of our people shall be put into a position because he is a colored person, but we do most emphatically ask that he shall not be kept out of a position because he is a colored person. An open field and no favors is all that is requested. The time was when to put a colored girl or boy behind a counter would have been to decrease custom. It would have been a tax upon the employer and a charity that we were too proud to accept. But public sentiment has changed. I am satisfied that the employment of a colored clerk or a colored saleswoman wouldn't even be a 9 days' wonder. It is easy of accomplishment, and yet it is not. To thoughtless and headstrong people who meet duty with impertinent dictation, I do not now address myself. But to those who wish the most gracious of all blessings, a fuller enlightenment as to their duty, to those I beg to say, think of what is suggested in this appeal. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Title by author. Recording by Buddha. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th century. By Various. Section 13. Sketches of the Black Baptist Church at Savannah, in Georgia, and of their minister Andrew Bryan, extracted from several letters. From the Journal of Negro History, Volume 1, January 1916. Author, various. Release date, October 5th, 2004. E-book number 13642. Savannah, July 19th, 1790, etc. Dear Brother, with pleasure I receive your favor of the 20th ultimo, more particularly as I trust the correspondence may be of use to Brother Andrew's church, concerning the origin of which I have taken from him the following account. Our brother Andrew was one of the black hearers of George Liele, of whom an account was given before, and was hopefully converted by his preaching from chapter 3 of St. John's Gospel, and a clause of verse 7, Ye must be born again. Prior to the departure of George Liele for Jamaica, he came up from Tybee River, where departing vessels frequently lay ready for sea, and baptized our brother Andrew, with a wench of the name Hagar, both belonging to Jonathan Bryan, Esquire. These were the last performances of our brother George Liele in this quarter. About 8 or 9 months after his departure, Andrew began to exhort his black hearers with a few whites. Edward Davis, Esquire, indulged him and his hearers to erect a rough building on his land at Yamacraw, in the suburbs of Savannah, for a place of worship, of which they have been very artfully dispossessed. In this their beginning of worship, they had frequent interruptions from the whites, as it was at a time that a number of blacks had absconded, and some had been taken away by the British. This was a plausible excuse for their wickedness in their interruptions. The whites grew more and more inveterate, taking numbers of them before magistrates. They were imprisoned and whipped. Sampson, a brother of Andrew, belonging to the same master, was convicted about a year after him, and continued with him in all their persecutions, and does until now. These, with many others, were twice imprisoned, and about 50 were severely whipped, particularly Andrew, who was cut and bled abundantly while he was under their lashes. Brother Hambleton says, he held up his hand and told his persecutors that he rejoiced not only to be whipped, but would freely suffer death for the cause of Jesus Christ. The Chief Justice Henry Osborne, Esquire, James Habersham, Esquire, and David Montague, Esquire, were their examinants, and released them. Their kind master also interceded for them, and was much affected and grieved at their punishment. Brother Hambleton was also an advocate for them, and further says that at one of their examinations, George Walton, Esquire, spoke freely in favor of the sufferers, saying that such treatment would be condemned even among barbarians. The Chief Justice Osborne then gave them liberty to continue their worship between sunrising and sunset, and their indulgent master told the magistrate that he would give them the liberty of his own house or his barn at a place called Brampton, about 3 miles from town, and that they should not be interrupted in their worship. In consequence hereof, they made use of their master's barn, where they had a number of hearers, with little or no interruption, for about 2 years. During the time of worship at Brampton, Brother Thomas Burton, an elderly Baptist preacher, paid them a visit, examined and baptized about 18 blacks. At another period, while there, they received a visit from our brother Abraham Marshall, who examined and baptized about 40 and gave them 2 certificates under his hand, copies of which follow. This is to certify that upon examination into the experiences and characters of a number of Ethiopians, and adjacent to Savannah, it appears that God has brought them out of darkness into the light of the gospel, and given them fellowship one with another. Believing it is the will of Christ, we have constituted them a church of Jesus Christ, to keep up his worship and ordinances. Signed, A. Marshall, VDM. January 19th, 1788. This is to certify that the Ethiopian Church of Jesus Christ at Savannah have called their beloved Andrew to the work of the ministry. We have examined into his qualifications, and believing it to be the will of the great head of the church, we have appointed him to preach the gospel and to administer the ordinances, as God in his providence may call. Signed, A. Marshall, VDM. January 20th, 1788. After the death of their master, his son, Dr. William Bryan, generously continued them the use of the barn for worship until the estate was divided among the family. Our brother Andrew, by consent of parties, purchased his freedom, bought a lot at Yamacraw, and built a residence near the dwelling house which their master had given Samson liberty to build on his lot, and which have ever been made use of for worship. But by the division of their master's estate, the lot wherein Samson had built a house to live in, and which until this time continues to be used for worship by Andrew, fell into the hands of an attorney who married a daughter of the deceased Mr. Bryan, and received no less than £12 a year for it. Samson serves as a clerk, but frequently exhorts in the absence of his brother, who has appointments in different places to worship. Brother Andrew's account of his number in full communion is 225, and about 350 have been received as converted followers, many of whom have not permission from their owners to be baptized. The whole number is judged to be about 575, from the towns being taken to this present July. I have consulted Brother Hambleton, who thinks they have need of a few Bibles, the Baptist Confession of Faith, the Catechism, Wilson on Baptism, some of Bryan's works, or any other that your wisdom may think useful to an illiterate people. They all join in prayer for you and yours, and beg your intercession at the throne of grace for them, as well as for the small number of whites that dwell there. And among them, I hope you will not forget your poor unworthy brother, and believe me, with sincere affections and brotherly love, you're in the bonds of the gospel. Signed, Jonathan Clark. Concerning the church at Savannah, the late Reverend Mr. Joseph Cook of the Yuhaw, Upper Indian Land, thus writes, "From the enclosed you will see how it became a church, and what they have suffered, which is extremely affecting. But they now begin to rise from obscurity and to appear great. I have some acquaintance with their pastor, and have heard him preach. His gifts are small, but he is clear in the grand doctrines of the gospel. I believe him to be truly pious, and he has been the instrument of doing more good among the poor slaves than all the learned doctors in America. The friends of our adorable Redeemer will, no doubt, rejoice to find that this large body of Christian Negroes, under the patronage of some of the most respectable persons in their city, have opened a subscription for the erecting of a place of worship in the city of Savannah. For the Society of Black People of the Baptist denomination, the property to be vested in the hands of 7 or more persons in trust for the church and congregation. Their case is sent to England, recommended by J. Johnson, minister of the Union Church, John Hamilton, Ebenezer Hills, Joseph Watts, D. Moses Valaton, John Milleen, Abraham Leggett. Since the preceding account has been in the press, other letters have been received, of which the following is an extract. Kingston, Jamaica, May 18, 1792. Reverend and Dear Sir, in answer to yours, I wrote December 18 last, and as I have not received a line from you since, I send this, not knowing but the other was miscarried. Mr. Green has called upon me, and very kindly offered his service to deliver a letter from me into your hands. He also advised me to send you a copy of our church covenant, which I have done, being a collection of some of the principal texts of Scripture which we observe, both in America and this country, for the direction of our practice. It is read once a month here on sacrament meetings, that our members may examine if they live according to all those laws which they profess, covenanted, and agreed to. By this means, our church is kept in scriptural subjection. As I observe in my last, the chiefest part of our society are poor, illiterate slaves, some living on sugar estates, some on mountains, pens, and other settlements, that have no learning, know not to know so much as a letter in the book, but the reading this covenant once a month, when all are met together from the different parts of the island, keeps them in mind of the commandments of God, and by shewing the same to the gentlemen of the legislature and the justices and magistrates, When I applied for a sanction, it gave them general satisfaction, and wherever a Negro servant is to be admitted, their owners, after the pursual of it, are better satisfied. We are this day raising the roof on the walls of our meeting house. The height of the walls from the foundation is 17 feet. I have a right to praise God and glorify Him for the manifold blessings I have received, and do still receive from Him. I have full liberty from Spanish Town, the capital of this country, to preach the gospel throughout the island. The Lord is blessing the work everywhere, and believers are added daily to the church. My tongue is not able to express the goodness of the Lord. As our meeting house is out of town, about 1.5 miles, I have a steeple on it, to have a bell to give notice to our people, and more particularly to the owners of slaves that are in our society, that they may know the hour on which we meet, and be satisfied that our servants return in due time, for which reason I shall be greatly obliged to you to send me out, as soon as possible, a bell that can be heard about 2 miles distance with the price. I have one at present, but it is rather small. The slaves may then be permitted to come and return in due time, for at present we meet very irregular in respect to hours. I remain, with the utmost regards, love, and esteem, Reverend Sir, yours, etc., George Lyle. Copy of a recommendatory letter of Hannah Williams, a Negro woman in London. It is all in print, except for the part of which now appears in italics. Kingston, Jamaica. We that are of the Baptist religion, being separated from all churches, excepting that they are of the same faith and order after Jesus Christ, according to the Scriptures, do certify that our beloved sister Hannah Williams, during the time she was a member of the church at Savannah, until the evacuation, did walk as a faithful, well-behaved Christian, and to recommend her to join any church of the same faith and order, given under my hand this 21st day of December, in the year of our Lord, 1791. George Lyle. Baptist Annual Register, 1790 to 1793, pages 339 to 344. End of section 13. Recording by Buddha. End of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th century, by various.
Section 14 of Black Experience in America, 18th through 20th century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lookin and Join by Zora Neale Hurston. Recording by Tara Theory. Black Experience in America, 18th through 20th century, by various. Section 14. Lookin and Join by Zora Neale Hurston. From 3 plays. Lookin and Join, 40 Yards, Woofing. Author Zora Neale Hurston. Release date November 29, 2005. Project Gutenberg ebook 17187. Time present. Place Waycross, Georgia. Scene Judge Dunfummy's court. Persons Judge Dunfummy, Officer Simpson and another, Jemima Flapcakes, Cliff Cullens, John Barnes, 2 lawyers, a clerk, a pretty girl and her escort. Setting usual courtroom arrangement, except that there is a large red arrow pointing off stage left marked to jail. Action. At rise, everybody is in place except the judge. Suddenly the clerk looks off stage right and motions for everybody to rise. Enter the judge. He wears a black cap and gown and has his gavel in his hand. The 2 policemen walk behind him holding up his gown. He mounts the bench and glares all about him before he seats himself. There is a pretty girl in the front row left, and he takes a good look at her, smiles, frowns at her escort. He motions the police to leave him and take their places with the spectators, and he then raps vigorously with his gavel for order. Judge. Hear, hear. Court is set. My honor is on the bench. You mouthy folks, set up. He glares at the boy with the pretty girl. All right, Mr. Whistlebritches, just keep up that jawing now and see how much time I'll give you. Boy, I wasn't talking, Your Honor. Judge, well, quit looking so mouthy. To clerk, call the first case, and I warn each and all that my honor is in bad humor this morning. I'd give a canary bird 20 years for pecking at an elephant. To clerk, bring 'em on. Clerk, reading. Cliff Mullins, charged with assault upon his wife with a weapon and disturbing the peace. As Cliff is led to the bar by the officer, the judge glares ferociously at the prisoner. His wife, all bandages, limps up to the bar at the same time. Judge, so you's one of these hard-boiled wife-beaters, huh? Just a mean old woman, Jessie. If I don't lay a hearing on you, God's a gopher. Now, what made you cut such a caper? Cliff, Judge, I didn't go hunt her. Saturday night I was down on Dearborn Street in Buffett Flat. Buffett Flat? At Emma Hale's house. Oh, yes, go on. Well, points thumb at wife, she come down here and claim I took her money, and she claimed I was spending it on Emma. Cliff's wife, and that's just what he was doing, too, Judge. Cliff, she's telling a great big old Georgia lie, Judge. I wasn't spending no money of hern. Woman, yes, he was, Judge. There wasn't no money for him to get but mine. He ain't hit a lick of work since God been to makin'. Know what he 'lowed when I worry him 'bout workin'? Say he wouldn't take a job with the Careless Love Lumber Company, puttin' out what make you do me like you do. Judge, so you goes for a sweetback, do you? Cliff, nah, sir, Judge. I'd be glad to work if I could find a job. Judge, how long you been out of work? Cliff, 17 years. Judge, 17 years? To woman, you been taking care of this man for 17 years? Woman, nah, but he been so mean to me it seems like 17 years. Judge, now tell me just where he hurt you. Judge, tell you the truth, I'm hurt all over. Rubs her buttocks. Fact is, I'm cut. Did you get cut in the fracas? Feeling the back of her left thigh below her buttocks. Not in the fracas, Judge. Just below it. She starts to show the judge where she has been cut. He motions to stop her. Stop! To Officer Simpson. Grab him. Put him in the shade. Cliff. Judge, I'm unguilty. I ain't laid the weight of my hand on her in malice. You got me accused of murder, and I ain't harmed a child. Judge, let me ask you something. Didn't you know that all the women in this town belongs to me? Beat my women, and I'll stuff you in jail. 90 years. Take him away. Cliff is led off to jail. Judge looks angrily at the boy who is holding hands with the pretty girl. You runs me hot, and I'm just dying to sit on your case. What you in here for? Boy, nothing. Judge, well, what you doing in my court, you gator-faced rascal? Boy, my girl wanted to see what was going on, so I brought her in. Judge, oh yeah? Smiles at girl. She was using good sense to come see what I'm doing, but how come you come in here? You going to have a hard time getting out. Boy, I ain't done a thing. I ain't never done nothing. I'm just as clean as a fish, and he been bathing all his life. Judge, you ain't done nothing, huh? Well, then you's guilty of vacancy. Grab him, Simpson, and search him, and if you got any concealed weapons, I'm going to give him lifetime and 8 years more. The officer seizes the boy and frisks him. All he finds is a new deck of cards. The judge looks at them in triumph. Uh-huh, I knowed it. One of these skin-game jellybeans, robbing hard-working men out they money. Boy, Judge, I ain't used them at all. See, they brand new. Judge, well then you's charged with toting concealed cards and attempt to gamble. 10 years at hard labor. Put 'em in the dark, Simpson, and throw the key away. He looks at the girl and beams. Don't you worry about how you going to get home. You going to be took home right, 'cause I'm going to take you myself. Bring on the next one, clerk. Clerk. Jemima Flapjacks, charged with illegal possession and sale of alcoholic liquors. She is a fat, black, belligerent-looking woman. Judge looks coldly at her. Judge. Well, you heard what he said. Is you guilty or unguilty? And I'm telling you right now that you come up before me, it's just like you's in church. You better have a strong determination, and you better tell a good experience. Jemima, arms akimbo. Yes, I sold it, and I'll sell it again. Snaps fingers and shakes hips. How does old booze-selling mama talk? Judge. Yes, $5,000 and 10 years in jail. Snaps fingers and shakes hips. How does old heavy fine and papa talk? She is led away, shouting and weeping. Clerk. The Otis Blunt, charged with stealing a mule. Lawyer rises and comes forward with the prisoner. Lawyer. You can't convict this man. I'm here to represent him. Judge. Your mouth might spout like a coffee pot, but I got a lawyer that can beat your sagastuating. Looks admiring at girl. How am I chewing my dictionary and mingling my alphabets? Lawyer. Well, I can try, can't I? Judge. Oh, yeah, you can try, but I can see right now where he's going to get all the time that God ever made that ain't been used already from now on. Go ahead and spread your lungs all over Georgie, but he's going to jail. Mules must be respected. Lawyer, striking a pose at the bar. Your Honor, looks at the pretty girl. Ladies and gentlemen. Judge. Never mind about that lady. You talk your chat to me. Lawyer. This is a clear case of syllogism. Again, I say syllogism. My client is innocent because it was a dark night when they say he stole the mule, and that's against all laws of syllogism. Judge looks impressed and laughs. Judge. That old fool do know something about law. Lawyer. When George Washington was pleading the case of Marbury versus Madison, what did he say? What did he say? Scintillate, scintillate, globule orific. Fain would I fathom thy nature's specific. Loftily poised and either capacious, strongly resembling a gem carbonaceous. What did Abraham Lincoln say about mule stealing? When torrid Phoebut refuses his presence and ceases to lamp with fierce incandescence, then you illumine the regions supernal, scintillate, scintillate semper nocturnal. Syllogism, again I say syllogism. He takes his seat amid applause. Judge. Man, you's a pleadin' fool. You knows your rules and bylaws. Other lawyer. Let me show my glory. Let me spread my habeas corpus. Judge. 'Tain't no use. This lawyer done convinced me. Other lawyer. But let me parade my material. Judge. Parade your material anywhere you wants to excepting before me. This little girl wants to go home, and I'm going with her and enjoy the consequences. Court's adjourned. Curtain. End of section 14. Recording by Tara Theory, New York City.
Section 15 of the Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donald Fitzgill, Jr. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century by Various. Excerpt from The Future of the American Negro by Booker T. Washington. In this chapter, I wish to show how, at Tuskegee, we are trying to work out the plan of industrial training, and trust I shall be pardoned the seeming egotism if I preface the sketch with a few words, by way of example as to the expansion of my own life and how I came to undertake the work at Tuskegee. My earliest recollection is of a small one-room log hut on a slave plantation in Virginia. After the close of the war, while working in the coal mines of West Virginia for the support of my mother, I heard, in some accidental way, of the Hampton Institute. When I learned that it was an institution where a black boy could study, could have a chance to work for his board, and at the same time be taught to work and to realize the dignity of labor, I resolved to go there. Bidding my mother goodbye, I started out one morning to find my way to Hampton, although I was almost penniless and had no definite idea as to where Hampton was. By walking, begging rides, and paying for a portion of the journey on the steam cars, I finally succeeded in reaching the city of Richmond, Virginia. I was without money or friends. I slept on a sidewalk, and by working on a vessel the next day I earned money enough to continue my way to the Institute, where I arrived with a capital of 50 cents. At Hampton, I found the opportunity, in the way of buildings, teachers, and industries provided by the generous, to get training in the classroom and by practical touch with industrial life, to learn thrift, economy, and push. I was surrounded by an atmosphere of business, Christian influence, and spirit of self-help that seemed to have awakened every faculty in me and caused me for the first time to realize what it meant to be a man instead of a piece of property. While there, I resolved, when I had finished the course of training, I would go into the far South, into the black belt of the South, and give my life to providing the same kind of opportunity for self-reliance, self-awakening that I had found provided for me at Hampton. My work began at Tuskegee, Alabama, in 1881, in a small shanty church with one teacher and 30 students, without a dollar's worth of property. The spirit of work and of industrial thrift, with aid from the state and generosity from the North, have enabled us to develop an institution which now has about 1,000 students gathered from 23 states and 88 instructors. Counting students, instructors, and their families, we have a resident population upon the school grounds of about 1,200 persons. The institution owns 2,300 acres of land, 700 of which are cultivated by student labor. There are 600 head of livestock, including horses, mules, cows, hogs, and sheep. There are over 40 vehicles that have been made and are now used by the school. Training is given in 26 industries. There is work in wood, in iron, in leather, in tin, and all forms of domestic economy are engaged in. Students are taught mechanical and architectural drawing, receive training as agriculturists, dairymen, masons, carpenters, contractors, builders, as machinists, electricians, printers, dressmakers, and milliners, and in other directions. The value of the property is $300,000. There are 42 buildings, counting large and small, all of which, with the exception of 4, have been erected by the labor of the students. Since this work started, there has been collected and spent for its founding and support $800,000. The annual expense is now not far from $75,000. In a humble, simple manner, the effort has been to place a great object lesson in the heart of the South for the elevation of the colored people, where there should be, in a high sense, that union of head, heart, and hand, which has been the foundation of the greatness of all races since the world began. What is the object of all this outlay? It must be first borne in mind that we have in the South a peculiar and unprecedented state of things. The cardinal needs among the 8 million colored people in the South, most of whom are found to be on the plantations, may be stated as food, clothing, shelter, education, proper habits, and a settlement of race relations. These millions of colored people of the South cannot be reached directly by any missionary agent, but they can be reached by sending out among them strong, selected young men and women with proper training of head, hand, and heart who will live among them and show them how to lift themselves up. The problem that the Tuskegee Institute keeps before itself constantly is how to prepare these leaders. From the outset, in connection with religious and academic training, it has emphasized industrial, or hand, training as a means of finding the way out of present conditions. First, we have found the industrial teaching useful in giving the student a chance to work out a portion of his expenses while in school. Second, the school furnishes labor that has an economic value and at the same time gives the student a chance to acquire knowledge and skill while performing the labor. Most of all, we find the industrial system valuable in teaching economy, thrift, and the dignity of labor, and in giving moral backbone to students. The fact that a student goes into the world conscious of his power to build a house or a wagon or to make a set of harness gives him a certain confidence and moral independence that he would not possess without such training. A more detailed example of our methods at Tuskegee may be of interest. For example, we cultivate by student labor 700 acres of land. The object is not only to cultivate the land in a way to make it pay our boarding department, but at the same time to teach the students, in addition to the practical work, something of the chemistry of the soil, the best methods of drainage, dairying, cultivation of fruit, the care of livestock and tools, and scores of other lessons needed by people whose main dependence is on agriculture. Friends some time ago provided means for the erection of a large new chapel at Tuskegee. Our students made the bricks for this chapel. A large part of the timber was sawed by the students at our sawmill. The plans were drawn by our teacher of architectural and mechanical drawing. The students did the brick masonry, the plastering, the painting, the carpentry work, the tinning, the slating, and made most of the furniture. Practically, the whole chapel was built and furnished by student labor. Now the school has this building for permanent use, and the students have a knowledge of the trades employed in its construction. While the young men do the kinds of work I have mentioned, young women, to a large extent, make, mend, and laundry the clothing of the young men. They also receive instruction in dairying, horticulture, and other valuable industries. One of the objections sometimes urged against industrial education for the Negro is that it aims merely to teach him to work on the same plan that he worked on when in slavery. This is far from being the object at Tuskegee. At the head of each of the 26 industrial divisions, we have an intelligent and competent instructor, just as we have in our history classes, so that the student is taught not only practical brick masonry, for example, but also the underlying principles of that industry, the mathematics and the mechanical and architectural drawing, or he is taught how to become master of the forces of nature, so that, instead of cultivating corn in the old way, he can use a corn cultivator that lays off the furrows, drops the corn into them, and covers it. And in this way, he can do more work than 3 men by the old process of corn planting, while at the same time much of the toil is eliminated and labor is dignified. In a word, the constant aim is to show the student how to put brains into every process of labor, how to bring his knowledge of mathematics and sciences and farming, carpentry, forging, foundry work, how to dispense as soon as possible with the old form of antebellum labor. In the erection of the chapel referred to, instead of letting the money which was given to us go into outside hands, we made it accomplish 3 objects. First, it provided the chapel. Second, it gave the students a chance to get a practical knowledge of the trades connected with the building. And third, it enabled them to earn something toward the payment of their board while receiving academic and industrial training. Having been fortified at Tuskegee by education of mind, skill of hand, Christian character, ideas of thrift, economy, and push, and a spirit of independence, the student is sent out to become a center of influence and light in showing the masses of our people in the Black Belt of the South how to lift themselves up. Can this be done? I give but one or two examples. 10 years ago, a young colored man came to the Institute from one of the large plantation districts. He studied in the classroom a portion of the time and received practical and theoretical training on the farm the remainder of the time. Having finished his course at Tuskegee, he returned to his plantation home, which was in a county where the colored people outnumbered the whites 6-1, as is true in many of the counties in the Black Belt of the South. He found the Negroes in debt. Ever since the war, they had been mortgaging their crops for the food on which to live while the crops were growing. The majority of them were living from hand to mouth on rented land in small one-room log cabins and attempting to pay a rate of interest on their advances that ranged from 15 to 40% per annum. The school had been taught in a wreck of a log cabin with no apparatus and had never been in session longer than 3 months out of 12. He found the people, as many as 8 or 10 persons of all ages and conditions and of both sexes, huddled together and living in one-room cabins year after year, and with a minister whose only aim was to work upon the emotions. One can imagine something of the moral and religious state of the community. But the remedy? In spite of the evil, the Negro got the habit of work from slavery. The rank and file of the race, especially those on the southern plantations, work hard. But the trouble is that what they earn gets away from them in high rents, crop mortgages, whiskey, snuff, cheap jewelry, and the like. The young man just referred to had been trained at Tuskegee, as most of our graduates are, to meet just this condition of things. He took the 3 months public school as a nucleus for his work. Then he organized the older people into a club or conference that held meetings every week. In these meetings, he taught the people in a plain, simple manner how to save their money, how to farm in a better way, how to sacrifice to live on bread and potatoes, if necessary, till they could get out of debt and begin the buying of lands. Soon a large proportion of the people were in a condition to make contracts for the buying of homes. Land is very cheap in the South, and to live without mortgaging their crops. Not only this, under the guidance and leadership of this teacher, the first year that he was among them, they learned how and built by contributions in money and labor a neat, comfortable schoolhouse that replaced the wreck of log cabin formerly used. The following year, the weekly meetings were continued, and 2 months were added to the original 3 months of school. The next year, 2 more months were added. The improvement has gone until these people have every year an 8-month school. I wish my readers could have the chance that I have had of going into this community. I wish they could look into the faces of the people and see them beaming with hope and delight. I wish they could see the 2 or 3 room cottages that have taken the place of the usual 1-room cabin. See the well-cultivated farms and the religious life of the people that now mean something more than the name. The teacher has a good cottage and well-kept farm that serve as models. In a word, a complete revolution has been wrought in the industrial, educational, and religious life of this whole community by reason of the fact that they have had this leader, this guide, and object lesson to show them how to take the money and effort that had hitherto been scattered to the wind in mortgages and high rents, in whiskey and gewgaws, and how to concentrate it in the direction of their own uplifting. One community on its feet presents an object lesson for the adjoining communities, and soon improvements show themselves in other places. Another student, who received academic and industrial training at Tuskegee, established himself 3 years ago as a blacksmith and wheelwright in the community. And, in addition to the influence of his successful business enterprise, he is fast making the same kind of changes in the life of the people about him that I have just recounted. It would be easy for me to fill many pages describing the influence of the Tuskegee graduates in every part of the South. We keep it constantly in the minds of our students and graduates that the industrial or material condition of the masses of our people must be improved, as well as the intellectual, before there can be any permanent change in their moral and religious life. We find it a pretty hard thing to make a good Christian of a hungry man. No matter how much our people get happy and shout in church, if they go home at night from church hungry, they are tempted to find something to eat before morning. This is a principle of human nature and is not confined alone to the Negro. The Negro has within him immense power for self-uplifting, but for years it will be necessary to guide him and stimulate his energies. The recognition of this power led us to organize 5 years ago what is known as the Tuskegee Negro Conference, a gathering that meets every February and is composed of about 800 representatives, colored men and women from all sections of the Black Belt. They come in ox carts, mule carts, buggies, on muleback and horseback, on foot, by railroad. Some travel all night in order to be present. The matters considered at the conference are those that the colored people have it in their own power to control, such as the evils of the mortgage system, the one-room cabin buying on credit, the importance of owning a home and putting money in the bank, how to build schoolhouses and prolong the school term and to improve their moral and religious condition. As a single example of the results, one delegate reported that since the conference was started 7 years ago, 11 people in his neighborhood had bought homes, 14 had gotten out of debt, and a number had stopped mortgaging their crops. Moreover, a schoolhouse had been built by the people themselves, and the school term had been extended from 3 to 6 months. And with a look of triumph, he exclaimed, "We done living in the ashes." Besides this Negro conference for the masses of the people, we now have a gathering at the same time known as the Tuskegee Workers' Conference, composed of the officers and instructors of the leading colored schools in the South. After listening to the story of the condition and needs from the people themselves, the Workers' Conference finds much food for thought and discussion. Let me repeat. From its beginning, this institution has kept in mind the giving of thorough mental and religious training, along with such industrial training as would enable the student to appreciate the dignity of labor and become self-supporting and valuable as a producing factor, keeping in mind the occupations open in the South to the average man of the race. This institution has now reached the point where it can begin to judge of the value of its work as seen in its graduates. Some years ago, we noted the fact, for example, that there was quite a movement in many parts of the South to organize and start dairies. Soon after this, we opened a dairy school where a number of young men could receive training in the best and most scientific methods of dairying. At present, we have calls, mainly from Southern white men, for twice as many dairymen as we are able to supply. The reports indicate that our young men are giving the highest satisfaction and are fast changing and improving the dairy product in the communities where they labor. I have used the dairy industry simply as an example. What I have said of this industry is true in a larger or less degree of the others. I cannot but believe, and my daily observation and experience confirm me in it, that as we continue placing men and women of intelligence, religion, modesty, conscience, and skill in every community in the South, who will prove by actual results their value to the community, this will constitute the solution for many of the present political and sociological difficulties. It is with this larger and more comprehensive view of improving present conditions and laying the foundation wisely that the Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute is training men and women as teachers and industrial leaders. Over 400 students have finished the course of training at this institution and are now scattered throughout the South doing good work. A recent investigation shows that about 3,000 students who have taken only a partial course are doing commendable work. One young man who was able to remain in school but 2 years has been teaching in one community for 10 years. During this time, he has built a new schoolhouse, extended the school term from 3 to 7 months, and has bought a nice farm upon which he has erected a neat cottage. The example of this young man has inspired many of the colored people in the community to follow his example in some degree, and this is one of many such examples. Wherever our graduates and ex-students go, they teach by precept and example the necessary lesson of thrift, economy, and property getting, and friendship between the races. End of the excerpt of The Future of the American Negro by Booker T. Washington. Recording by Donald Fitzgill, Jr.
Section 16 of Black Experience in America, 18th through 20th century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foot Hannibal by Charles W. Chestnut. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Black Experience in America, 18th through 20th century. Foot Hannibal. I hate you and despise you. I wish never to see you or speak to you again. Very well. I will take care that henceforth you have no opportunity to do either. These words, the first in the passionately vibrant tones of my sister-in-law, and the latter in the deeper and more restrained accents of an angry man, startled me from my nap. I had been dozing in my hammock on the front piazza behind the honeysuckle vine. I had been faintly aware of a buzz of conversation in the parlor, but had not at all awakened to its import until these sentences fell, or, I might rather say, were hurled upon my ear. I presume the young people had either not seen me lying there, the Venetian blinds opening from the parlor windows upon the piazza were partly closed on account of the heat, or else in their excitement they had forgotten my proximity. I felt somewhat concerned. The young man, I had remarked, was proud, firm, jealous of the point of honor, and, from my observation of him, quite likely to resent to the bitter end what he deemed a slight or an injustice. The girl I knew was quite as high-spirited as young Murchison. I feared she was not so just, and hoped she would prove more yielding. I knew that her affections were strong and enduring, but that her temperament was capricious, and her sunniest moods easily overcast by some small cloud of jealousy or pique. I had never imagined, however, that she was capable of such intensity as was revealed by these few words of hers. As I say, I felt concerned. I had learned to like Malcolm Murchison, and had heartily consented to his marriage with my ward, for it was in that capacity that I had stood for a year or two to my wife's younger sister Mabel. The match thus rudely broken off had promised to be another link binding me to the kindly Southern people among whom I had not long before taken up my residence. Young Murchison came out of the door, cleared the piazza in 2 strides without seeming aware of my presence, and went off down the lane at a furious pace. A few moments later Mabel began playing the piano loudly, with a touch that indicated anger and pride and independence and a dash of exultation, as though she were really glad that she had driven away forever the young man whom the day before she had loved with all the ardor of a first passion. I hoped that time might heal the breach and bring the 2 young people together again. I told my wife what I had overheard. In return, she gave me Mabel's version of the affair. "I do not see how it can ever be settled," my wife said. "It is something more than a mere lovers' quarrel. It began, it is true, because she found fault with him for going to church with that hateful Branson girl, but before it ended there were things said that no woman of any spirit could stand. I am afraid it is all over between them." I was sorry to hear this. In spite of the very firm attitude taken by my wife and her sister, I still hoped that the quarrel would be made up within a day or 2. Nevertheless, when a week had passed with no word from young Murchison, and with no sign of relenting on Mabel's part, I began to think myself mistaken. On a pleasant afternoon, about 10 days after the rupture, old Julius drove the rockaway up to the piazza, and my wife, Mabel, and I took our seats for a drive to a neighbor's vineyard over on Lumberton Plank Road. "Which way shall we go?" I asked. "The short road or the long one?" "I guess we had better take the short road," answered my wife. "We will get there sooner." "It's a mighty fine drive down by the big road, Miss Annie," observed Julius, "and it don't take much longer to get there." "No," said my wife. "I think we will go by the short road. There's a bay tree in blossom near the mineral spring, and I wish to get some of the flowers." "I specs you'd find some bay trees along the big road, ma'am," suggested Julius. "But I know about the flowers on the short road, and they are the ones I want." We drove down the lane to the highway, and soon struck into the short road leading past the mineral spring. Our route lay partly through a swamp, and on each side the dark umbrageous foliage, unbroken by any clearing, lent to the road solemnity, and to the air a refreshing coolness. About half a mile from the house, and about halfway to the mineral spring, we stopped at the tree of which my wife had spoken, and, reaching up to the low-hanging boughs, I gathered a dozen of the fragrant white flowers. When I resumed my seat in the rockaway, Julius started the mare. She went on for a few rods until we had reached the edge of a branch crossing the road, when she stopped short. "Why did you stop, Julius?" I asked. "I didn't, sir," he replied. "'Twas the mare stop. Go on there, Lucy. What you mean for this foolishness?" Julius jerked the reins and applied the whip lightly, but the mare did not stir. "Perhaps you had better get down and lead her," I suggested. "If you get her started, you can cross on the log and keep your feet dry." Julius alighted, took hold of the bridle, and vainly essayed to make the mare move. She planted her feet with even more evident obstinacy. "I don't know what to make of this," I said. "I have never known her to balk before. Have you, Julius?" "No, sir," replied the old man. "I never has. It's a curious thing to me, sir." "What's the best way to make her go?" "I specs, sir, that if I turn her round, she go the other way." "But we want her to go this way." "Well, sir, I allow if we just set here for 5 minutes, she'll start up by herself." "All right," I rejoined. "It is cooler here than any place I have struck today. We'll let her stand for a while and see what she does." We sat in silence for a few minutes, when Julius suddenly ejaculated, "Uh-huh! I knows why this mare don't go. It's just flashed across my recommembrance." "Why is it, Julius?" I inquired. "'Cause she sees Chloe." "Where is Chloe?" I demanded. "Chloe's been dead these 40 years or more," the old man returned. "Her hate is setting over yonder on the other side of the branch, under that willow tree this blessed minute." "Why, Julius," said my wife, "do you see the haunt?" "No'm," he answered, shaking his head. "I don't see her, but the mare sees her." "How do you know?" I inquired. "Well, sir, this here is a gray horse, and this here is a Friday, and a gray horse can allus see a haunt what walks on Friday." "Who is Chloe?" said Mabel. "And why does Chloe's haunt walk?" asked my wife. "It's all in the tale, ma'am," Julius replied with a deep sigh. "It's all in the tale." "Tell us the tale," I said. "Perhaps by the time you get through, the haunt will go away and the mare will cross." I was willing to humor the old man's fancy. He had not told us a story for some time, and the dark and solemn swamp around us, the amber-colored stream flowing silently and sluggishly at our feet, like the waters of Lethe, the heavy aromatic scent of the bays, faintly suggestive of funeral wreaths, all made the place an ideal one for a ghost story. "Chloe," Julius began in a subdued tone, "used to belong to old Mars' Dugal Markadoo, my old master. She was a likely gal and a smart gal, and old Miss took her up to the big house and larned her to wait on the white folk, till by and by she come to be the missus' own maid, and 'peared to 'low she run the house herself, to hear her talk about it. I was a young boy then, and used to work 'bout the stables, so I knowed everything that was gwine on round the plantation. Well, one time Mars' Dugal wanted a house boy, and sot down to the quarters for to have Jeff and Hannibal come up to the big house next morning. Old master and old miss looked the two boys over, and sussed with theirselves for a little while, and then Mars Dugal says he, "We likes Hannibal de best, and we gwine to keep him. Here, Hannibal, you work at the house from now on, and if you are a good nigger and minds your business, I'll give you Chloe for a wife next spring. You other nigger, you Jeff, you can go back to the quarters. We ain't gwine to need you." Now Chloe had been standing there behind old miss doing all this here talk, and Chloe made up her mind from the very first minute she set eyes on them two that she didn't like that nigger Hannibal, and wasn't never gwine to care for him, and she was just as sure that she liked Jeff, and was gwine to set store by him, whether Mars Dugal took him in the big house or no. And so, course, Chloe was monster sorry when old Mars Dugal took Hannibal and sent Jeff back. So she slipped round the house and waylaid Jeff on the way back to the quarters, and told him not to be down-headed, for she was gwine to see if she couldn't find some way or nother to get rid of that nigger Hannibal, and get Jeff up to the house in his place. The new house boy cotch on monstrous fast, and it wasn't no time hardly before Mars Dugal and old miss both minced to allow Hannibal was the best house boy they ever had. He was pert and supple and quick as lightning and sharp as a razor, but Chloe didn't like his ways. He was so sure he was gwine to get her in the spring that he didn't 'pear to allow he had to do no courting, and when he'd run cross Chloe about the house, he'd swell round her in a biggity way and say, "Come here and kiss me, honey. You gwine to be mine in the spring. You don't 'pear to be as fond of me as you ought to be." Chloe didn't care nothing for Hannibal, and hadn't cared nothing for him, and she sot just as much store by Jeff as she did the day she first laid eyes on him. And the more familiars this yar cannibal got, the more Chloe let her mind run on Jeff. And one evening she went down to the quarters and watched till she got a chance for to talk with him by hisself. And she told Jeff for to go down and see old Aunt Peggy, the conjure woman, down by the Wilmington Road, and ax her to give him something to help get Hannibal outen the big house, so the white folks is send for Jeff again. And being as Jeff didn't have nothing to give Aunt Peggy, Chloe gun him a silver dollar and a silk handkerchief for to pay her with, for Aunt Peggy never liked to work for nobody for nothing. So Jeff slipped down to Aunt Peggy's one night and gun her the present he brung, and told her all about him and Chloe and Hannibal, and asked her to help him out. Aunt Peggy told him she'd work the roots, and for him to come back the next night, and she'd tell him what she could do for him. So the next night Jeff went back, and Aunt Peggy gun him a baby doll, with a body made outen a piece of cornstalk, and with splinters for 'em legs, and the head made outen elderberry pith, and 2 little red peppers for feet. "This here baby doll," says she, "is Hannibal. This here peth head is Hannibal's head, and these here pepper feet is Hannibal's feet. You take this and hide it under the house, on the sill under the door, where Hannibal have to walk over it every day. And as long as Hannibal comes anywhere nigh this baby doll, he'll be just like it is, light-headed and hot-footed, and if them 2 things don't get him into trouble mighty soon, then I'm no conjure woman. But when you get Hannibal out in the house, and get all true with this baby doll, you must fetch it back to me, for it's monstrous powerful gopher, and is liable to make more trouble if you leave it layin' round." Well, Jeff took the baby doll and slipped up to the big house and whistled to Chloe, and when she come out, he told her what old Aunt Peggy had said. And Chloe showed him how to get under the house, and when he had put the conjure doll on the sill, he went long back to the quarters and just waited. Next day, sure enough, the gopher minced to work. Hannibal started in the house soon in the morning with an armful of wood to make a fire, and he had no more getting across the door-sill before his feet begun to burn so that he dropped the armful of wood on the floor and woke old Miss up an hour sooner than usual. And course old Miss didn't like that and spoke sharp about it. When dinner time come on, and Hannibal was helping the cook carry the dinner from the kitchen into the big house, and was getting close to the door where he had to go in, his feet started to burn and his head begun to swim, and he let the big dish of chicken and dumplings fall right down in the dirt in the middle of the yard, and the white folks had to make their dinner that day off in cold ham and sweetened taters. The next morning he overslept himself and got into more trouble. After breakfast, Mars Dougal sent him over to Mars Marlboro Utley's for to borrow a monkey wrench. He ought to be back in half an hour, but he come poking home by dinner time with a screwdriver instead of a monkey wrench. Mars Dougal sent another nigger back with the screwdriver, and Hannibal didn't get no dinner. Long in the afternoon, old Miss sent Hannibal to weeding the flowers in the front garden, and Hannibal dug up all the bulbs old Miss had sot away for and paid a lot of money for, and took 'em down to the hog pen by the barnyard and fed 'em to the hogs. When old Miss come out in the cool of the evening and seed what Hannibal had done, she was most crazy, and she wrote a note and sent Hannibal down to the overseer with it. But what Hannibal got from the overseer didn't appear to do no good. Every now and then his feet had meant to torment him, and his mind would get all mixed up, and his conduct kept getting worser and worser, till finally the white folks couldn't stand it no longer, and Mars Dougal took Hannibal back down to the quarters. "Mr. Smith," says Mars Dougal to the overseer, "this here nigger has done got so trifling lately that we can't keep him at the house no more, and I's fotch him to you to be straightened up. You's had occasion to deal with him once, so he knows what to spec. You just take him in hand and let me know how he turns out. And when the hands come in from the field this evening, you can send that yellow nigger Jeff up to the house. I'll try him and see if he's any better than Hannibal." So Jeff went up to the big house, and pleased Mars Dougal and old Miss and the rest of the family so well that they all got to liking him first rate, and they'd all forgot about Hannibal if it hadn't been for the bad reports what come up from the quarters about him for a month or so. Fact is that Chloe and Jeff was so entrusted in one another since Jeff being up to the big house that they forgot all about taking the baby doll back to Aunt Peggy, and it kept working for a while and making Hannibal's feet burn more or less till all the folks on the plantation got to calling him Hot Foot Hannibal. He kept getting more and more trifling till he got the name of being the most no-counts nigger on the plantation, and Mars Dougal had to threaten to sell him in the spring when by and by the gopher quit working, and Hannibal meant to pick up some and make folks set a little more store by him. Now, this here Hannibal was a monstrous smart nigger, and when he got rid of them sore feet, his mind kept running on his other troubles. Here, 3 or 4 weeks before, he'd had a easy job waiting on the white folks, living off the fat of the land, and promised the finest gal on the plantation for a wife in the spring, and now here he was back in the cornfield, with the overseer a cussing and a raring if he didn't get a hard task done, with nothing but cornbread and bacon and molasses to eat, and all the field hands making remarks and poking fun at him, 'cause he'd been sent back from the big house to the field. And the more Hannibal studied about it, the more madder he got, till he finally swore he was going to get even with Jeff and Chloe if it was the last act. So Hannibal slipped away from the quarters one Sunday and hid in the corn up close to the big house till he see Chloe gwine down the road. He waylay her, and says he, "Howdy, Chloe." "I ain't got no time for to fool with field hands," says Chloe, tossing her head. "What you want with me, Hotfoot?" "I wants to know how you and Jeff is getting along." I 'lows that's none o' yo' business, nigger. I don't see what 'casion any common field hand has got to mix it with the fast folks what lives in the big house. And if it'll do you any good to know, I mought say that me and Jeff is getting along mighty well, and we gwine to get married in the spring, and you ain't gwine to be invited to the wedding, nuther. No, no, says he. I wouldn't 'spect to be invited to the wedding, a common low-down field hand like I is. But I's glad to hear you and Jeff is getting along so well. I didn't know but what he had meant to be a little tired. Tired of me? That's ridiculous, says Chloe. Why, that nigger loves me, so I believe he'd go through fire and water for me. That nigger is just wrap up in me. Uh-huh, says Hannibal. Then I reckon it must be some other nigger what meets a woman down by the crick in the swamp every Sunday evening, to say nothing about 2 or 3 times a week. Yes, hit is another nigger, and you is a liar when you say it was Jeff. Maybe I is a liar, and maybe I ain't got good eyes, but lessen I is a liar, and lessen I ain't got good eyes. Jeff is gwine to meet that woman this evening, long about 8 o'clock, right down there by the crick in the swamp, about halfway betwixt this plantation and Mars Marrabo Utley's. Well, Chloe told Hannibal she didn't believe a word he said, and called him a low-down nigger who was trying to slander Jeff 'cause he was more luckier than he was. But all the same, she couldn't keep her mind from running on what Hannibal had said. She 'membered she'd heard one of the niggers say they was a gal over at Mars Marrabo Utley's plantation, what Jeff used to go with some before he got acquainted with Chloe. Then she meant to figure back, and sure enough, there was 2 or 3 times in the last week when she'd been helping the ladies with their dressing and other fixings in the evening, and Jeff might have gone down to the swamp without her knowing about it at all. And then she meant to remember little things what she hadn't took no notice of before, and what'd make it 'pear like Jeff had something on his mind. Chloe set a monstrous heap of store by Jeff, and would have done most anything fur him as long as he stuck to her. But Chloe was a mighty jealous woman, and while she didn't believe what Hannibal said, she seed how it could have been so, and she determined for to find out for herself whether it was so or no. Now, Chloe hadn't seed Jeff all day, for Mars Dougal had sent Jeff over to his daughter's house, young Miss Margaret's, what lived about 4 miles from Mars Dougal's, and Jeff wasn't expected home till evening. But just after supper was over, and whilst the ladies was setting out on the piazza, Chloe slipped off from the house and run down the road, this here same road we come. And when she got most to the crick, this here same crick right before us, she kinda kept in the bushes at the side of the road, till finally she seed Jeff sitting on the bank on the other side of the crick, right under that old willow tree drooping over the water yonder. And every now and then he'd get up and look up the road towards Mars Marrabo's on the other side of the swamp. First, Chloe felt like she'd go right over the crick and give Jeff a piece of her mind. Then she 'lowed she better be sure before she done anything. So she held herself in the best she could, getting madder and madder every minute, till by and by she seed a woman coming down the road on the other side from towards Mars Marrabo Utley's plantation. And when she see Jeff jump up and run towards that woman and throw his arms round her neck, poor Chloe didn't stop to see no more, but just turn round and run up to the house and rush up to the piazza, and up and told Mars Dougal and old Miss all about the baby doll, and all about Jeff getting the gopher from Aunt Peggy, and about what that gopher had done to Hannibal. Mars Dougal was monstrous mad. He didn't let on at first like he believed Chloe, But when she took and showed him where to find the baby doll, Mars' Dougal turned white as chalk. "What devil's work is dis?" says he. "No wonder the po' nigger's feet etched. Something got to be done to learn that old witch to keep her hands off'n my niggers. And as for dis yah Jeff, I gwine to do dis what I promise, so the darkies on dis plantation'll know I means what I says." For Mars' Dougal had warned the hands before about fooling with conjation. Fact, he had lost one or two niggers hisself from their being gophered, and he would have had old Aunt Peggy whipped long ago, only Aunt Peggy was a free woman, and he was feared she'd conjure him. And whiles Mars' Dougal say he didn't believe in conjuring and such, he 'peared to 'low it was best to be on the safe side and let Aunt Peggy alone. So Mars' Dougal done dus as he say. If old Miss had pleaded for Jeff, he might have kep' him. But old Miss hadn't got over losing them bulbs yet, and she never said a word. Mars' Dougal took Jeff to town next day and sold him to a speculator, who started down the river with him next morning on a steamboat for to take him to Alabama. Now, when Chloe told old Mars' Dougal about dis here baby doll and dis other gopher, she hadn't hardly 'lowed Mars' Dougal would sell Jeff down south. Howsomever, she was so mad with Jeff that she swaded herself she didn't care. And so she held her head up and went round looking like she was real glad about it. But one day she was walking down the road, when who should come along but this yere Hannibal. When Hannibal seed her, he bust out laughing fit for to kill. Oh, hold me, honey, hold me, or I laugh myself to death. I ain't never laughed so much since I been born. What you laughing at, Hotfoot? Yeah. What I laughing at? Why, I's laughing at myself, to be sure. Laughing to think at what a fine woman I made. Chloe turned pale, and her heart come up in her mouth. "What you mean, nigger?" says she, catching hold of a bush by the road for to steady herself. "What you mean by the kind of woman you made?" "What do I mean? I means that I got squared up with you for treating me the way you done, and I got even with that yaller nigger Jeff for cutting me out. Now he gwine to know what it is to eat cornbread and molasses once more, and work from daylight to dark, and to have an overseer driving him from one day's end to the other. I means that I sent word to Jeff that Sunday that you was gwine to be over to Mars Marrabou's visiting that evening, and you want him to meet you down by the creek on the way home and go the rest of the road with you. And then I put on the frock and a sunbonnet and fixed myself up to look like a woman. And when Jeff seed me coming, he run to meet me, and you seed him, for I been watching in the bushes before and skivered you coming down the road. And now I reckon you and Jeff both know what it means to mess with a nigger like me." Poor Chloe hadn't heard more'n half of the last part of what Hannibal said, but she had heard enough to learn that this nigger had fooled her and Jeff, and that po' Jeff hadn't done nothing, and that for loving her too much and going to meet her, she had caused him to be sold away where she'd never see him no more. The sun might shine by day, the moon by night, the flowers might bloom, and the mockingbirds might sing, but po' Jeff was done lost to her forever and forever. Hannibal hadn't more'n finished what he had to say, when Chloe's knees gun way under her, and she fell down in the road, and lay there half an hour or so before she come to. When she did, she crept up to the house just as pale as a ghost. and for a month or so she crawled round the house, and 'peared to be so po'ly dat Mars' Dugal sent for a doctor, and the doctor kept on asking her questions till he found out she was just pining away for Jeff. When he told Mars' Dugal laughed, and he said he'd fix dat. She could have the new houseboy for her husband, but old Miss say no, Chloe ain't that kind of gal, and dat Mars' Dugal should buy Jeff back. So Mars' Dugal writ a letter to dis yere speculator down to Wilmington, and told if he ain't done sold that nigger South what he'd brought from him, he'd like to buy him back again. Chloe missed to pick up a little when old Miss told her about dis letter. Howsomever, by and by, Mars' Dugal got an answer from the speculator, who said he was monster sorry, but Jeff had fell overboard or jumped off the steamboat on the way to Wilmington and got drownded, and course he couldn't sell him back, much as he liked to obleege Mars' Dugal. Well, arter Chloe heard dis, she wasn't much more use to nobody. She pretended to do her work, and old Miss put up with her, and had the doctor give her medicine and let her go to the circus and all sorts of things for to take her mind off her troubles. But they didn't none of 'em do no good. Chloe got to slipping down here in the evening, just like she was coming to meet Jeff, and she set there under that willow tree on the other side and wait for him night after night. By and by she got so bad, the white folks sent her over to young Miss Boggart's for to give her a change, but she runned away the first night, and when they looked for her next morning, they found her corpse laying in the branch yonder, right across from where we're sitting now. Ever since then, said Julius in conclusion, Chloe's haunt comes every evening and sets down under that willow tree and waits for Jeff, and he walks up and down the road yonder, looking and waiting for her sweetheart what ain't never coming back to her no more. There was silence when the old man had finished, and I am sure I saw a tear in my wife's eye, and more than one in Mabel's. "I think, Julius," said my wife after a moment, "that you may turn the mare around and go by the long road." The old man obeyed with alacrity, and I noticed no reluctance on the mare's part. "You are not afraid of Chloe's haunt, are you?" I asked jocularly. My mood was not responded to, and neither of the ladies smiled. "Oh, no," said Annie, "but I've changed my mind. I prefer the other route." When we had reached the main road, and had proceeded along it for a short distance, we met a cart driven by a young negro, and on the cart were a trunk and a valise. We recognized the man as Malcolm Murchison's servant, and drew up a moment to speak to him. "Who's going away, Marshal?" I inquired. "Young Master Malcolm gwine way on the boat to New York this evening, sir, and I'm taking his things down to the wharf, sir." This was news to me, and I heard it with regret. My wife looked sorry, too, and I could see that Mabel was trying hard to hide her concern. "He's comin' along behind, sir, and I spec you'll meet him up the road a piece. He's gwine to walk down as far as Master Jim Williams, and take the buggy from there to town. He expects to be gone a long time, sir, and say probably he ain't never comin' back." The man drove on. There were few words exchanged in an undertone between my wife and Mabel, which I did not catch. Then Annie said, "Julius, you may stop the rockaway a moment. There are some trumpet flowers by the road there that I want. Will you get them for me, John?" I sprang into the underbrush, and soon returned with a great bunch of scarlet blossoms. "Where is Mabel?" I asked, noting her absence. "She has walked on ahead. We shall overtake her in a few minutes." The carriage had gone only a short distance when my wife discovered that she had dropped her fan. "I had it where we were stopping, Julius. Will you go back and get it for me?" Julius got down and went back for the fan. He was an unconscionably long time finding it, After we got started again, we had gone only a little way when we saw Mabel and young Murchison coming toward us. They were walking arm in arm, and their faces were aglow with the light of love. I do not know whether or not Julius had a previous understanding with Malcolm Murchison by which he was to drive us round by the long road that day, nor do I know exactly what motive influenced the old man's exertions in the matter. He was fond of Mabel, but I was old enough and knew Julius well enough to be skeptical of his motives. It is certain that a most excellent understanding existed between him and Murchison after the reconciliation, and that when the young people set up housekeeping over at the old Murchison place, Julius had an opportunity to enter their service. For some reason or other, however, he preferred to remain with us. The mare, I might add, was never known to balk again. End of Hot Foot Hannibal. Recording by Phil Chenevert.
Section 17 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Passing Tradition and the African Civilization by Munro N. Work. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century by Various. Section 17. The Passing Tradition and the African Civilization by Munro N. Work. From the Journal of Negro History, Volume 1, January 1916. A close examination shows that what we know about the Negro, both of the present and the past, vitally affects our opinions concerning him. Men's beliefs concerning things are to a large extent determined by where they live and what has been handed down to them. We believe in a hell of roaring flames, where in the fiercest of heat the souls of the wicked are subject to eternal burnings. This idea of hell was evolved in the deserts of the Arabian Peninsula, where heat is one of the greatest forces of nature with which man has to contend. Among the native tribes of northern Siberia, dwelling in the regions of perpetual ice and snow, hell is a place filled with great chunks of ice upon which the souls of the wicked are placed and there subjected to eternal freezings. This idea of hell was evolved in the regions where man is in a continual battle with the cold. The beliefs of Negroes concerning themselves have to a large extent been made for them. The reader no doubt will be interested to know that the prevailing notions concerning the inferiority of the Negro grew up to a large extent as the concomitant to Negro slavery in this country. The bringing of the first Negroes from Africa as slaves was justified on the grounds that they were heathen. It was not right, it was argued, for Christians to enslave Christians, but they could enslave heathen, who as a result would have an opportunity to become Christians. These Negro slaves did actually become Christians, and as a result the colonists were forced to find other grounds to justify their continuation of the system. The next argument was that they were different from white people. Here we have a large part of the beginnings of the doctrine of the inferiority of the Negro. When, about 1830, anti-slavery agitation arose in this country, a new set of arguments were brought forward to justify slavery. First in importance were those taken from the Bible. Science also was called upon and brought forward a large number of facts to demonstrate that by nature the Negro was especially fitted to be a slave. It happened that about this time anthropology was being developed. Racial differences were some of the things which especially interested scientists in this field. The races were defined according to certain physical characteristics. These, it was asserted, determined the superiority or inferiority of races. The true Negro race, said the early anthropologists, had characteristics which especially indicated its inferiority. Through our geographies, histories, and encyclopedias we have become familiar with representations of this so-called true Negro, whose chief characteristics were a black skin, woolly hair, protuberant lips, and a receding forehead. Caricaturists seized upon these characteristics and popularized them in cartoons, in songs, and in other ways. Thus it happened that the Negro, through the descriptions that he got of himself, has come largely to believe in his inherent inferiority, and that to attain superiority he must become like the white man in color, in achievements, and, in fact, along all lines. In recent years it has been asked, why cannot the Negro attain superiority along lines of his own? That is, instead of simply patterning after what the white man has done, why cannot the Negro, through music, art, history, and science, make his own special contributions to the progress of the world? This question has arisen because in the fields of science and history there have been brought forward a number of facts which prove this possibility. First of all, the leading scientists in the field of anthropology are telling us that while there are differences of races, there are no characteristics which per se indicate that one race is inferior or superior to another. The existing differences are differences in kind, not in value. On the other hand, whatever superiority one race has attained over another has been largely due to environment. A German writer in a discussion on the origin of African civilizations said some time ago, quote, "What bold investigators, great pioneers, still find to tell us in civilizations nearer home proves more and more clearly that we are ignorant of hoary Africa. Somewhat of its present perhaps we know, but of its past little. Open an illustrated geography and compare the type of the African Negro, the bluish-black fellow of the protuberant lips, the flattened nose, the stupid expression, and the short curly hair, with the tall bronze figures from dark Africa with which we have of late become familiar, their almost fine-cut features, slightly arched nose, long hair, etc., and you have an example of the problems pressing for solution. In other respects, too, the genuine African of the interior bears no resemblance to the accepted Negro type as it figures on drug and cigar store signs, wearing a shabby stovepipe hat, plaid trousers, and a vari-colored coat. A stroll through the corridors of the Berlin Museum of Ethnology teaches that the real African need by no means resort to the rags and tatters of bygone European splendor. He has precious ornaments of his own, of ivory and plumes, fine pleated willow ware, weapons of superior workmanship. Justly can it be demanded, what sort of civilization is this? Whence does it come? It is also pointed out that one of the most important contributions to the civilization of mankind was very probably made by the Negro race. This was the invention of the smelting of iron. The facts brought forward to support this view are that no iron was smelted in Europe before 900 BC, that about 3000 BC there began to appear on the Egyptian monuments pictures of Africans bringing iron from the south to Egypt, that at a time considerably later than this, iron implements began to appear in Asia, that there is no iron ore in Egypt, and that in Negro Africa iron ore is abundant. In many places it is found on top of the ground, and in some parts it can be melted by simply placing a piece of ore in the fire very much as you would a potato to be roasted. Studies in the fields of ancient and medieval history are also showing that in the past there were in Negro Africa civilizations of probable indigenous origin which attained importance enough to be mentioned in the writings of those historians and poets of those periods. The seat of one of the highest of these civilizations was Ethiopia. Here the Negro nation attained the greatest fame. As early as 2500 years before the birth of Christ, the Ethiopians appeared to have had a considerable civilization. It was well known to the writers of the Bible and is referred to therein some 49 times. In Genesis we read of Cush, the eldest son of Ham. Cush is the Hebrew word for black, and means the same as Ethiopia. One of the most famous sons of Cush was Nimrod, whom the Bible mentions as being a mighty hunter before the Lord, whereof it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. The Bible refers to Ethiopia as being far distant from Palestine. In the book of Isaiah we read, "The land of the rustling of wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, that sendeth ambassadors by the sea." The rivers of Ethiopia mentioned in Isaiah are the upper tributaries of the Nile, the Atbara, the Blue Nile, and the Sabat. The later capital of Ethiopia was Meroe. Recent excavations have shown Meroe to have been a city larger than Memphis. The Temple of Ammon, where kings were crowned, was one of the largest in the valley of the Nile. The great walls of cut stones were 15 feet thick and 30 feet high. Heaps of iron slag and furnaces from smelting iron were discovered, and there were magnificent quays and landing places on the riverside for the export of iron. Excavations have also shown that for 150 years Egypt was a dependency of Ethiopia. The kings of the 23rd and 24th Egyptian dynasties were really governors appointed by Ethiopian overlords, while the 25th dynasty was founded by the Ethiopian king Sabako in order to check Assyrian aggression. Palestine was enabled to hold out against Assyria by Ethiopian help. Sennacherib's attempt to capture Jerusalem and carry the Jews into captivity was frustrated by the army of the Ethiopian king Taharka. The nation and religion of Judah were thus preserved from being absorbed in the heathen lands like the lost 10 tribes. The Negro soldiers of the Sudan saved the Jewish religion. The old Greek writers were well acquainted with Ethiopia. According to them, in the most ancient times, there existed to the south of Egypt a nation and a land designated as Ethiopia. This was the land where the people with the sunburnt faces dwelt. The Greek poet Homer mentions the Ethiopians as dwelling at the uttermost limits of the earth, where they enjoyed personal intercourse with the gods. In one place Homer said that Neptune, the god of the sea, had gone to fast with the Ethiopians who dwell afar off, the Ethiopians who are divided into 2 parts, the most distant of men, some at the setting of the sun, others at the rising. Herodotus, the Greek historian, described the Ethiopians as long-lived and their country as extending to the southern sea. The great fame of the Ethiopians is thus sketched by the eminent historian Hieron, who in his historical researches says, quote, "In the earliest traditions of nearly all the more civilized nations of antiquity, the name of this distant people is found. The annals of the Egyptian priests were full of them. The nations of Inner Asia, on the Euphrates and the Tigris, have interwoven the fictions of the Ethiopians with their own traditions of the conquests and wars of their heroes, and at a period equally remote they glimmer in Greek mythology. When the Greeks scarcely knew Italy and Sicily by name, the Ethiopians were celebrated in the verses of their poets. They spoke of them as the remotest nation, the most just of men, the favorites of the gods. The lofty inhabitants of Olympus journey to them and take part in their feasts. Their sacrifices are the most agreeable of all that mortals can offer them, and when the faint gleam of tradition and fable gives way to the clear light of history, the luster of the Ethiopians is not diminished. They still continue to be the object of curiosity and admiration, and the pens of cautious, clear-sighted historians often place them in the highest rank of knowledge and civilization." End quote. Of these facts, most modern historians know but little, and Negroes in general almost nothing. For example, how many have ever heard of al-Bakri, the Arab writer who in the 11th century wrote a description of the Western Sudan of such importance that it gained him the title of the historian of Negro land? How much, by means of research, might be learned of the town of Ghana, situate on the banks of the Niger, which the historian al-Bakri described as a meeting place for commercial caravans from all parts of the world. This town, he said, contained schools and centers of learning. It was the resort of the learned, the rich, and the pious of all nations. Likewise, most of us have never heard perhaps of another Arab writer, Ibn Khaldun, who in writing about the middle of the 14th century of Mele, another of the kingdoms of Sudan, reported that caravans from Egypt consisting of 12,000 laden camels passed every year through one town on the eastern border of the empire on their way to the capital of the nation. The load of a camel was 300 pounds. 12,000 camel loads amounted, therefore, to something like 1,600 tons of merchandise. At this time we are told that there was probably not a ship in any of the merchant navies of the world which could carry 100 tons. 250 years later the average tonnage of the vessels of Spain was 300 tons and that of the English much less. The largest ship which Queen Elizabeth had in her navy, the Great Mary, had a capacity of 1,000 tons, but it was considered an exception and the marvel of the age. Another thing that is not generally known is the importance to which some of these Negro kingdoms of the Western Sudan attained during the Middle Ages and the first centuries of the modern era. In size and permanency they compared favorably with the most advanced nations of Europe. The kingdom of Mele, of which the historian Ibn Khaldun wrote, had an area of over 1,000 miles in extent and existed for 250 years. It was the first of the kingdoms of the Western Sudan to be received on equal terms with the contemporary white nations. The greatest of all the Sudan states was the kingdom of Songhai, which in its golden age had an area almost equal to that of the United States, and existed from about 750 AD to 1591. There is a record of the kings of Songhai in regular succession for almost 900 years. The length of the life of the Songhai Empire coincides almost exactly with the life of Rome from its foundation as a republic to its downfall as an empire. The greatest evidences of the high state of civilization which the Sudan had in the 14th and 15th centuries were the attention that was paid to education and the unusual amount of learning that existed there. The University of Sankore at Timbuktu was a very active center of learning. It was in correspondence with the universities of North Africa and Egypt. It was in touch with the universities of Spain. In the 16th century, Timbuktu had a large learned class living at ease and busily occupied with the elucidation of intellectual and religious problems. The town swarmed with students. Law, literature, grammar, theology, and the natural sciences were studied. The city of Mele had a regular school of science. One distinguished geographer is mentioned, and allusions to surgical science show that the old maxim of the Arabian schools, "He who studies anatomy pleases God," was not forgotten. One of these writers mentions that his brother came from Jenne to Timbuktu to undergo an operation for the cataract of the eyes at the hands of a celebrated surgeon there. It is said that the operation was wholly successful. The appearance of comets, so amazing to Europe of the Middle Ages and at the present time to the ignorant, was by these learned blacks noted calmly as a matter of scientific interest. Earthquakes and eclipses excited no great surprise. The renowned writer of the Sudan was Abdurrahman Essadi. He was born in Timbuktu in 1596. He came of learned and distinguished ancestors. He is chief author of the history of Sudan. The book is said to be a wonderful document. The narrative deals mainly with the modern history of the Songhai Empire and relates the rise of this black civilization through the 15th and 16th centuries and its decadence up to the middle of the 17th century. The noted traveler, Bart, was of the opinion that the book forms one of the most important additions that the present age has made to the history of mankind. The work is especially valuable for the unconscious light which it throws upon the life, manners, politics, and literature of the country. It presents a vivid picture of the character of the men with whom it deals. It is sometimes called the Epic of Sudan. From this brief sketch which I have given of the African in ancient and medieval times, it is clear that Negroes should not despise the rock from which they were hewn. As a race, they have a past which is full of interest. It is worthy of serious study. From it we can draw inspiration, for it appears that not all black men everywhere throughout the ages have been hewers of wood and drawers of water. On the contrary, through long periods of time there were powerful black nations which have left the records of their achievements, and of which we are just now beginning to learn a little. This little, however, which we have learned, teaches us the Negroes of today should work and strive. Along their own special line and in their own peculiar way, they should endeavor to make contributions to civilization. Their achievements can be such that once more black will be dignified, and the fame of Ethiopia again spread throughout the world. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Black Experience in America, 18th through 20th century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The Sunday School and Church as a Solution of the Negro Problem, by D. Webster Davis, Doctor of Divinity. Reading by Matt Perard. Black Experience in America, 18th through 20th Century, by Various. Section 18. Delivered at the International Interdenominational Sunday School Convention, Massey Hall, Toronto, Canada, June 27, 1905. If I were asked to name the most wonderful and far-reaching achievement of the splendid, all-conquering Anglo-Saxon race, I would ignore the pass of Thermopylae, the immortal 600 at Balaclava, Trafalgar, Waterloo, Quebec, Bunker Hill, Yorktown, and Appomattox. I would forget its marvelous accumulations of wealth, its additions to the literature of the world, and point to the single fact that it has done the most to spread the religion of Jesus Christ, as the greatest thing it has accomplished for the betterment of the human family. The Jews preserved the idea of a one God, and gave the ethics to religion, the 10 Commandments, the Lord's Prayer, and the Sermon on the Mount. The Greeks contributed philosophy, the Romans polity, the Teutons liberty and breadth of thought. But it remained to the Anglo-Saxon implicitly to obey the divine command, "Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature." If some man would ask me the one act on the part of my own race that gives to me the greatest hope for the Negro's ultimate elevation to the heights of civilization and culture, I would not revel in ancient lore to prove them the pioneers in civilization, nor would I point to their marvelous progress since emancipation that has surprised their most sanguine friends, but I would take the single idea of their unquestioned acceptance of the dogmas and tenets of the Christian religion as promulgated by the Anglo-Saxon, as the highest evidence of the future possibilities of the race. Ours was indeed a wonderful faith that overleaped the barriers of ecclesiastical juggling to justify from Holy Writ the iniquitous traffic in human flesh and blood, forgot the glaring inconsistencies of a religion that prayed, on Sunday, "Our Father, which art in heaven," and on Monday sold a brother, who, though cut in ebony, was yet the image of the divine. The Negro had, in very truth, the faith that would not shrink, though pressed by every foe, that would not tremble on the brink of any earthly woe, that faith that shone more bright and clear when trials reigned without, that, when in danger, knew no fear, in darkness felt no doubt. If it is indeed true that by faith are ye saved, not only is this world, but in the world to come, then God will vouchsafe to us a most abundant salvation. It is my blessed privilege tonight, while you are pleading for the winning of a generation, and at this special session for the relation of the Sunday School to missions, both home and foreign, to plead for my people, and my prayer is that God may help me to make my plea effective. For the people for whom I plead are bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. I plead for help for my own bright-eyed boy and girl, and for all the little black boys and girls in my far-off Southern home. If the great race problem is to be settled, and it is a problem, notwithstanding all that has been said to the contrary, it is to be settled not in blood and carnage, not by material wealth and accumulation of lands and houses, not in literary culture, nor on the college campus, not in industrial education, or in the marts of trade, but by the religion of him who said, "And I, if I be lifted up, will draw all men unto me." These things are resultant factors in the problem, but the problem itself lies far deeper than these. Calhoun is reported to have said, "If I could find a Negro who could master the Greek syntax, I would believe in his possibilities of development." A comparatively few years have passed away, and a Negro not only masters the Greek syntax, but writes a Greek grammar accepted as authority by some of the ablest scholars of the States. But Abbé Gregory of France published, in the 15th century, Literature of the Negro, telling of the achievements of Negro writers, scholars, priests, philosophers, painters, and Roman prelates in Spain, Portugal, France, Italy, Holland, and Turkey, which prompted Blumenbach to declare it would be difficult to meet with such in the French Academy. And yet, literature and learning have not settled the problem. No, the religion of Jesus Christ is the touchstone to settle all the problems of human life. More than 1900 years ago, Christ gave solution when he said, "Ye are brethren." Love is the fulfilling of the law, and "whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them." Is the Negro in any measure deserving of the help for which I plead? The universal brotherhood and common instincts of humanity should be enough. I bring more. Othello, in speaking of Desdemona, says, "She loved me for the dangers I had passed. I loved her, that she did pity me." If pity in suffering can waken sympathy, then we boldly claim our right to the fullest measure of consideration. 250 years of slavery, with all its attendant evils, is one of our most potent weapons to enlist sympathy and aid. I come with no bitterness to North or South. For slavery, I acknowledge all the possible good that came to us from it, the contact with superior civilization, the knowledge of the true God, the crude preparation for citizenship, the mastery of some handicraft. Yet slavery had its side of suffering and degradation. North and South rejoice that it is gone forever, and yet many of its evils cling to us, like the old man of the sea to Sinbad the sailor, and like Banquo's ghost, they haunt us still. As I stand here tonight, my mind is carried back to a plantation down in old Virginia. It is the first day of January, 1864. Lincoln's immortal proclamation is a year old, and yet I see an aunt of mine, the unacknowledged offspring of her white master, being sent away from the old homestead to be sold. The proud Anglo-Saxon blood in her veins will assert itself, as she resists with all the power of her being the attempts of the overseer to ply lash to her fair skin, and for this she must be sold, way down south. I see her now as she comes down from the great house, chained to 12 others, to be carried to Lumpkin's jail in Richmond, to be put upon the block. She had been united to a slave of her choice some 2 years before, and a little innocent babe had been born to them. The husband, my mother with the babe in her arms, and other slaves, watched them from the big gate as they come down to the road to go to their destination some 20 miles away. As she saw us, great tears welled up in her big black eyes. Not a word could she utter as she looked her last sad farewell. She thought of one of the old slave songs we used to sing in the cabin prayer meetings at night as we turned up the pots and kettles, and filled them with water to drown the sound. Being blessed, as is true of most of my race, with a splendid voice, she raised her eyes and began to sing, "Brethren, fare you well. Brethren, fare you well. May God Almighty bless you until we meet again." Singing these touching lines, she passed out of sight. More than 40 years have passed, and she and her loved ones have never met again, unless they have met in the morning land, where partings are no more. For the sufferings we have endured, leaving their traces indelibly stamped upon us. I claim your aid that we may have for our children this blessed gospel, the panacea for all human ills. The Negro has elements in his nature that make him peculiarly susceptible to religious training. He stands as a monument to faithfulness to humble duty, one of the highest marks of the Christ life. He is humble and faithful, but not from cowardice, in evidence of which I recall his achievements at Boston, Bunker Hill, New Orleans, Milliken's Bend, Wilson's Landing, and San Juan Hill. He fought when a slave, some would say, from compulsion, but would he fight for love of the flag of the Union? God gave him a chance to answer the question at San Juan Hill. The story is best understood as told to me by one of the brave Ninth Cavalry as he lay wounded at Old Point Comfort, Virginia. Up go the splendid Rough Riders amid shot and shell from enemies concealed in fields, trees, ditches, and the blockhouse on the hill. The galling fire proves too much for them, and back they come. A second and third assault proves equally unavailing. They must have help. Help arrives in the form of a colored regiment. See them as they come, black as the sable plume of midnight, yet irresistible as the terrible cyclone. As is the custom of my race under excitement of any kind, they are singing, not "My country 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing," though fighting willingly for the land that gave them birth, not "The bonny blue flag," though they were willing to die for the flag they loved. They sing a song never heard on battlefield before. There's a hot time in the old town tonight. On they come, trampling on the dead bodies of their comrades. They climb the hill. "To the rear!" is the command. "To the front!" they cry, and leaderless, with officers far in the rear, they plant the flag on San Juan Hill, and prove to the world that Negroes can fight for love of country. They were faithful to humble duty in the dark days of the South, from 1861 to 1865. When Jefferson Davis had called for troops until he had well nigh decimated the fair Southland, and even boys, in their devotion to the cause they loved dearly, were willing to go to the front, my young master came to my old mistress and asked to be allowed to go. Calling my Uncle Isaac, my old mistress said to him, "Isaac, go along with your young Mars Edmund. Take good care of him, and bring him home to me." "I gwine do de best I can," was his reply. Off these two went, amid the tears of the whole plantation, and we heard no more of them for some time. One night we were startled to hear the dogs howling down in the pasture lot, always to the Southern heart a forewarning of death. A few nights thereafter, my mother heard a tapping on the kitchen window, and, on going to the door, saw Uncle Isaac standing there, alone. "What in the world are you doing here?" was the question of my mother. "What's mistis?" was the interrogative answer. My mother went to call the mistress, who, white as a sheet, repeated the question. "Mistis, I done de best I could." Going a few paces from the door, while the soft southern moon shone pitilessly through the solemn pines, he brought the dead body of his young master, and laid it tenderly at his mother's feet. He had brought his dead massa on his back a distance of more than 20 miles from the battlefield, thus faithfully keeping his promise. Such an act of devotion can never be forgotten while memory holds its sacred office. Not one case of nameless crime was ever heard in those days, though the flower of the womanhood of the South was left practically helpless in the hands of black men in Southern plantations. But as a faithful watchdog stands and guards with jealous eye, he cared for master's wife and child, and at the door would lie, to shed his blood in their defense 'gainst traitors, thieves, and knaves, although those masters went to fight to keep them helpless slaves. Some have claimed that, instead of putting so much money in churches, the Negro, after the war, should have built mills and factories, and thus would have advanced more rapidly in civilization. But I rejoice that he did build churches, and today can say that of the 300 millions he has accumulated, more than 40 millions are in church property in the 16 Southern states. This shows his fidelity and gratitude to God, and that by intuition he had grasped the fundamental fact that faith and love and morality are greater bulwarks for the perpetuity of a nation than material wealth. That somehow he was in accord with God's holy mandate that man does not live by bread alone. Guided by a superior wisdom, he first sought the kingdom of heaven, and it does seem that all these things are slowly being added to him. Education and wealth, unsanctified by the grace of God, are, after all, curses rather than a blessing. We are to rise, not by our strong bodies, our intellectual powers, or material wealth, although these are necessary concomitants, but by the virtue, character, and honesty of our men and women. We are proud of our 30,000 teachers, 2,000 graduated doctors, 1,000 lawyers, 20,000 ordained ministers, 75,000 businessmen, 400 patentees, and 250,000 farms, all paid for as evidences of our possibilities, but proudest of the fact that nearly 3 millions of our almost 10 millions of Negroes are professing Christians. It is true that the black man is not always the best kind of a Christian. He is often rather crude in worship, with a rather hazy idea of the connection between religion and morality. A colored man, on making a loud profession of religion, was asked if he were going to pay a certain debt he had contracted, remarked, "'Ligion is 'ligion, and business is business, and I ain't gwine mix 'em." Yet I am afraid ours is not the only race that fails to mix 'em, and he does not have to go far to find others with advantages far superior to his, who have not reached the delectable mountain. We, like others, are seeking higher ground, and some have almost reached it. Thank God, we can point to thousands of Negro Christians whose faith is as strong as that of the prophets of old, and whose lives are as pure and sweet as the morning dew. Our greatest curse today is the rum shop, kept far too often by men of the developed and forward race to filch from us our hard earnings, and give us shame and misery in return. And a man who would deliberately debauch and hinder a backward race struggling for the light would rob the dead, steal the orphan's bread, pillage the palace of the King of Kings, and clip the angels' pinions while they sing. Right by the side of this hindrance, especially in the country districts, is our ignorant, and in too many cases, venial ministry. For ignorance is the greatest curse on earth, save sin. The Sunday school is destined to be the most potent factor in the removal of this evil. As our children see the light as revealed in the Sunday school by the teachers of God's Word, they will demand an intelligent and moral ministry, and will support no other. Let me say to you that there is no agency doing more in that absolutely necessary and fundamental line than this God-sent association. Wherever your missionaries have gone, there have been magical and positive changes for good, and the elevating power of this work for us can never be told. God bless the thousands of Sunday school teachers whose names may never be known outside their immediate circles, and yet are doing a work so grand and noble that angels would delight to come down and bear them company. There is a beautiful story told in Greek mythology that when Ulysses was passing in his ship by the Isle of the Sirens, the beautiful sirens began to play their sweetest music to lure the sailors from their posts of duty. Ulysses and his sailors stuffed wax in their ears and lashed themselves to the masts that they might not be lured away. But when Orpheus passed by in the search of the golden fleece and heard the same sweet songs, he simply took out his harp and played sweeter music, and not a sailor desired to leave the vessel. the sirens of sin and crime, are doing all in their power to lure us from the highest and best things in life. Wealth, education, political power are, after all, but wax in the ears, the ropes that may or may not hold us to the masts of safety. But that sweeter music of the heart, played on the harp of love by the great Sunday school movement, continue to play for us this sweeter music, and no sirens can lure us away from truth and right and heaven. The mission that will be of real help to us will be the mission dictated by love, for no race is more susceptible to kindness than ours. It must be undertaken in the spirit of the Master, who said, I call ye not servants, for the servant knoweth not what his Lord doeth, but I have called you friends. The Negro loves his own and is satisfied to be with them, and yet the man who would really help him must be a man who has seen the vision. Peter was unwilling to go to the Gentiles, being an Orthodox Jew, until God put him in a trance upon the housetop, let down the sheet from heaven with all manner of beasts, and bid him rise up, slay, and eat. Peter strenuously objected, saying, Lord, I have touched nothing unclean. But God said, What I have cleansed, call thou not unclean? Then Peter said, I see of a truth that God is no respecter of persons, but has made of one blood all men to dwell upon all the face of the earth. I pray, I believe that you have seen this vision, and in the Spirit have come to help us. Sir Launfal, in searching for the Holy Grail, found it in ministering to the suffering and diseased at his own door. Ye who are in search of God's best gift can find it today in lifting up these 10 millions of people at your door, broken by slavery, bound by ignorance, yet groping for the light. If we go down in sin and ignorance, we cannot go alone, but must contaminate and curse millions unborn. If we go up, as in God's name, we will constitute the brightest star in your crown. What religion has done for others, it will do for us. See the triumphs of King Emmanuel in Africa, Burma, China, and the Isles of the Sea. It was Christianity that liberated 4 millions of slaves and brought them to their better position. Christian men, North and South, are helping them today. We could not rise alone. Has the Negro made improvement commensurate with the help he has received from North and South? I believe he has, and that each year finds him better than the last. Good Dr. Talmage was visiting a parishioner when a little girl sat on his knee. Seeing his seamed and wrinkled face, she asked, Doctor, did God make you? Yes, was the reply. Then, looking at her own sweet rosy face in a glass opposite, she asked, Did God make me too? Yes. Did God make me after he made you? Yes, my child. Why? Looking again at his face and hers, she said, Well, Doctor, God is doing better work these days. God bless our mothers and fathers. No nobler souls ever lived under such circumstances. But God has answered their prayers, and with the young folks we'll do better work. The convention helps us to help ourselves, the only true help, and in this the conveners are investing in soul power that pays the biggest dividends, and its bonds are always redeemable at the Bank of Heaven. In a terrible storm at sea, when all the passengers were trembling with fear, one little boy stood calm and serene. Why so calm, my little man? asked one. My father runs the ship, was the reply. I have too much confidence in what religion has done, and too much faith in what it can do, to be afraid. God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. Let each do his part to help on the cause. There is never a rose in all the world but makes some green spray sweeter. There is never a wind in all the sky but makes some bird's wing fleeter. There is never a star but brings to earth some silvery radiance tender, and never a sunset cloud but helps to cheer the sunset's splendor. No robin but may cheer some heart, its dawnlight gladness voicing. God gives us all some small sweet way to set the world rejoicing. America, I believe, is destined of God to be the land that shall flow with milk and honey, the King's highway, when the ransomed of the Lord shall return and come to Zion, with songs and everlasting joy upon their heads. They shall obtain joy and gladness, and sorrow and mourning shall flee away. I see gathered upon our fair western plain nations of all the earth. The Italian is there, and thinks of Italia, fair Italia. The Frenchman sings his Marseillaise. The solid phlegmatic German sings his Die Wacht am Rhein. The Irish sing Killarney and Wearin the Green. The Scotchman his Bluebells. The Englishman, God Save the King. The American, the Star-Spangled Banner. God bless the patriot, but the ultimate end of all governments is that the kingdom of Christ may prevail. One towering Christian man thinks of this, and, seeing a black man standing by without home or country, remembers that all are Christ's and Christ's is God's. He swings a baton high in air and starts a grand hallelujah chorus. For God is all else, as the grand chorus, white and black, of every age and every clime, sing till heaven's arches ring again, while angels from the battlements of heaven listen and wave anew the palm branches from the trees of paradise, and the angels' choir that sang on the plains of Bethlehem more than 1900 years ago join in the grand refrain. All hail the power of Jesus' name! Let angels prostrate fall! Bring forth the royal diadem, and crown him Lord of all. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th century.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard.
Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th century, by Various. Section 19. Ex-slave Pierce Cody, by WPA, USA.
May 8, 1937. Pierce Cody was the eldest son of Albert and Dorothy Cody. His father was born in Richmond, Virginia, his mother in Warren County. When the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, he, the eldest child in a large family, was in his early teens. This group lived on the place owned by Mr. Bob Cody. Family was a group of ardent believers in the hard-shell Baptist faith. So firm was their faith that a church of this denomination was provided for the slaves, and each one required to become a member. A white minister invariably preached the then worn-out doctrine of a slave's duty to his master, the reward of faithfulness, and the usual admonition against stealing. The members of this church were required to fast on one day of the week, the fast lasting all day until 7 in the evening. The small boys, both white and colored, resenting the abstinence from food, usually secured a reserve supply which was cached during the week and secretly enjoyed on fast day. Fish were plentiful in all the streams, and they sometimes sneaked away to the river and, after enjoying the sport, cooked their catch on the banks of the stream. Groups of ministers, 30 to 40, then traveled from one plantation to another, spreading the gospel, and were entertained as they traveled. On one occasion the group arrived at the Cody estate on fast day. The boys, having been on one of their secret fishing trips, had caught so many perch that they were not able to consume them on the banks, so had smuggled them to the kitchen, coaxed the cook to promise to prepare them, and had also sworn her to absolute secrecy regarding their origin. Although the kitchen was not directly connected with the big house, the guests soon detected the aroma of fresh fish and requested that they be allowed to partake of this delicacy. When the boys, as well as the servants, heard this, they became panicky, for they feared the wrath of the master. But the catch was so heartily relished that instead of the expected punishment, they were commended and allowed to fish on the next day of fasting. As was characteristic of many others, the planter's home was near the center of a vast estate, and in this instance had a tall lookout on the roof from which the watchman might see for miles around. The quarters were nearby, and the carefree children who played in the large yard were closely watched, as they were often stolen by speculators and later sold at auctions far away. The land was divided into many fields, each of which was used to cultivate a particular product. Each field had its special crew and overseer. Cody's father was one of the feeders, who arose at least 2 hours before sunrise to feed the stock. A large number of horses and more than 200 head of cattle had to be fed by sunrise, when they were to be turned into the pastures or driven to the field to begin the day's work. After sunrise, his father's duty as foreman for plowers began. Other workers were hoe hands, additional foremen, cooks, weavers, spinners, seamstresses, tailors, shoemakers, etc. As everything used was grown and made on the estate, there was plenty of work for all, and in many instances slaves learned trades which they liked and which furnished a livelihood when they were set free. When he entered his teens, Cody's first duties began as a plowhand who broke new ground. As all of this land was to be plowed, a lack of skill in making straight furrows did not matter, so beginners were preferably used. Shortly after he began plowing, he was made foreman of one of the groups. Thus encouraged by his master's faith in his ability to do a man's work, he assumed a grown-up attitude under the stimulus of his new responsibilities and was married shortly after. At this time, marriages resulted from brief courtships. After the consent of the girl was obtained, it was necessary to seek permission from the master, whether she lived on the same or an adjoining plantation. In the latter case, the marriage rites were performed by her master. The minister was not used in most instances, the ceremony being read from a testament by the owner of the bride. Marriages were nearly always performed out of doors in the late afternoon. The bride's wedding dress was fashioned of cloth made on the plantation from a pattern of her own designing. Attendants at marriages were rare. After the ceremony, the guests danced far into the night by music from the fiddle and banjo. Refreshments consisting of ginger cakes, barbecue, etc., were served. Such a couple, belonging to two different masters, did not keep house. The husband was allowed to visit his wife on Wednesday night and Saturday, when he might remain through Sunday. All marriage unions were permanent, and a barren wife was considered the only real cause for separation. Church services for this group were held jointly with the white members, the two audiences being separated by a partition. Gradually, the colored members became dissatisfied with this type of service and withdrew to form a separate church. The desire for independence in worship must necessarily have been strong to endure the inconveniences of the brush arbor churches that they resorted to. As a beginning, several trees were felled, and the brush and forked branches separated. 4 heavy branches with forks formed the framework. Straight poles were laid across these to form a crude imitation of beams and the other framework of a building. The top and sides were formed of brush which was thickly placed so that it formed a solid wall. A hole left in one side formed a doorway, from which beaten paths extended in all directions. Seats made from slabs obtained at local sawmills completed the furnishing. In inclement weather it was not possible to conduct services here, but occasionally showers came in the midst of the service, and the audience calmly hoisted umbrellas or papers, and with such scant protection The worship continued. Sunday afternoons were quietly spent, visiting being the only means of recreation. One of the favorite stay-at-home pastimes was the inspection of heads. The pediculous condition made frequent treatment necessary for comfort. The young white men liked to visit the quarters and have the slaves search their heads. They would stretch full length upon the cabin floors and rest their heads upon a pillow. Usually they offered a gift of some sort if many of the tiny parasites were destroyed, so the clever picker who found a barren head simply reached into his own and produced a goodly number. There existed on this plantation an antagonistic feeling toward children, born of slave parents, with a beautiful suit of hair, and this type of hair was kept cropped very short. Gossip, stealing, was not tolerated. No one was ever encouraged to tattle on one another. Locks were never used on any of the cabin doors or on the smokehouse. Food was there in abundance, and each person was free to replenish his supply as necessary. Money was more or less a novelty, as it was only given in 1-cent pieces at Christmas time. As food, clothing, and shelter were furnished, the absence was not particularly painful. Connected with nearly every home were those persons who lived in the woods, in preference to doing the labor necessary to remain at their home. Each usually had a scythe and a bulldog for protection. As food became scarce, they sneaked to the quarters in the still of the night and coaxed some friend to get food for them from the smokehouse. Their supply obtained, they would leave again. This was not considered stealing. Medical care was also free. Excellent physicians were maintained. It was not considered necessary to call a physician until home remedies, usually teas made of roots, had had no effect. Women in childbirth were cared for by grannies. Old women whose knowledge was broad by experience acted as practical nurses. Several cooks were regularly maintained. Some cooked for the men who had no families, others for the members of the big house and guests. The menus varied little from day to day. A diet of bread, called shortening bread, vegetables, and smoked meat were usually consumed. Buttermilk was always plentiful. On Sundays, seconds, flour, were added to the list, and butter accompanied this. Chicken, fresh meat, etc., were holiday items and were seldom enjoyed at any other time. Not only were the slaves required to work, but the young men of the big house also had their duties. In the summer they went fishing. While this sport was enjoyed, it was done on an extremely large scale in order that everyone should have an adequate supply of fish. The streams abounded in all kinds of fish, and nets were used to obtain large quantities necessary. In winter, hunting was engaged in for this same purpose. Rabbits, squirrels, etc., were the usual game, but in addition the trapping of wild hogs was frequently indulged in. The woods contained many of these animals, which were exceptionally vicious. The hunters, however, trapped them in much the same way that rabbits are now caught, without injury to the flesh. Deer were also plentiful, and venison enjoyed during its season. Horned snakes were the greatest impediments to more abundant hunting. Knowledge of the war was kept from the slaves until long after its beginning. Most of them had no idea what war meant, and any news that might have been spread fell on deaf ears. Gradually this knowledge was imparted by Yankee peddlers who came to the plantation to sell bed-ticking, etc. When the master discovered how this information was being given out, these peddlers were forbidden to go near the quarters. The rule was strictly enforced. Eventually, the Confederate soldiers on their way to and from camp began to stop at the house. Food and everything available was given to them. 3 of Mr. Cody's sons were killed in battle. As the Northern soldiers did not come near the home, the loss of property was practically negligible. When the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, the slaves were called to the big house in a group to receive the news that they were free. Both old and young danced and cheered when this information was given out. Many of the families remained there for a year or two until they were able to find desirable locations elsewhere. Cody attributes his ability to reach a ripe old age to the excellent care he took of himself in his youth. He has used tobacco since he was a small boy and does not feel that it affects his health. Distilled liquor was plentiful in his young days, and he always drank, but never to an excess. End of
Section 19.
Section 20 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Here Comes a Young Man Courting by Thomas W. Tawley. Recording by Nikki 504. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century by Various. Section 20. Here comes a young man a courting. Courting, courting. Here comes a young man a courting. It's tiddlum tightlum day. Say, won't you have one of us? Us, sir? Us, sir? Say, won't you have one of us, sir? The brown-skinned lady say. You is too black and rusty. Rusty, rusty. You is too black and rusty. Say tiddlum tightlum day. We ain't no blacker than you, sir. You, sir? You, sir? We ain't no blacker than you, sir. Them brown-skinned ladies say. Pray, won't you have one of us, sir? Us, sir? Us, sir? Pray, won't you have one of us, sir? Say yaller gals all gay, who is too ragged and dirty, dirty, dirty. You is too ragged and dirty, say tiddlum tightlum day. You sure is got the big head, big head, big head. You sure is got the big head. You needn't come this way. We good enough for you, sir. You, sir? You, sir? We good enough for you, sir? Them yaller gals all say, the fairest one that I can see, that I can see, that I can see. The fairest one that I can see, say tiddlum tightlum day. My Lulu, come and walk with me, walk with me, walk with me. My Lulu, come and walk with me, Miss Tiddlum Tightlum Day. End of Section 20. Recording by Nikki 504. End of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century by Various.
Section 21 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Marion Walden. Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century by Various. Lazy by James W. Johnson. Some men enjoy the constant strife of days with work and worry rife. But that is not my dream of life. I think such men are crazy. For me a life with worries few, a job of nothing much to do, just pelf enough to see me through. I fear that I am lazy. On winter mornings, cold and drear, when 6 o'clock alarms I hear, 'tis then I love to shift my ear and hug my downy pillows. When in the shade it's 93, no job in town looks good to me. I'd rather loaf down by the sea and watch the foaming billows. Some people think the world's a school where labor is the only rule, but I'll not make myself a mule, and don't you ever doubt it. I know that work may have its use, but still I feel that's no excuse for turning it into abuse. What do you think about it? Let others fume and sweat and boil, and scratch and dig for golden spoil, and live the life of work and toil, their lives to labor giving. But what is gold when life is sped, and life is short, as has been said? And we are such a long time dead, I'll spend my life in living. End of Section 21.
Section 22 of Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century.
Of the Meaning of Progress by W.E.B. Du Bois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard.
Black Experience in America, 18th to 20th Century, by Various. Section 22.
Wirst du dein Macht verkunden, weil sie die frei wansonden, stend in deinem eigenen Haus, dein Geistersand aus, die Unsterblichen, die Reinen, die nicht wollen, die nicht weinen, nicht der Sard Jungfrau Wahl, nicht der Hirten Wachseil. Schiller. Once upon a time I taught school in the hills of Tennessee, where the broad, dark vale of the Mississippi begins to roll and crumple to greet the Alleghanies. I was a Fisk student then, and all Fisk men thought that Tennessee, beyond the vale, was theirs alone, and in vacation time they sallied forth in lusty bands to meet the county school commissioners. Young and happy, I too went, and I shall not soon forget that summer, 17 years ago. First there was a teachers' institute at the county seat, and there distinguished guests of the superintendent taught the teachers fractions and spelling and other mysteries. White teachers in the morning, Negroes at night. A picnic now and then, and a supper, and the rough world was softened by laughter and song. I remember how, but I wonder. There came a day when all the teachers left the institute and began the hunt for schools. I learned from hearsay, for my mother was mortally afraid of firearms, that the hunting of ducks and bears and men is wonderfully interesting, but I am sure that the man who has never hunted a country school has something to learn of the pleasures of the chase. I see now the white, hot roads lazily rise and fall and wind before me under the burning July sun. I feel the deep weariness of heart and limb as 10, 8, 6 miles stretch relentlessly ahead. I feel my heart sink heavily as I hear again and again, "Got a teacher?" "Yes." So I walked on and on. Horses were too expensive, until I had wandered beyond railways, beyond stage lines, to a land of varmints and rattlesnakes, where the coming of a stranger was an event, and men lived and died in the shadow of one blue hill. Sprinkled over hill and dale lay cabins and farmhouses, shut out from the world by the forests and the rolling hills toward the east. There I found at last a little school. Josie told me of it. She was a thin, homely girl of 20, with a dark brown face and thick, hard hair. I had crossed the stream of Watertown and rested under the great willows. Then I had gone to the little cabin in the lot where Josie was resting on her way to town. The gaunt farmer made me welcome, and Josie, hearing my errand, told me anxiously that they wanted a school over the hill, that but once since the war had a teacher been there, that she herself longed to learn, and thus she ran on, talking fast and loud with much earnestness and energy. Next morning I crossed the tall round hill, lingered to look at the blue and yellow mountains stretching toward the Carolinas, then plunged into the wood, and came out at Josie's home. It was a dull framed cottage with 4 rooms, perched just below the brow of the hill, amid peach trees. The father was a quiet, simple soul, calmly ignorant, with no touch of vulgarity. The mother was different, strong, bustling, and energetic, with a quick, restless tongue, and an ambition to live like folks. There was a crowd of children. 2 boys had gone away. There remained 2 growing girls, a shy midget of 8, John, tall, awkward, and 18, Jim, younger, quicker, and better looking, and 2 babies of indefinite age. Then there was Josie herself. She seemed to be the center of the family, always busy at service or at home or berry-picking, a little nervous and inclined to scold like her mother, yet faithful, too, like her father. She had about her a certain fineness, the shadow of an unconscious moral heroism that would willingly give all of life to make life broader, deeper, and fuller for her and hers. I saw much of this family afterwards, and grew to love them for their honest efforts to be decent and comfortable, and for their knowledge of their own ignorance. There was with them no affectation. The mother would scold the father for being so easy. Josie would roundly berate the boys for carelessness, and all knew that it was a hard thing to dig a living out of a rocky side hill. I secured the school. I remember the day I rode horseback out to the commissioner's house with a pleasant young white fellow who wanted the white school. The road ran down the bed of a stream. The sun laughed and the water jingled, and we rode on. "Come in," said the commissioner. "Come in. Have a seat. Yes, that certificate will do. Stay to dinner. What do you want a month?" Oh, thought I, this is lucky. But even then fell the awful shadow of the veil, for they ate first, then I, alone. The schoolhouse was a log hut, where Colonel Wheeler used to shelter his corn. It sat in a lot behind a rail fence and thorn bushes, near the sweetest of springs. There was an entrance where a door once was, and within a massive rickety fireplace. Great chinks between the logs served as windows. Furniture was scarce. A pale blackboard crouched in the corner. My desk was made of 3 boards, reinforced at critical points, and my chair, borrowed from the landlady, had to be returned every night. Seats for the children, these puzzled me much. I was haunted by a New England vision of neat little desks and chairs, but alas, the reality was rough plank benches without backs, and at times without legs. They had the one virtue of making naps dangerous, possibly fatal, for the floor was not to be trusted. It was a hot morning late in July when the school opened. I trembled when I heard the patter of little feet down the dusty road, and saw the growing row of dark, solemn faces and bright, eager eyes facing me. First came Josie and her brothers and sisters. The longing to know, to be a student in the great school at Nashville, hovered like a star above this child woman amid her work and worry, and she studied doggedly. There were the Dowells from their farm over toward Alexandria. Fanny, with her smooth black face and wondering eyes. Martha, brown and dull, the pretty girl wife of a brother, and the younger brood. There were the Burkes, 2 brown and yellow lads, and a tiny, haughty-eyed girl. Fat Reuben's little chubby girl came, with golden face and old gold hair, faithful and solemn. Thanie was on hand early, a jolly, ugly, good-hearted girl, who slyly dipped snuff and looked after her little bow-legged brother. When her mother could spare her, Tildy came, a midnight beauty, with starry eyes and tapering limbs, and her brother, correspondingly homely. And then the big boys, the hulking Lawrences, the lazy Neils, unfathered sons of mother and daughter, Hickman, with a stoop in his shoulders, and the rest. There they sat, nearly 30 of them, on the rough benches, their faces shading from a pale cream to a deep brown, the little feet bare and swinging, the eyes full of expectation, with here and there a twinkle of mischief, and the hands grasping Webster's blue-black spelling-book. I loved my school, and the fine faith the children had in the wisdom of their teacher was truly marvelous. We read and spelled together, wrote a little, picked flowers, sang and listened to stories of the world beyond the hill. At times the school would dwindle away, and I would start out. I would visit Mon Eddings, who lived in 2 very dirty rooms, and ask why little Lugene, whose flaming face seemed ever ablaze with the dark red hair uncombed, was absent all week, or why I missed so often the inimitable rags of Mac and Ed. Then the father, who worked Colonel Wheeler's farm on shares, would tell me how the crops needed the boys, and the thin, slovenly mother, whose face was pretty when washed, assured me that Lugene must mind the baby. But we'll start them again next week. When the Lawrences stopped, I knew that the doubts of the old folks about book learning had conquered again, and so, toiling up the hill, and getting as far into the cabin as possible, I put Cicero, Pro Archia Poeta, into the simplest English with local applications, and usually convinced them for a week or so. On Friday nights I often went home with some of the children, sometimes to Doc Burke's farm. He was a great, loud, thin black, ever working, and trying to buy the 75 acres of hill and dale where he lived, but people said that he would surely fail, and the white folks would get it all. His wife was a magnificent Amazon, with saffron face and shining hair, uncorseted and barefooted, and the children were strong and beautiful. They lived in a 1.5-room cabin in the hollow of the farm, near the spring. The front room was full of great fat white beds, scrupulously neat, and there were bad chromos on the walls, and a tired center table. In the tiny back kitchen I was often invited to take out and help myself to fried chicken and wheat biscuit, meat and corn pone, string beans and berries. At first I used to be a little alarmed at the approach of bedtime in the one lone bedroom, but embarrassment was very deftly avoided. First all the children nodded and slept, and were stowed away in one great pile of goose feathers. Next, the mother and the father discreetly slipped away to the kitchen while I went to bed. Then, blowing out the dim light, they retired in the dark. In the morning all were up and away before I thought of awaking. Across the road, where fat Reuben lived, they all went outdoors while the teacher retired, because they did not boast the luxury of a kitchen. I liked to stay with the Dowells, for they had 4 rooms and plenty of good country fare. Uncle Bird had a small, rough farm, all woods and hills, miles from the big road, but he was full of tales. He preached now and then, and with his children, berries, horses, and wheat, he was happy and prosperous. Often, to keep the peace, I must go where life was less lovely. For instance, Tildy's mother was incorrigibly dirty. Reuben's larder was limited seriously, and herds of untamed insects wandered over the Eddingses' beds. Best of all, I loved to go to Josie's and sit on the porch, eating peaches, while the mother bustled and talked. How Josie had bought the sewing machine, how Josie worked at service in winter, but that $4 a month was mighty little wages, how Josie longed to go away to school, but that it looked like they never could get far enough ahead to let her, how the crops failed and the well was yet unfinished, and finally how mean some of the white folks were. For 2 summers I lived in this little world. It was dull and humdrum. The girls looked at the hill in wistful longing, and the boys fretted and haunted Alexandria. Alexandria was town, a straggling, lazy village of houses, churches, and shops, and an aristocracy of Toms, Dicks, and Captains. Cuddled on the hill to the north was the village of the colored folks, who lived in 3 or 4-room, unpainted cottages, some neat and homelike, and some dirty. The dwellings were scattered rather aimlessly, but they centered about the twin temples of the hamlet, the Methodist and the hard-shell Baptist churches. These, in turn, leaned gingerly on a sad-colored schoolhouse. Hither my little world wended its crooked way on Sunday to meet other worlds, and gossip, and wonder, and make the weekly sacrifice with frenzied priest at the altar of the old-time religion. Then the soft melody and mighty cadences of Negro song fluttered and thundered. I have called my tiny community a world, and so its isolation made it, and yet there was among us but a half-awakened common consciousness, sprung from common joy and grief at burial, birth, or wedding, from a common hardship in poverty, poor land, and low wages, and, above all, from the sight of the veil that hung between us and opportunity. All this caused us to think some thoughts together, but these, when ripe for speech, were spoken in various languages. Those whose eyes 25 or more years before had seen the glory of the coming of the Lord, saw in every present hindrance or help a dark fatalism bound to bring all things right in His own good time. The mass of those to whom slavery was a dim recollection of childhood found the world a puzzling thing. It asked little of them, and they answered with little, and yet it ridiculed their offering. Such a paradox they could not understand, and therefore sank into listless indifference, or shiftlessness, or reckless bravado. There were, however, some, such as Josie, Jim, and Ben, to whom war, hell, and slavery were but childhood tales, whose young appetites had been whetted to an edge by school and story and half-awakened thought. Ill could they be content, born without and beyond the world, and their weak wings beat against their barriers, barriers of caste, of youth, of life, at last, in dangerous moments, against everything that opposed even a whim. The 10 years that follow youth, the years when first the realization comes that life is leading somewhere, these were the years that passed after I left my little school. When they were past, I came by chance once more to the walls of Fisk University, to the halls of the Chapel of Melody. As I lingered there in the joy and pain of meeting old school friends, there swept over me a sudden longing to pass again beyond the blue hill, to see the homes and the schools of other days, and to learn how life had gone with my school children, and I went. Josie was dead, and the gray-haired mother said simply, "We've had a heap of trouble since you've been away." I had feared for Jim. With a cultured parentage and a social caste to uphold him, he might have made a venturesome merchant or a West Point cadet. But here he was, angry with life and reckless, and when Fanner Durham charged him with stealing wheat, the old man had to ride fast to escape the stones which the furious fool hurled after him. They told Jim to run away, but he would not run, and the constable came that afternoon. It grieved Josie, and great awkward John walked 9 miles every day to see his little brother through the bars of Lebanon jail. At last the two came back together in the dark night. The mother cooked supper, and Josie emptied her purse, and the boys stole away. Josie grew thin and silent, yet worked the more. The hill became steep for the quiet old father, and with the boys away there was little to do in the valley. Josie helped them to sell the old farm, and they moved nearer town. Brother Dennis, the carpenter, built a new house with 6 rooms. Josie toiled a year in Nashville and brought back $90 to furnish the house and change it to a home. When the spring came, and the birds twittered, and the stream ran proud and full, little sister Lizzie, bold and thoughtless, flushed with the passion of youth, bestowed herself on the tempter, and brought home a nameless child. Josie shivered and worked on, with the vision of school days all fled, with a face wan and tired. Worked until, on a summer's day, someone married another. Then Josie crept to her mother like a hurt child, and slept, and sleeps. I paused to scent the breeze as I entered the valley. The Lawrences have gone, father and son forever, and the other son lazily digs in the earth to live. A new young widow rents out their cabin to fat Reuben. Reuben is a Baptist preacher now, but I fear as lazy as ever, though his cabin has 3 rooms. And little Ella has grown into a bouncing woman and is plowing corn on the hot hillside. There are babies aplenty, and one half-witted girl. Across the valley is a house I did not know before, and there I found, rocking one baby and expecting another, one of my schoolgirls, a daughter of Uncle Bird Dowell. She looked somewhat worried with her new duties, but soon bristled into pride over her neat cabin and the tale of her thrifty husband, and the horse and cow, and the farm they were planning to buy. My log schoolhouse was gone. In its place stood Progress, and progress, I understand, is necessarily ugly. The crazy foundation stones still mark the former site of my poor little cabin, and not far away, on 6 weary boulders, perched a jaunty board house, perhaps 20 by 30 feet, with 3 windows and a door that locked. Some of the window glass was broken, and part of an old iron stove lay mournfully under the house. I peeped through the window half reverently, and found things that were more familiar. The blackboard had grown by about 2 feet, and the seats were still without backs. The county owns the lot now, I hear, and every year there is a session of school. As I sat by the spring and looked on the old and the new, I felt glad, very glad, and yet, after 2 long drinks, I started on. There was the great double log house on the corner. I remembered the broken, blighted family that used to live there. The strong, hard face of the mother, with its wilderness of hair, rose before me. She had driven her husband away, and while I taught school, a strange man lived there, big and jovial, and people talked. I felt sure that Ben and Tildy would come to naught from such a home. But this is an odd world, for Ben is a busy farmer in Smith County, doing well, too, they say, and he had cared for little Tildy until last spring, when a lover married her. A hard life the lad had led, toiling for meat, and laughed at because he was homely and crooked. There was Sam Carlon, an impudent old skinflint, who had definite notions about niggers, and hired Ben a summer and would not pay him. Then the hungry boy gathered his sacks together, and in broad daylight went into Carlin's corn, and when the hard-fisted farmer set upon him, the angry boy flew at him like a beast. Doc Burke saved a murder and a lynching that day. The story reminded me again of the Burkes, and an impatience seized me to know who won in the battle, Doc or the 75 acres. For it is a hard thing to make a farm out of nothing, even in 15 years. So I hurried on, thinking of the Burkes. They used to have a certain magnificent barbarism about them that I liked. They were never vulgar, never immoral, but rather rough and primitive, with an unconventionality that spent itself in loud guffaws, slaps on the back, and naps in the corner. I hurried by the cottage of the misborn Neal boys. It was empty, and they were grown into fat, lazy farm-hands. I saw the home of the Hickmans, but Albert, with his stooping shoulders, had passed from the world. Then I came to the Burkes' gate and peered through. The enclosure looked rough and untrimmed, and yet there were the same fences around the old farm, save to the left, where lay 25 other acres. And lo! The cabin in the hollow had climbed the hill and swollen to a half-finished 6-room cottage. The Burkes held 100 acres, but they were still in debt. Indeed, the gaunt father who toiled night and day would scarcely be happy out of debt, being so used to it. Some day he must stop, for his massive frame is showing decline. The mother wore shoes, but the lion-like physique of other days was broken. The children had grown up. Rob, the image of his father, was loud and rough with laughter. Bertie, my school baby of 6, had grown to a picture of maiden beauty, tall and tawny. "Edgar is gone," said the mother, with head half bowed. "Gone to work in Nashville. He and his father couldn't agree." Little Doc, the boy born since the time of my school, took me horseback down the creek next morning toward Farmer Dowell's. The road and the stream were battling for mastery, and the stream had the better of it. We splashed and waded, and the merry boy, perched behind me, chattered and laughed. He showed me where Simon Thompson had bought a bit of ground and a home, but his daughter Lana, a plump, brown, slow girl, was not there. She had married a man and a farm 20 miles away. We wound on down the stream till we came to a gate that I did not recognize, but the boy insisted that it was Uncle Bird's. The farm was fat with the growing crop. In that little valley was a strange stillness as I rode up, for death and marriage had stolen youth and left age and childhood there. We sat and talked that night after the chores were done. Uncle Bird was grayer, and his eyes did not see so well, but he was still jovial. We talked of the acres bought, 125 of the new guest chamber added, of Martha's marrying. Then we talked of death. Fanny and Fred were gone. A shadow hung over the other daughter, and when it lifted, she was to go to Nashville to school. At last we spoke of the neighbors, and as night fell, Uncle Bird told me how, on a night like that, Thenie came wandering back to her home over yonder to escape the blows of her husband, and next morning she died in the home that her little bow-legged brother, working and saving, had bought for their widowed mother. My journey was done, and behind me lay hill and dale, and life and death. How shall man measure progress there where the dark-faced Josie lies? How many heartfuls of sorrow shall balance a bushel of wheat? How hard a thing is life to the lowly, and yet how human and real! And all this life and love and strife and failure, is it the twilight of nightfall or the flush of some faint dawning day? Thus, sadly musing, I rode to Nashville in the Jim Crow car. End of section 22.